Chapter 118. When Duan Lingtian and Yang De leisurely left Black Armor City, they saw the soldiers of the Black Armor Army marching towards the Lian clan's mansion. It was as if a black cloud was about to crush the city. It seems like we've gone too far. Duan Lingtian rode his horse forward and rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Yang De rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. All of this was caused by you, kid. If we're talking about the instigator, I don't think I'm the one. I have no enmity with the Black Armor Army or the Lian clan, so there's no need to trick them. It's all your fault for making me complete this bullshit mission. It's a thankless task. Duan Lingtian snorted. Let's go. Now that the matter is settled, I think the commander will be relieved. As soon as Yang De finished speaking, Duan Lingtian rode his horse out, leaving Yang De with a face full of dust. This brat. Yang De glared and chased after him. When they arrived, the two rode at full speed and traveled for 3 months. Now that the mission was completed ahead of time, Duan Lingtian and Yang De slowed down and leisurely rushed towards the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood City. Along the way, they also stayed at inns in some small towns. They experienced the local conditions and customs of various places. After 5 months, they finally arrived at a small town near Iron Blood City. Let's rest here tonight. We'll arrive tomorrow after another day of travel, Yang De said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. The two rode their horses into the small town. Every time they walked into these small towns, Duan Lingtian felt as if he was back in Fresh Breeze Town. These small towns were almost the same size as Fresh Breeze Town. Lord Chiliarch, I think those inns are pretty good. Duan Lingtian realized that Yang De had led him into the small town, ignoring a few inns. We're not staying at an inn tonight. Yang De smiled. Not staying at an inn. Duan Lingtian was stunned. This is Lone Goose Town and also my hometown. A trace of gentleness flashed across Yang Da's eyes. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. At this moment, a fleet of carriages like a swimming dragon came from outside the town, majestic and mighty. Some cages were placed on these carriages. It wasn't a beast or a ferocious beast that was locked in the cage, but a human. These people were dressed like beggars, but they were also very fierce. Between their brows, there was a hint of viciousness. Obviously, they were not ordinary people. On the faces of these people, there were obvious brands. This is... Duan Lingtian immediately looked around. These are the slaves that the Kai clan gathered outside. They would usually sell some of them in Guyan town and transport them to the county city. The Kai clan has a close relationship with the county governor's estate in the county city, Yang De said slowly. At this moment, Yang De, the leader of the group, rode his horse forward and stopped beside Yang De immediately. The entire convoy stopped. Kai Hai, you're actually taking action personally. Yang De nodded and smiled at the newcomer, appearing very familiar with him. Yang De, you haven't been back for a while. Has your cultivation improved again? After I transport these slaves back, I'll come to the Yang family to visit you and exchange pointers with you. Kai Hai smiled. Then you have to make the best use of your time. I'll be leaving tomorrow morning. Yang De smiled as well. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned. He noticed that within one of the cages, a slightly robust figure had his gaze descending onto the spatial ring on his hand. It was a middle-aged man. His gaze revealed excitement that was difficult to restrain. He recognizes this spatial ring? Duan Lingtian was stunned. It was slightly difficult for him to imagine. This spatial ring belonged to the young sect leader of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's boundless sect. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian clearly saw that there was obviously a black pattern on the middle-aged man's neck. This pattern, within Duan Lingtian's mind, the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu flashed past. Origin sealing Gu. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he knew what this pattern represented. However, it was logically impossible for such a profound goo poison to appear in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Origin sealing goo was a goo poison that sealed origin energy. Even if it was a void stage expert, if caught off guard, they would still be affected. Once they were affected, their origin energy would be sealed, and only the 9th level of the body tempering stage would remain. Boundless. Sect, noticing the fierce gaze of the sloppy middle-aged man sweeping over. Duan Lingtian mouthed these 3 words. Instantly, the middle-aged man's body trembled, and his eyes revealed excitement. He's really a member of the Boundless Sect. Duan Lingtian's heart shook. Yangda this is? Meanwhile, Kai Hai's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. He's Duan Lingtian, a member of this year's Genius Camp. He's already passed the final test and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. He's about to become a student of Paladin Academy. Yangda smiled. Kai Hai was moved, and he squeezed out a friendly smile. Brother Lingtian, I'm Kai Hai. How should I address you? Duan Lingtian replied with a smile, but he didn't know how to address Kai Hai. Kai Hai laughed heartily. If Brother Lingtian doesn't mind, you can call me Big Brother Kai. How about it, Big Brother Kai? Duan Lingtian greeted, then asked, Big Brother Kai, where did these slaves you transport come from? Kai Hai smiled. We also brought in goods from other kingdoms. Most of them are prisoners of war, and some are vagrants. Brought in goods? Duan Lingtian felt sad for these slaves. They were obviously people, yet they were treated as goods. Big Brother Kai, I've always wanted to buy a slave, but I didn't have the connections. I wonder if I can buy a slave from you? Duan Lingtian probed. Brother Lingtian, you're treating me like an outsider. Not to mention the friendship I've had with your Chiliarch since we were young. You and I hit it off at first sight, and I feel extremely close as well. Which one of these slaves do you fancy? Take it as Big Brother Kai's gift to you. Kai Hai said generously. As far as he was concerned, since Duan Lingtian had obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, with his current age of 17, it could be seen that his natural talent was outstanding. When he graduated from Paladin Academy in the future, he would surely have a boundless future. Kai Hai wouldn't have the chance to befriend such a person in the future. Now was the perfect time to give him a favor. Who knows, he might be able to exchange it for an even greater favor in the future. Thank you, Big Brother Kai. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse, and he intentionally urged his horse closer to the slaves in the cages. These slaves all stared coldly at Duan Lingtian, wishing for nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian to shreds. I choose him. In the end, Duan Lingtian pointed at the middle-aged man who might be a member of the Boundless Sect. Kai Hai's brows slightly twitched as he reminded, Brother Lingtian, this is only a 9th level body tempering slave, and is the cheapest in this group of slaves. Why don't we change to another one? How about that one? 5th level of the core formation stage. He's also one of the best in this group of slaves. Big Brother Kai, I'll take this one. You gave me a meeting gift. So how could I take advantage of you? Duan Lingtian laughed. Brother Lingtian is straightforward as expected. Wait for me to go back and settle these slaves down. Then I'll bring him to the Yang clan to look for you. Kai Hai glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. He increasingly felt that this youth wasn't simple. He bid farewell to Yangda before leaving. Duan Lingtian, is there anything special about that slave? Yangda looked at Duan Lingtian with slight suspicion. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Captain, what do you think is special about him? Isn't he just a 9th level body tempering slave? I just feel that it's strange that you're so tactful. Yangda laughed loudly. Do I look like the type of person who's greedy for petty gains? Duan Lingtian was speechless. You don't look like, that's more like it. You are. That night, Duan Lingtian stayed in the Yang clan estate. Only now did Duan Lingtian find out that the Yang clan that Yang belonged to was actually one of the three great clans of Lone Goose Town. The Kai clan that Kai Hai belonged to was also one of the three great clans of Lone Goose Town. Besides this, Duan Lingtian also found out about one more thing. The official wife of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor was actually the elder sister of the Kai clan's patriarch, Pei San, who had an arm chopped off by him, was precisely the nephew of the Kai clan's patriarch. Kai Hai was the younger brother of the Kai clan's patriarch and was also Pei San's uncle. Enemies really do cross paths. After finding out about all this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. If that Pei San knew that not only was his uncle extremely courteous to me, he even gave me a slave, I wonder what he would think. He would probably be angered to the point of spitting blood, right? An evil thought flashed within Duan Lingtian's heart. Young Master Lingtian, the second master invites you in. Right at this moment, the voice of a servant girl sounded out from outside the room. Looks like Kai Hai has come, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. The second master that the maidservant spoke of was precisely Captain Yangda. It was precisely the second brother of the Yang clan's patriarch. In the Yang clan audience hall, Duan Lingtian once again saw Kai Hai. Kai Hai had brought over the middle-aged man that Duan Lingtian wanted. After washing up, the middle-aged man changed into a set of clean clothes and looked rather fresh, but the brand on his face undoubtedly spoke of his lowly status as a slave. Big Brother Kai. Duan Lingtian smiled to Kai Hai. Brother Lingtian, your eyesight isn't bad. Although this slave's cultivation is slightly inferior, his appearance and bearing are rather extraordinary. Kai Hai smiled. After exchanging some more pleasantries, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells and left with the middle-aged man. Within the quiet room, Duan Lingtian and the middle-aged man stood facing each other. Why do you have the young sect leader's spatial ring? What did you do to him? The calmness on the middle-aged man's face vanished without a trace, and he grabbed onto Duan Lingtian's shoulders as he spoke agitatedly. Duan Lingtian's face sank. Bang! He struck out like a bolt of lightning and pushed the middle-aged man flying. The middle-aged man's face went grim as he shouted in a low voice. If I wasn't poisoned, even if there were 1,000 ignorant kids like you, I would be able to turn them into ashes with a flip of my palm. You said you were poisoned. I only know that you're only a 9th level body tempering stage trash. Behave yourself. Duan Lingtian took 2 steps forward and gave the middle-aged man another slap. You! The middle-aged man's face went grim as he once again struck out at Duan Lingtian. You seem to have forgotten that I'm your master now. Duan Lingtian's voice was cold and indifferent as he raised his hand and struck out like a python swinging its tail, blasting the middle-aged man flying once again. Slap! Chapter 119. The middle-aged man's face flushed red, and he wanted to struggle free, but he was unable to. What? Unconvinced? Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he exerted force on his leg. The middle-aged man's face went pale, and his body started to tremble. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian withdrew his leg. The middle-aged man gasped for breath and only recovered after a long time. Then he stared at Duan Lingtian with an icy, cold gaze. Duan Lingtian didn't mind as he said indifferently, "Serve me as your master, and I can help you remove the origin restriction goo in your body." You know about the origin restriction goo? The middle-aged man's pupils constricted, and his face was filled with astonishment. As far as he was concerned, logically speaking, it was impossible for anyone to know about the origin restriction goo in this tiny kingdom. But the violet-clothed youth before him seemed to have a deep understanding of the origin restriction goo. Most importantly, he saw the Boundless Sect's young sect leader's spatial ring in the violet-clothed youth's hand. You can really remove the origin restriction goo in my body? The middle-aged man took a deep breath, and his eyes flickered. What, you doubt me? Duan Lingtian swept the middle-aged man with a cold and indifferent gaze, then said indifferently, "Now, Tell me why you were inflicted with the origin restriction goo, and why you appeared in the Crimson Sky Kingdom." The middle-aged man caught his breath. "I'm called Xiongquan, a guardian of the Boundless Sect. The Boundless Sect suffered a calamity of annihilation, and I escaped with the young sect leader. For the sake of preserving our lives, we each led away our pursuers. Later on, although I was lucky enough to escape, the origin restriction goo from before flared up, and I walked for a while in a sorry state before fainting from exhaustion. When I awoke once again, I discovered that I was locked up and was branded with a slave mark." As he finished speaking, Xiongquan gnashed his teeth. The dignified, boundless sex guardian had actually become a slave now. At the beginning, he even wanted to die. In the end, he gritted his teeth and persevered. He believed that he would be able to remove the origin restriction goo sooner or later and recover his strength. At that time, he would kill all the people that branded him with a slave mark. So that's how it is. Your spatial ring was actually not taken away by them. Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiongquan's right hand. There was a rusty ring on Xiongquan's right middle finger. Others would not even take a second look at it. But Duan Lingtian could tell that it was a storage ring. Perhaps it was precisely because Xiongquan's storage ring was inconspicuous that it wasn't taken away. Xiongquan put away the storage ring with a cautious expression. "Remove the ownership. Leave it to me." Duan Lingtian was stunned as he shouted. Xiongquan's expression changed as a bitter look appeared on his face. He reluctantly removed the storage ring and handed it over to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian dripped a drop of blood on it and opened it to take a look. However, he discovered that there were only some 7th-grade medicinal pills and a 7th-grade spirit weapon narrow saber. That's it. Duan Lingtian frowned as he removed the ownership of the storage ring and threw it back to Xiongquan. Trash? Xiongquan's mouth twitched. Who exactly was this young man? How could he call a 7th-grade spirit artifact and a 7th-grade pill trash? Little brother. Xiongquan looked at Duan Lingtian, but before he could finish a sentence, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. "Who's your brother? I'll give you one last chance. If you don't acknowledge me as your master, I won't let you live, not to mention detoxifying your poison." As he spoke, Duan Lingtian emitted a dense killing intent. Xiongquan took a deep breath. However, he still spoke calmly. "I want to know what happened to young sect leader. If young sect leader was killed by you, I'd rather die than acknowledge you as my master." Duan Lingtian looked at Xiongquan in surprise. "I couldn't tell that you had such a backbone." Xiongquan snorted. "When I found your young sect leader, he was already on his last breath. He left me a voice transmission jade slip and instructed me to pass the other one to an old man called Shengguanyan. After I detoxify your poison and let you recover your elemental energy, I'll pass the voice transmission jade slip to you to determine if it's real or fake." Duan Lingtian said indifferently, "Young sect leader." Xiongquan cried out sorrowfully, tears flowing down his old face. Finally, he held back his tears and bowed to Duan Lingtian. "Xiongquan greets master." Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiongquan indifferently. "I can do my best to detoxify your poison, but I'll also leave a backup plan. I'll let you consume another type of strong poison." Xiongquan's expression changed. "Don't worry, the strong poison I'll let you consume will only act up once every 6 months. As long as you consume the antidote within 6 months, you'll be safe for half a year. This is also the method I'll use to prevent you from going back on your words after you recover your elemental energy." Duan Lingtian added. Xiongquan's eyes flashed, and his face was filled with bitterness. He didn't expect this young man to be so far-sighted. Just now he indeed had this thought. "Don't have any thoughts of being lucky. I'm an alchemist myself." Duan Lingtian withdrew the Alchemist Guild's Grade 9 Alchemist badge and waved it before Xiongquan's eyes before putting it away. "Grade 9 Alchemist," Xiong Quan's expression froze. This young man that looked to be only 17 years old was a grade 9 alchemist? Even in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there wasn't such a young grade 9 alchemist. Come back with me tomorrow. I'll refine a medicinal pill to detoxify the origin restriction parasite for you. However, my current cultivation is limited, so the medicinal pill I refine can at most detoxify 1/3 of the origin restriction parasite's medicinal strength. What was your cultivation when you were at your peak? Duan Lingtian asked Xiong Quan as he spoke. 6th level of the void prying stage. Xiong Quan said respectfully. 6th level of the void prying stage? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he stretched out his hand to rub his chin. After detoxifying 1/3 of the medicinal strength, your cultivation ought to be able to recover to the nascent soul stage. As for how many levels of the nascent soul stage you can recover to, it'll depend on your fortune. I can't fully recover. Xiong Quan's expression froze and was slightly disappointed. Humph. I'm only a grade 9 alchemist now, so my pill fire is restricted. Once I step into the origin core stage, I'll be able to become a grade 8 alchemist. At that time, I'll be able to refine medicinal pills to help you detoxify 1/3 of the medicinal strength. Once I step into the 7th level of the origin core stage and become a grade 7 alchemist, I'll be able to help you completely detoxify the medicinal strength. In other words, once I step into the 7th level of the origin core stage, your cultivation will recover to your peak. Duan Lingtian swept Xiong Quan with a cold and indifferent gaze. What? Can't wait? No. Xiong Quan hurriedly shook his head. To him, being able to recover his origin energy in his lifetime was already not bad. Earlier, he'd been possessed for a moment. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian brought Xiong Quan along as he followed Yangda back to Iron Blood City. At this moment, Xiong Quan had already worn a mask that could cover half his face, covering his slave brand. After returning to Iron Blood City, Duan Lingtian gave Xiong Quan some silver and asked him to stay at a designated inn before following Yangda back to the Iron Blood Army's campsite. Only at this moment did Duan Lingtian find out. He was the first member of the Genius Camp to complete a mission and return. There's only a month left before the 1-year deadline. The other 28 people actually haven't completed their missions and returned. Looks like the place they went is extremely far. Duan Lingtian's heart slightly jerked as he secretly guessed. As expected, Duan Lingtian was once again summoned by the Iron Blood Army's commander, Teng Yinhai. This time, Teng Yinhai specially set up a welcoming banquet for Duan Lingtian. At the welcoming banquet, besides Teng Yinhai and the vice commander, Qiao Qingshan, the 7 captains, including Yangda, were shockingly present. All the high-ranking generals stationed at the Iron Blood Army's campsite had arrived. Duan Lingtian, we represent the Iron Blood Army to toast you with this cup of wine. From today onwards, the Black Armored Army is nothing to fear. Teng Yinhai laughed heartily as he picked up a wine cup. The others followed suit and picked up wine cups. To the Iron Blood Army, the Black Armored Army, losing the assistance of the Lien clan was equivalent to losing a pair of wings. Cheers! Duan Lingtian also picked up a wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Satisfying. They all say that heroes come from the youth. This time, my horizons have truly been broadened. One of the captains looked at Duan Lingtian and took the lead to praise him. Subsequently, the remaining captains weren't stingy with their praises for Duan Lingtian. After the banquet ended, Duan Lingtian followed Teng Yinhai to the largest tent in the Iron Blood Army's campsite, which was also the tent of the commander, Teng Yinhai. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect that you would really complete that mission. Teng Yinhai sighed with emotion. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. What? Since Commander isn't confident, why did you still assign that mission to me? Teng Yinhai laughed. From your tone, it seems that you have some resentment. Commander, where's my proof of enrollment? Not answering Tung Yin-hai, Duan Lingtian spread out his hands. Obviously, he wasn't in the mood to stay here for long. Tung Yin-hai raised his hand and passed a certificate to Duan Lingtian. The time to report to Paladin Academy is half a year later to a year later. After you return, you can prepare to depart. If you bring your family and travel by horse carriage from Aurora City to the Imperial City, it would take at least a year's time. You investigated me. Duan Lingtian frowned and was slightly displeased. Don't worry, I don't have any ill intentions. Tung Yin-hai always had a smile on his face. Farewell. Duan Lingtian put away the proof of enrollment, then turned around and left. He's young, but his temper isn't small. Duan Rafeng, you have a good son. Tang Yunhai's eyes flashed with a trace of envy. Now that Duan Lingtian had passed the Genius Camp's training, the restriction order for the Genius Camp members was lifted, and he could freely enter and leave the Iron Blood Army's campsite. After he left the Iron Blood Army's campsite, he found a few medicine shops and gathered enough medicinal herbs before going to the inn to look for Xiongquan. Master. Xiongquan was very tactful now, and he was respectful and reverent in front of Duan Lingtian. Stand guard for me. I'll refine the antidote for you. Duan Lingtian flicked his sleeve and directly entered the room. Xiongquan replied excitedly when he heard this, and he respectfully stood guard outside the door like a guardian. In the room, Duan Lingtian first classified all the medicinal herbs, then he picked them up one by one and placed them into the cauldron. Alchemy fire appeared and was pressed into the cauldron. Chi! The flame shot out, and the cauldron became restless. Chapter 120. Spirit Cleansing Pill. The medicinal pill that Duan Lingtian refined now. It was a type of detoxification spirit pill that Samsara Emperor Wu created after researching 100 poisons, and it was divided into 9 grades. Duan Lingtian was only a grade 9 alchemist now, so he could only refine grade 9 spirit cleansing pills. Duan Lingtian opened the door and saw Xiongquan looking at him with an excited expression. Duan Lingtian casually threw 3 spirit cleansing pills to Xiongquan and said indifferently, "Consume one first. The medicinal effect will probably take around a month to completely dissolve. After a month, consume the second pill. After 2 months, consume the third pill. After 3 months, you can recover 1/3 of your peak strength." "Thank you, Master." Xiongquan didn't hesitate and directly stuffed a spirit cleansing pill into his mouth and swallowed it. As for the other 2 pills, he put them away in his spatial ring as if they were treasures. "Remember, I mixed a strong poison into the medicinal pill. If you don't behave, only death awaits," Duan Lingtian added. "Yes, Master." Xiongquan was already mentally prepared. In the following days, Duan Lingtian stayed at the inn. The conditions of the Iron Blood Army's campsite were much worse than the inn. Currently, he had already started to charge towards the 4th level of the core formation stage. Once I step into the 4th level of the core formation stage, my origin energy will undergo a qualitative change and directly increase the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian's eyes abruptly shone. At that time, even if I don't use a spirit weapon and fight barehanded, I'll still possess the strength of 11 ancient mammoths comparable to an 8th level core formation martial artist. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique is worthy of being a cultivation method on the same level as the 3 Lives Rebirth technique that Emperor Wu cultivated. In the future, once I break through to the 9th level of the core formation stage and complete the final tempering of the Raging Python form, I'll possess the strength of 23 ancient mammoths. An ordinary 9th level core formation martial artist would only possess the strength of 12 ancient mammoths if they don't rely on a spirit weapon as an external force. But because my fleshly body far surpasses an ordinary person, I'll possess the strength of 11 ancient mammoths, more than them. Even a 1st level origin core stage martial artist only possesses the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. When I was at the 9th level of the core formation stage, I was able to steadily defeat a first-level Origin core stage martial artist. However, a second-level Origin core stage martial artist possesses the strength of 30 ancient mammoths. Only by stepping into the first level of the Origin core stage would I be able to go against him. Duan Lingtian's agitated emotions quickly calmed down. Cultivate seriously. 9 dragons, war sovereign technique. Raging python transformation. Origin energy ceaselessly circulated within Duan Lingtian's body in hopes of breaking through to the 4th level of the core formation stage as soon as possible. Although Duan Lingtian had now obtained the proof of admission to Paladin Academy and could directly return home, he didn't, as he wanted to know the results of Xiaoyu, Wang Meng, and Lo Cheng's test. 10 days later, Duan Lingtian was the second person to return. Su Li had completed the assessment mission and obtained the admission certificate. Duan Lingtian, I challenge you. Su Li's gaze focused as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Su Li, you've broken through? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Whoosh! Su Li's body lightly trembled as 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed above him. Su Li, are you sure you want to battle me? Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face as he took a step forward. A single step was like a collapsing mountain. Whoosh! Above Duan Lingtian, the energy of heaven and earth roiled, and 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes gradually condensed into form. You! Su Li had a dumbstruck expression as a sense of loss arose within his heart, but he quickly recovered. I understand. Su Li took a deep breath as he looked at Duan Lingtian, and the battle intent in his eyes was as before. Duan Lingtian, I'm inferior to you now, but I'll work hard to catch up to you. I'll see you at Paladin Academy 1 year from now. After saying this, Zhang Xian nodded. Su Li's figure flashed, transforming into a gust of wind that left the Iron Blood Army's campsite. This Su Li is rather interesting. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. In the next few days, Tian Hu and Yu Xiang returned. Duan Lingtian, my county city's Yu clan will absolutely not let you off. Yu Xiang planned to threaten Duan Lingtian before leaving. What, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you on your way back? Duan Lingtian's eyes, slightly narrowed as killing intent, flashed within. Yu Xiang's face went grim. He was really frightened by Duan Lingtian's words. Although he'd obtained the proof of entrance to Paladin Academy, he didn't dare leave for the time being. He went to look for his older brother's good friend, the centurion Feng Chun. He wanted Feng Chun to send him out of Iron Blood City, so as to prevent Duan Lingtian from killing him. Unexpectedly, Yu Xiang, I've been rather busy recently, so I'm afraid I don't have the time to send you back. Feng Chun tactfully refused. What a joke! From the moment Duan Lingtian killed Yu Hong, he'd vowed in his heart that he would absolutely not offend Duan Lingtian, this malefic star. Now he even suspected that the centurion Baifeng had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, with Baifeng's strength, how could he suddenly vanish from the face of the earth? Yu Xiang's face slightly sank. Yu Xiang, how about this? Since you're worried that Duan Lingtian will look for trouble with you, you can temporarily stay at our Iron Blood Army's campsite. After Duan Lingtian leaves, you can take advantage of the night to take a detour and leave. How about it? Feng Chun thought for a moment. After all, he was friends with Yu Xiang, so he gave Yu Xiang a friendly reminder. Yu Xiang's face was as unsightly as it could be. He was a dignified, genius disciple of the County City's Yu clan, and now that he'd obtained the proof of entrance to Paladin Academy, he actually had to leave in such a cowardly manner. But he also knew that he had no other choice. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know that a casual threat of his actually caused Yu Xiang to be in a state of panic, and that Yu Xiang only dared to leave after Duan Lingtian left Iron Blood City. Another few days passed. Duan Lingtian waited for Xiaoyu, who'd completed his mission and returned. Xiaoyu, you broke through? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw Xiaoyu again. How did you know? Xiao Yu was stunned. Looking at your high-spirited appearance, it wasn't hard to guess. Duan Lingtian smiled. Accompany me on a trip. Xiao Yu's eyes flickered as he slowly spoke. What? Duan Lingtian was stunned. I want to challenge Yu Xiang. Xiao Yu's voice had a trace of icy coldness mixed within. Yu Xiang was afraid of Duan Lingtian, but he wasn't afraid of Xiao Yu. Since he was challenged by Xiao Yu, he naturally accepted the challenge. The two of them battled, and in the end, Xiao Yu relied on sleeve dimension to win by a slight margin. Xiao Yu recalled the enmity of the past, and he swung his sleeve to blast Yu Xiang flying, causing Yu Xiang to be heavily injured and unconscious. Have you vented your anger? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Xiao Yu nodded, and his face was filled with a brilliant smile. Before long, the remaining centurions returned one after another along with the arrival of the 1-year period. Most of the centurions returned alone, and only a few centurions brought back the youths from the genius camp. In the end, the centurions that traveled with Meng Quan and Lo Cheng returned as well. However, Meng Quan and Lo Cheng were nowhere to be seen. Duan Lingtian and Lo Cheng's heart sank. In the end, they obtained the answer. Meng Quan and Lo Cheng were dead. At this time, all the centurions had returned. The people that passed the test, including Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu, were only 7 people. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu. Just when Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu had just found out about this news, the vice commander, Qiao Qingshan, appeared in front of the two of them. In his hands were 2 letters, Meng Quan and Lo Cheng's wills. Meng Quan and Lo Cheng each left behind 2 wills when they were alive. Meng Quan's wills, one of them was signed by Xiao Yu. Lo Cheng's wills were signed by Duan Lingtian. Qiao Qingshan handed the 2 wills to Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu. My condolences. Qiao Qingshan sighed and turned around to leave. He had seen too many parting of life and death and knew how Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu felt at this moment. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and opened Lo Cheng's wills. Lo Cheng's handwriting was graceful, as if it was written by a little girl. Duan Lingtian, when you received this letter, I probably didn't pass the final test. Alas, I still failed. However, I don't regret it because I tried my best. Being able to get to know you, Meng Quan, and Xiao Yu was the happiest thing in my life. It was all of you that allowed me to know how to be a man. Thank you all. Send my regards to Meng Quan and Xiao Yu, if they're still alive when you see this letter. Also, there's something I can't let go of. This matter is also the driving force that urged me to come to the genius camp. If possible, I hope you can help me. Lo Cheng's last words. Voila! Duan Lingtian's hand trembled, and the letter in his hand was twisted into a ball. Although he had only known Lo Cheng for 3 months, he had already taken Lo Cheng as a friend in his heart. Now, this friend of his was eternally separated from him. Lo Cheng, don't worry. I'll surely help you. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and silently said in his heart, Meng Quan. The nearby Xiao Yu had finished reading Meng Quan's last words as well, and a trace of sorrow appeared on his cold face. Meng Quan! Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but recall. When he was still in Aurora City, Meng Quan was in such high spirits. Meng Quan, have a safe journey. Duan Lingtian, I plan to leave today and return to help Meng Quan complete his unfulfilled wish. Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian and took a deep breath as he spoke bluntly. I want to make a trip to Lo Cheng's family as well. Duan Lingtian nodded. The two of them went to look for the vice commander, Qiao Qingshan, and brought along the other last words of Lo Cheng and Meng Quan before leaving Iron Blood City. Xiong Quan silently followed behind and protected his master, Duan Lingtian. A month had passed, and he had digested the medicinal strength of the first clear spirit pill. His origin energy had already returned, and his cultivation had recovered to the origin core stage. Lo Cheng's family was located in Palona City. Polonia City was between Iron Blood City and Aurora City, so it was on the way. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 turned halfway and entered the nearby Polonia City. The Luo family was only a small family in Polonia City. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 arrived outside the Luo family estate and bribed a Luo family disciple to smoothly enter the Luo family estate and see Lo Cheng's sister, Luo Shi. When he saw Luo Shi for the first time, Duan Lingtian had a breathtaking feeling. Luo Shi was around the same age as him, graceful, delicate, and moving in terms of appearance. Luo Shi was only slightly inferior to Ke, Li Fei, and Xiaolon. She even slightly surpassed Li Shishir. You all, Luo Shi had just opened her mouth when she was interrupted by Xiong Quan's fierce shout. Chapter 121. Xiong Quan's shout caused the people hiding outside the courtyard to have nowhere to hide. They simply walked out openly. Xiao Yu frowned. Duan Lingtian had a calm expression, as if he wasn't surprised in the slightest. Luo Qian, you two monitor me. Seeing the two of them, she was so angry that her face went slightly pale. Luo Shi, this is the patriarch's order. The 2 Luo family youths had calm expressions. Luo Shi took a deep breath and ignored the 2 of them, then looked towards Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu. You 2 are my brother's friends? But my brother went to Iron Blood City and hasn't returned yet. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu looked at each other, and a bitter smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. They really couldn't bear to tell Luo Shi about Lo Cheng's bad news, but they also understood that Luo Shi would find out sooner or later. Luo Shi, this is the letter your brother left for you. Duan Lingtian took out Lo Cheng's letter and passed it to Luo Shi. Luo Shi's face went pale as she realized something. She received the letter with trembling hands and opened it to read, unknowingly. Her tears had already fallen like rain. Brother, I already told you that the Genius Camp's training is very dangerous. Why didn't you listen? How am I going to live without you? Lo Cheng is dead. The 2 Luo family youths squinted their eyes. My condolences. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu comforted her. Your big brother Lingtian? Luo Shi's delicate body slightly trembled and twitched a few more times before she spoke. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. My brother asked me to listen to you in the future. Luo Shi spoke while crying. I came this time to take you away from the Luo family, as this is also your brother's wish. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Humph, Lo Cheng is dead, and according to the agreement between him and our Luo family, he can obtain the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. Luo Qian will have to listen to our Luo family's arrangements and marry the Qian family's young master, forming a marriage alliance with the Qian family. None of you can take her away. 2 young men from the Luo family took a step forward and stared at the Duan Lingtian trio like a tiger watching its prey. If I want to take someone away, no one can stop me. Duan Lingtian sneered with a domineering expression. Whoosh! Xiao Yu was even more direct. He took a step forward and his body trembled, whirled in the sleeve. With a wave of his sleeves, his origin energy surged and sent the 2 Luo clan youths flying. Scram! Along the way, Xiao Yu also learned from Duan Lingtian what Lo Cheng's unfulfilled wish was. Lo Cheng did not want his sister to become a tool for the Luo family's marriage. This was also the reason why he went to the Genius Camp. Everything he did was for the sake of this sister of his. The will he gave Duan Lingtian was to ask Duan Lingtian to help him rescue his sister, take her away from the Luo family, and give her a stable life. 4th level of the core formation stage. The 2 young men from the Luo family noticed the 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Xiao Yu, and their faces went pale. They glanced at each other before leaving in a sorry state. Pack up and leave with us. Duan Lingtian smiled to Luo Qian. Luo Qian nodded. Her tears couldn't be stopped, but when she thought of the contents of the will Lo Cheng left for her, she wiped away her tears and had a strong expression. She had to be strong and not disappoint her brother. "I'll help you." Xiao Yu followed Luo Qian into the room. With Xiao Yu's help, Luo Qian's things were packed up in a short while. Duan Lingtian took the lead, and Xiong Quan followed closely behind. Xiao Yu and Luo Qian followed behind. The four of them walked out of the Luo family estate. When they arrived at the entrance of the Luo family estate, three figures stood there like door gods, a middle-aged man and two old men. Patriarch. Luo Qian's face went pale when she saw the middle-aged man. "Luo Qian, I'll give you a chance. You stay and I'll let them leave. Otherwise, they'll die for sure." The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a trace of a cold light. Luo Qian's face went pale. She struggled for a while before looking at Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu. "Thank you for taking care of my brother. You can leave." After the patriarch and the two elders appeared, she realized that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to take her away. As far as she was concerned, Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu were her brother's friends, and she couldn't implicate them. She had the will to die in her heart. Once Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu successfully left, she would choose to end her own life. Now that her brother was gone, she had nothing to worry about. "Brother, I'll be able to accompany you soon. If you want me to marry that good-for-nothing young master of the Qian family, I'd rather die." A trace of sorrow flashed within Luo Qian's heart. Xiao Yu's face sank, and his cold and indifferent gaze descended onto the Luo family's patriarch. "I'm the grandson of the Aurora City's Xiao family's supreme elder. If you're sensible, then hurry up and F***K off." "Aurora City's Xiao family?" The Luo family's patriarch laughed. "It's not the Aurora City's families turn to meddle in our Luo family's affairs. Two elders, see the guests out." "Yes." Instantly, the two old men standing behind the Luo family's patriarch attacked, flashing straight towards Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiong Quan. Above the two old men, 20 ancient mammoth silhouettes each appeared, two first-level origin core stage martial artists. Xiao Yu's face went ghastly pale. "Xiong Quan." Duan Lingtian finally spoke with an incomparably cold and indifferent voice. "Humph. Two first-level origin core stage martial artists dare be presumptuous before my master. F***K off." Xiong Quan snorted coldly, then took a stride forward and slapped the two old men flying with a single slap, causing them to crash onto the ground and lose consciousness. Above Xiong Quan, 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed before vanishing. Third-level origin core stage. The Luo family's patriarch's face went grim, and his gaze was filled with coldness as he took a stride forward. Above him, 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well. Pig-headed. Duan Lingtian's face went cold. "Xiong Quan, cripple him." "Yes, master." Xiong Quan moved, taking a stride forward, and his entire body seemed to have instantly moved from one end to the other, heaven and earth. Whoosh! An azure sword light flashed past, accompanied by a shrill cry. The Luo family's patriarch knelt on the ground. Then his entire body crashed onto the ground, losing all support. Fresh blood sprayed out from his 4 limbs. The tendons in his arms and legs were completely severed. The Luo family's patriarch lay on the ground, looking up at the 49 ancient mammoth silhouettes that flashed before vanishing above Xiong Quan, and his voice was trembling. Grade 7 spirit weapon. In the end, the Luo family's patriarch lost too much blood and fainted. Patriarch. The 2 Luo family youths that went to inform the Luo family stood in the distance, and when they saw the scene, they were terrified to the point their legs trembled and their faces went ghastly pale. Duan Lingtian's gaze coldly swept past the two of them. "I said earlier, no one can stop the people I want to take away. Let's go." Only when Duan Lingtian's group left the Luo family estate did the 2 Luo family youths react. The violet-clothed youths' domineering words reverberated by their ears. No one can stop the people I want to take away." When they heard these words for the first time, they thought that the violet-clothed youth was arrogant and conceited. Now it would seem that the violet-clothed youth was really confident. Outside the Luo family estate, Duan Lingtian leaped onto his horse. Xiao Yu instead pulled Luo Qian onto his horse, then embraced her and spurred the horse forward. When he saw this scene, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth flashed with a trace of a smile. He'd long since noticed the unusual light that flickered within Xiao Yu's eyes. "Looks like Xiao Yu has taken a fancy to Luo Qian. This is good as well. At least Luo Qian will have someone to rely on in the future. Lo Cheng should be at ease in the afterlife if he knows about this." On the way, Xiao Yu's gaze never left Xiong Quan from the beginning. He wasn't sure of Xiong Quan's origins. Since the moment they left Iron Blood City, this middle-aged man that wore a mask that covered half his face had always been following Duan Lingtian, and even addressed Duan Lingtian as master. At the moment Xiong Quan noticed the two Luo family youths, he realized that Xiong Quan wasn't simple. When Xiong Quan revealed his strength at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage, and even took out a grade 7 spirit weapon sword, he was completely dumbstruck. This Xiong Quan actually has a spatial ring, as for a grade 7 spirit weapon. Even his grandfather, the Shao clan's supreme elder, an existence at the nascent soul stage, didn't have one. Duan Lingtian. Xiao Yu spurred his horse to approach Duan Lingtian as he asked in a low voice, "He's my servant." Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he spoke, indifferently. "Servant?" The corners of Xiao Yu's mouth twitched. Even Luo Qian, whose tears hadn't dried yet, seemed to have forgotten her sorrow for a moment, and was indescribably astonished. This person whose strength was even stronger than the Luo family's patriarch was actually Duan Lingtian's servant? Who the heck is this friend of Big Brother? Her heart slightly trembled. Duan Lingtian could be considered to be satisfied with Xiong Quan's recovered strength. According to the current situation, Xiong Quan ought to be able to recover his strength to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage, or above, when the 2nd spirit cleansing pill's medicinal effect took effect a month later. 2 months later, when the 3rd spirit cleansing pill's medicinal effect took effect, Xiong Quan's strength would be sufficient to recover to the nascent soul stage. To Duan Lingtian, the current Xiong Quan was like a sharp blade in his hand. Anyone who dared obstruct his footsteps was bound to die under this sharp blade. Xiao Yu's gaze was complicated. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion in his heart. Why was there such a huge gap between them? It was fine if Duan Lingtian's natural talent and strength surpassed his, but now even the servant he'd taken in was in existence at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage, causing him to feel a wave of unfairness in his heart. Before long, he felt at ease. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was a monster and couldn't be looked at with the gaze of a normal person. Half a month later, Aurora City finally appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. "We're home." Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. "Mother, I've returned. Kerr, I've returned. Little Fei, I've returned." Xiao Yu's eyes flickered with an excited sheen. "Xiao Yu, you'll take care of Lil Qian in the future. How about it?" Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Yu and asked, "No problem." Xiao Yu nodded. Duan Lingtian then looked at Luo Qian and lightly smiled. "Lil Qian, Xiao Yu is a person worthy of relying on. I believe he'll take good care of you and allow you to be worry-free for your entire life." After half a month of time, Luo Qian had recovered a lot. Now, when she heard Duan Lingtian's words that had a meaning behind them, her beautiful face blushed slightly, and she was speechless as she lightly nodded. "Yes, Big Brother Lingtian." "Xiao Yu." Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Yu with a serious expression. "From the moment Lo Cheng entrusted me to take care of Luo Qian, I've taken her to be my own little sister. Now that I'm handing her over to you, if you let her suffer any grievance, I'll absolutely not let you off. Don't worry. Xiao Yu nodded with a serious expression, and a trace of gratitude flashed within his eyes. Chapter 122. After parting ways with Xiao Yu and Luo Shi, Duan Lingtian threw some silver to Xiong Quan and sent him to stay at an inn. He returned to the Li clan estate alone. Duan Lingtian? On the way, many Li clan disciples looked at Duan Lingtian as if they'd seen a ghost. Duan Lingtian has returned? Oh my God, he actually returned from the Devil's Genius camp. For a time, the entire Li clan was in an uproar. The matter of Duan Lingtian going to the Iron Blood Army's Genius camp had long since spread throughout the Li clan. So many people knew. But they never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be able to return alive. What did returning alive represent? Everyone understood. It represented that Duan Lingtian had obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. Paladin Academy, the most sacred existence in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, was so far out of reach to every single Li clan disciple. Now, someone from their Li clan had actually obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. This was undoubtedly a piece of exciting news. In the quiet courtyard, a graceful and beautiful young girl was practicing her sword. As the tip of her sword flashed, traces of icy cold aura were emitted. Suddenly, the young girl withdrew her sword and stood there. She glanced at the two little pythons on her wrist and sighed. Young master has already left for a year and a month. Why hasn't he returned? Little black, little white, do you miss him? Of course they don't miss my cur. Right at this moment, a familiar voice entered the young girl's ears, causing her delicate body to involuntarily tremble as she slowly turned around. My cur has grown up. Duan Lingtian looked at the graceful young girl before him. The young girl had grown a little taller, and the childishness on her beautiful face had faded a little. A girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Nothing could surpass this. Young master. The young girl's eyes were slightly red. At this moment, she'd forgotten all the unnecessary formalities and swiftly moved with graceful steps, charging towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian opened his arms and hugged the girl. Smelling the fresh fragrance of the girl's hair, he said softly, "Cur, I'm back." The girl nodded, unwilling to leave Duan Lingtian's embrace for a long time. How she wished this moment could last forever. Creak! At this moment, the door of a nearby room opened. Tiana is back? A radiant and beautiful woman slowly walked out with a trace of excitement in her eyes. "Mother, I'm back!" Duan Lingtian looked at the woman, a gentle light flowing out of his eyes. The young girl was so shy that she left Duan Lingtian's embrace. "Ma, madam." "Silly girl, don't be shy." Li Ro shook her head and smiled. "That's right, Cur. You're my fiancé. What's there to be shy about?" Duan Lingtian added. A year had passed, but his mother, Li Ro, hadn't changed much. She was still as beautiful and moving as before. She didn't look like the mother of a 17-year-old boy at all. "Scoundrel!" Suddenly, an excited voice came from outside the courtyard. Duan Lingtian turned around and saw a hot figure running in. She ran straight into his embrace and pounded his chest. "You rascal! You didn't even come to see me when you came back. If I didn't hear about it from others, I wouldn't have known that you were back. Little Fei After not seeing each other for a year, Li Fei had become more mature. She was constantly emitting her charm, causing Duan Lingtian's little brother that had been silent for more than a year to have a reaction. Li Fei also felt it. Her face was red, and only then did she realize that Cur and Li Ro were beside her. She hurriedly left Duan Lingtian's embrace. "Aunt Ro, little sister Cur." Li Fei greeted Li Ro and Cur. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. "Tian you've been on the road all day. Are you hungry? Mother will go prepare some food for you." Li Ro went into the kitchen and busied herself. Cur also followed in. At this time, Li Fei looked towards Duan Lingtian. Are you going to see grandfather, right? Duan Lingtian interrupted Li Fei's words, as if he could see through Li Fei's thoughts. Li Fei lightly nodded her head. Of course I want to see him. After not coming back for more than a year, I also miss grandfather. Furthermore, you are already mine. I naturally want to be filial to grandfather with you. Duan Lingtian held Li Fei's hand and squeezed her palm. Seeing Li Da again, Duan Lingtian did not know if it was his misperception or what, but when Li Da saw him, he actually let out a sigh of relief, as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. Could it be that he was worried that something would happen to him in the genius camp? Duan Lingtian did not think too much about it. Grandfather, Duan Lingtian smiled to the old man. It's good that you're back. What do you plan to do in the future? Li Da asked. At this time, Duan Lingtian noticed that Li Da's eyes had an extra trace of anticipation. Grandfather, I plan to leave in a few days. This time, I plan to bring my mother, Kerr, and little Fei to the imperial city. Grandfather, you come with us. Duan Lingtian spoke of his plans. Just as the Iron Blood Army's commander, Tinyan Hai, had said if he dragged his family and rode a carriage to the imperial city and stopped to rest on the way, it would take almost a year's time. So, he didn't plan to stay long this time. I won't go. I'll stay in the Li family for the rest of my life. The old man shook his head. Grandfather, if you don't go, then I won't go either. Li Fei pouted her lips and acted like a spoiled child. Fei, you've grown up and aren't the little girl of the past. Grandfather believes that Ling Tian will treat you well. Even if you leave, can't you come back and visit grandfather when you have time? Don't worry. Grandfather isn't old enough to need someone to serve him. The old man's face was filled with doting love. Grandfather. Li Fei's eyes were slightly red. Duan Lingtian's gaze was always on the old man's face. He kept feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Grandfather, let's eat dinner together tonight. Glancing at the darkening sky, Duan Lingtian said to the old man, Okay, I'll come to your house for a meal today. The old man laughed. I can ask you about the training in the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. I'm very curious about the training in the Genius Camp as well. Tonight's dinner was especially lively. Besides the old man who was interested in the Genius Camp, Kerr, Li Fei, and Li Ro were all very interested as well. Duan Lingtian then told them about his experiences in the Genius Camp. Apart from some of the more dangerous things, he told them everything else. When he talked about the deaths of Mengquan and Lo Cheng, Duan Lingtian let out a long sigh. In life, everyone will eventually die. In life, there is no lack of separation between life and death. It's good to be more open-minded. Moreover, you've already helped Lo Cheng complete his wish. Even if he knows in the underworld, he should be able to rest in peace. The old man had experienced many things and had the most right to speak. Grandfather, don't worry. I'm still open-minded about this. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. 98 people passed the Genius Camp exam, but only 7 people survived. The Devil Genius Camp really lives up to its name. Li Fei sighed. Mother, you and Kerr should pack up for the next 2 days. I've decided to leave for the Imperial City in 3 days. After finishing dinner and sending off the old man and Li Fei, Duan Lingtian said to Li Ro. Li Ro nodded her head. She was already prepared, so she wasn't surprised. Then Duan Lingtian started to tease the 2 little pythons. Little black, little white. I haven't seen you for more than a year. Has your strength increased? Don't tell me you're still in the same place. As if they understood Duan Lingtian's words, the 2 little pythons proudly raised their heads and nodded their heads at Duan Lingtian. At this time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the horns on Little Black and Little White's heads were almost completely revealed. It seems that you've also improved a lot. Duan Lingtian could guess from the changes in the 2 little pythons' appearance that their strength had increased. The increase in a vicious beast's strength was usually accompanied by a change in appearance. This was the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu. The next morning, as soon as he finished eating, an unexpected guest arrived at Duan Lingtian's house. Patriarch Liao. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. Liao had a brilliant smile on his face. Thank you, Patriarch. Duan Lingtian replied with a light smile. This is a small token of appreciation from our Li clan. I hope that when you enter Paladin Academy in the future, you won't forget that you're a member of the Li clan. As Liao spoke, he passed a large stack of silver bills to Duan Lingtian. Patriarch, I'm not a person who forgets his roots. Actually, you don't have to be so courteous. Although Duan Lingtian said this, he still extended his hand to receive the silver bills. After weighing them in his hand, he realized that these silver bills were at least 2 million silver. He naturally understood Liao's thoughts. Liao wanted to rope him in early and make him submit wholeheartedly. In this way, if he became famous in the future, the Li clan would be able to rise to the top with him. This money is only of some help to you now. In the future, it will only be a drop in the ocean. Liao sighed. So long as it was someone who graduated from Paladin Academy, there was no mediocre person. Every single one of them was a great figure. At the very least, they would have an official position. At that time, in terms of status, it would be far from what he, the patriarch of the Li clan, could compare to. No matter what, I still have to thank Patriarch for your timely help. Duan Lingtian smiled. When do you plan to head to the Imperial City? Liao asked. I plan to leave the day after tomorrow. Duan Lingtian said. So anxious. Liao was surprised. If it was me alone, I'd arrive in a few months. But this time I want to bring my mother along and prepare to use a carriage instead of walking. Duan Lingtian said. Since it's like this, leave the matter of the carriage to me. Liao said. Then, thank you, Patriarch. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile as he sincerely thanked Liao. After sending Liao off, Duan Lingtian left the Li family estate and went to the medicine store to see Tang Ying. Kid, you finally returned alive. Tang Ying scolded with a smile. I think you're hoping that I won't return, right? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Tang Ying. When do you plan to leave? Tang Ying asked the same question as Liao. I came to tell you about this matter. I plan to leave the day after tomorrow. Duan Lingtian smiled. If you leave, you'll definitely take that girl with you. What about the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid? Tang Ying stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. How about you sell the formula to me? Not selling. Duan Lingtian replied very bluntly. Chapter 123. However, Duan Lingtian's next words caused Tang Ying's eyes to light up. I can't sell the medicinal formula to you, but I can pass it down to you. However, you have to guarantee that I'll get the same share of profits as before. Also, you can't spread it out. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Tang Ying. Aren't you afraid that I'll take the medicinal formula and kill you? After Tang Ying was pleasantly surprised, he joked, Can you bear to do that? I have even better things in my hands, and maybe we'll have a chance to work together in the future. You're a smart person, so you should know that killing the goose that lays the golden eggs is a stupid action. Duan Lingtian laughed. You're a little fox. Tang Ying said angrily. Duan Lingtian took out the medicinal formula he prepared and had Tang Ying memorize it. Then he ignited a strand of alchemy fire and burned it to ashes. Yub, when did you become an alchemist? Seeing the alchemy fire in Duan Lingtian's hand, Tang Ying was stunned. He didn't know that Duan Lingtian was an alchemist. Duan Lingtian took out the Grade 9 Alchemist badge issued by the Alchemist Guild and waved it in front of Tang Ying. Under Tang Ying's stunned gaze, he swaggered out of the medicine store. How many more secrets does this kid have? Tang Ying suddenly felt that he really couldn't see through this youth anymore. After leaving the medicine store, Duan Lingtian returned to the Li family estate. As soon as he arrived at the door, he heard a wave of hurried voices coming from inside. Although he didn't hear clearly what was said, he still recognized the owner of the voice. Little fatty Li Xian, why is this kid here? Could it be that he was recommended to the main family by the branch family? Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile as he walked in. However, the slightly oppressive atmosphere in the courtyard caused him to feel slightly heavy. Boss! Seeing Duan Lingtian return, little fatty was excited. Li Xian, what happened? Duan Lingtian noticed that his mother Li Ro's expression wasn't too good, and faintly realized that something might have happened. Boss, the Grand Elder is dead. The little fatty's chubby face was trembling, and his words were filled with excitement. The Grand Elder the little fatty spoke of was naturally the Grand Elder of the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town, Lihua. What? Duan Lingtian's expression changed greatly. He grabbed the little fatty's shoulders with both hands. What's going on? How did the Great Elder die? He was very clear about the Great Elder's situation. After he cured the Great Elder's hidden illness, with the Great Elder's cultivation, he would be able to live for several more decades. There was only one possibility. The Grand Elder was killed by someone. Boss, it was someone from the Fong family. An old guy from the Fong family who had been away for many years came back. He forced the head elder to hand over the formula for the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. The head elder would rather die than submit, so he was killed by him. The little fatty was extremely agitated. Fong family, it's the Fong family again. What's that old man's cultivation? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. It seems to be a 2nd-level origin core stage martial artist. He attacked out of rage, and 30 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. The little fatty's expression sank slightly. If it wasn't for him having misgivings about our Li family being a branch family of the Aurora City's Li family, I'm afraid our Fresh Breeze Town's Li family would have already ceased to exist. I came here this time to see if the Li clan is willing to help take revenge for the Grand Elder. If the Li clan isn't willing, then I'll go look for my grandfather. There's no need for the Li clan to make a move. I'll go with you. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold, and the air seemed to become slightly colder. But, boss, that's an origin core stage martial artist. The little fatty was slightly hesitant. So what if he's at the origin core stage? Duan Lingtian grunted coldly. Presently, Xiong Quan had already digested the medicinal strength of the 2nd spirit cleansing pill, and his cultivation had recovered to the 9th level of the origin core stage. Not to mention that the old guy from the Fong family was only a 2nd-level origin core stage martial artist. Even if he was at the 9th level of the origin core stage, he would still die without a doubt. Xiong Quan was once a void stage martial artist. Even if his current cultivation was far inferior to before, but in terms of experience, how could an ordinary 9th level origin core stage martial artist compare to him? Not to mention this, Xiong Quan relied on the grade 7 spirit weapon in his possession. In the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, there was absolutely no one below the nascent soul stage that was a match for him. Mom, I'm going back to Fresh Breeze Town. I'll be back tomorrow and won't delay the journey. Tell Kerr. Duan Lingtian spoke to Li Ro before grabbing onto the little fatty's shoulder and bringing him along as he flashed out of the Li family estate. The little fatty only felt the cold howl of the wind ceaselessly enter his ears, causing his chubby face to go pale from fright. When he raised his head and saw the scene above Duan Lingtian, he was completely dumbstruck. 9. The strength of 9 ancient mammoths. When did Boss become so strong? The little fatty fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. When the little fatty noticed that Duan Lingtian had stopped, only then did he notice that an had appeared before his eyes. Boss, why did you bring me here? The little fatty had a puzzled expression. Wait for me here. Duan Lingtian informed the little fatty before entering the inn to look for Xiong Quan. "Come with me." "Yes, master." Xiong Quan didn't ask anything and respectfully followed behind Duan Lingtian. He could clearly feel that his master's voice was very oppressive and was obviously suppressing a breathtaking rage. "I wonder which unlucky fellow actually dares to provoke my master." After Duan Lingtian left the inn with Xiong Quan, he called the little fatty over and bought 3 horses before directly setting off for Fresh Breeze Town. "Boss, who's he? Is he the helper you found?" Although the little fatty was shocked by Duan Lingtian's current strength, it was very obvious that the current Duan Lingtian was absolutely not a match for that old fellow from the Fong family. Now that he saw Xiong Quan, his heart calmed down. "I'm his master," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "Master?" The little fatty urged his horse forward while sizing up Xiong Quan, his small eyes revealing suspicion. In his opinion, a servant that could be subdued by Duan Lingtian definitely wouldn't be stronger than Duan Lingtian. "Boss, why don't I go find my grandfather?" The little fatty said, "If you keep nagging, do you believe that I won't kick you off your horse?" As Duan Lingtian spoke, he urged his horse closer to the little fatty. "Boss, don't." The little fatty was so scared that his chubby face turned white. He hurriedly waved the horsewhip in his hand. "Go!" The 3 of them rode into Fresh Breeze Town. Fresh Breeze Town was still the same as before. It was bustling with activity, with endless streams of carriages and horses. However, the Li family's mansion seemed a little quiet. Mourning was everywhere. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and led the little fatty and Meng Quan into the Li family's mansion. The members of the Li family were currently gathered in the morning hall. Duan Lingtian walked in. With a glance, he saw the Li family's patriarch Li Nanfeng and the Li family's elders taking turns to offer incense and respectfully bow. The great elder's married daughter had also returned. She brought her child and knelt at the side, crying, "Duan Lingtian." Soon, Li Nanfeng and the Li family's elders all noticed Duan Lingtian. They should have been happy, but they couldn't. The great elder was dead. The Li family's biggest pillar of support had fallen. What would the Li family do in the future? Patriarch elders. Duan Lingtian nodded to Li Nanfeng and the others. He took a few steps forward, took 3 incense sticks and bowed 3 times to the great elder Li Hua's memorial tablet. "Great elder, you were willing to live in Fresh Breeze Town for the sake of the Li family. Thank you for your hard work." Duan Lingtian looked at Li Hua's memorial tablet with a slightly emotional expression. Although he hadn't known Li Hua for long, Li Hua had constantly helped him and tolerated his youthful frivolity. He remembered all of this deeply in his heart. He had always respected Li Hua. "Great elder, don't worry. I will avenge you. After today, the Fong family of Fresh Breeze Town will cease to exist." Duan Lingtian respectfully inserted the 3 incense sticks into the incense burner. Duan Lingtian's last sentence caused Li Nanfeng and the Li family elders to be moved. Based on their understanding of Duan Lingtian wasn't the type of person who liked to boast. But what did he have? "Xiong Quan, follow me." Duan Lingtian's figure trembled, and 9 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above his head. Spirit serpent movement technique. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared before the eyes of everyone in the morning hall. Xiong Quan followed closely behind, and 9 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above his head as well, following him like shadows. The strength of 9 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian. Li Nanfeng was stunned. Even he, with his cultivation at the 6th level of the core formation stage, could only exert the strength of 8 ancient mammoths at full strength. The Li family elders were stunned as well. The current Duan Lingtian had already completely exceeded their imaginations. Patriarch, even if Duan Lingtian's current strength is close to the 7th level of the core formation stage, it's still impossible for him to be a match for that old freak from the Fong family. One of the Li family elders couldn't help but speak. Don't worry, didn't you see that he brought another person with him? Li Nanfeng obviously believed in Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian had never done anything he wasn't confident in, no matter if it was the battle with 7th Elder Li Kuen's son, Li Jie, or the battle with the Fong family's manager, Fong Chong. Both times, he exceeded everyone's expectations. Patriarch, it's different this time. Little fatty, Li Xian, had an anxious expression. Patriarch, I'm guessing that the cultivation of the person by boss's side is about the same as his, and probably isn't a match for that old fellow from the Fong family. Why? Li Nanfeng stared blankly. 5th Elder Li Ting looked at his son as well. What the hell is going on? Speak quickly. That person addresses boss as master, and is boss's servant. Do you think he... Li Xian had a bitter smile on his face. He hadn't even finished speaking when the expressions of the Li family's higher-ups, including Li Nanfeng and Li Ting, all changed. Let's go. Li Nanfeng took the lead and flashed out of the morning hall. The Li family's higher-ups followed one after another. Duan Lingtian, that little fellow, is too impulsive. Li Ting's face sank. I thought that the helper he brought back would be able to suppress that old fellow from the Fong family, but I didn't expect that it was only his servant. Li Nanfeng's voice was filled with anxiety. Quick! If we're too late, Duan Lingtian will most likely die. Today, our Li family will have a bloody battle with the Fong family. We'll fight to our heart's content and avenge Grand Elder. Even if we die, we'll have no regrets. Grand Elder has devoted his entire life to the family. Now, it's time for us to do something for Grand Elder. Chapter 124. In the Fong family mansion. Unlike the Li family, the Fong family was decorated with lanterns and streamers. It was as lively as the New Year. In the Fong family hall, a thin old man in his 70s sat at the head of the table and enjoyed the respectful gazes of the Fong family's higher-ups. Second grandfather, you've helped our Fong family take revenge this time. Ever since the Grand Elder went missing, the Li and Chen families have been oppressing our Fong family. More than half of our Fong family's market has been taken over by them. Now that you've returned, we've taken back everything. The patriarch of the Fong family, Fong Yi, looked at the old man at the head of the table with a face full of smiles. Now that Li Hua is dead, the Li family has no one to rely on. Once we reorganize the businesses we took back, we can annex the Li family's market as well. A Fong family elder said with a smile, That's right. Even if we do that, the Chen family won't dare to make a single fart. Chen family? Hee. That Chen family originally wanted to help the Li family, but after seeing the second master's strength, didn't they become terrified? They watched as Li Hua was killed by the second master and didn't even dare to make a single fart. That's right, I still remember the appearance of the Chen family's grand elder, Qin Kuan, at that time. He wanted to make a move, but didn't dare to. I'm dying of laughter. All the Fong family elders flattered the old man sitting at the head of the table. The old man's gaze turned cold as he slowly said, If that Qin Kuan really dared to make a move, I would have killed him as well. However, our Fong family suffered a great loss because we didn't get the formula for the miraculous medicinal liquid. Did you find out where that Li Hu got the formula? The old man looked at Fong Yi and asked. No. Fong Yi shook his head. However, we can be sure of one thing. He only got the prescription 2 years ago. Even a useless member of the Li family who doesn't share the same surname rose to the sky because of that medicinal liquid. Our Fong family was completely wiped out. It's a pity that that little bastard went to the Li family. Otherwise, I would definitely make him wish he was dead. A cold glint flashed in Fong Yi's eyes. I heard about it too. That little bastard really deserves to die. The old man's eyes turned cold. Patriarch! At this moment, a flustered figure rushed into the Fong family hall. This was a young man from the Fong family. His face was pale, and his entire body was trembling. He was terrified to the extreme. "Who let you barge in?" Fang Yi's face darkened. What happened? The old man sat at the head of the table, his gaze falling on the young disciple. "Second master, clan head, 2 people have broken into our Fang family's residence. They're currently charging towards the main hall. Many of our Fang family's members have died." The young disciple's voice was trembling. "What?" The expressions of the Fang family's higher-ups in the main hall all went pale. "Let's go. I want to see who dares to be presumptuous in my Fang family's residence." The old man flew out. The upper echelons of the Fang family, under the patriarch Fang Yi, followed closely behind. As soon as Duan Lingtian brought Xiong Quan into the Fang family's residence, he drew out his violet myrtle flexible sword and started a massacre. As long as it was a member of the Fang family, he would kill them on sight. Xiong Quan followed behind Duan Lingtian. Every time the 3-foot-long blade in his hand flashed, a life would wither away. Whoosh! The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shook, and another member of the Fang family died under his sword. His face and clothes were already soaked with blood. Wherever he went, blood would flow like a river. Killing a person every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Now, these words couldn't be more suitable to be used on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't know how many people he had killed. His gaze was incomparably cold. As far as he was concerned, no matter how many members of the Fang family died, they couldn't compare to Grand Elder Li Hua. Now, he was wantonly slaughtering for the sake of comforting Grand Elder's soul in heaven. Whoosh! 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 The violet sword light and azure sword light were like the scythe of the god of death. Every time they struck, a member of the Fang family would fall. Waves of terrified cries sounded out from all around. Finally, no more members of the Fang family dared to approach, and they all stood in the distance with terrified expressions. "It's Duan Lingtian." Someone recognized Duan Lingtian. "It's really him. Oh my God, there are actually 9 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him. Doesn't that mean his strength is even stronger than the patriarch's?" "Impossible. He's only 17 this year." One by one, the members of the Fang family were terrified. "Duan Lingtian, it's you." An enraged, explosive shout sounded out from afar. Duan Lingtian's forward footsteps slowly came to a stop, and his cold eyes returned to normal as well. The main character had finally appeared. Xiong Quan sheathed his sword and stood ramrod straight behind Duan Lingtian, as if he was a guardian god. Duan Lingtian glanced over. An old man with a thin figure and eyes that flickered with a bright light took the lead and walked over to confront him. The patriarch of the Fang family, Fang Yi, and the group of Fang family elders followed closely behind. Presently, the expressions of all the members of the Fang family were extremely gloomy. The one who shouted out explosively was precisely Fang Yi. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm when faced with the old man's cold question. "Yes, I'm Duan Lingtian. Looks like you ought to be that old bastard from the Fang family. Then do you know that you're courting death?" Killing intent shot out from the old man's eyes. "Courting death?" Duan Lingtian laughed. "Old fellow, you're so confident. Presumptuous. Duan Lingtian, you actually dare be rude to my second grandfather. I'll kill you." Fang Yi's face sank as he shouted out explosively, transforming into a gust of wind that flashed towards Duan Lingtian. "Then let's see if you have the ability." The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer as he looked at the 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him as Fang Yi flew over. In terms of strength, even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, this Fang Yi was still inferior to him by the strength of an ancient mammoth. In terms of martial skill, this Fang Yi couldn't catch up to him. Die! Fang Yi arrived before Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye, and with an explosive shout his palm smashed down as if it had transformed into a cattail leaf fan. Duan Lingtian moved. The strength of 9 ancient mammoths exploded out, spirit serpent movement technique. In an instant, Duan Lingtian circled behind Fang Yi. Xiao! A violet sword light flashed past, and Fang Yi's head directly flew off. His body that was charging forward was fiercely flung away, and a pillar of blood spurted out. Emitting traces of hot air, Fang Yi was completely unable to keep up with Duan Lingtian's speed. Their strengths were simply not on the same level. The Fang family's higher-ups, including the gaunt old man, were all dumbstruck. Patriarch! The distant Fang family disciples were all terrified. This Duan Lingtian was simply monstrous, killing their Fang family's patriarch with only a single sword strike. Too terrifying. Patriarch! The Fang family elders reacted and cried out sorrowfully. Their gazes towards Duan Lingtian were filled with fear and disbelief. It was extremely difficult for them to imagine how it was possible for Duan Lingtian to possess such terrifying strength since Duan Lingtian left Fresh Breeze Town less than 2 years ago. The strength of 9 ancient mammoths. Not a single one of them was able to compare to it. The gaunt old man's face was livid, and he burst into rage. His cold and indifferent gaze seemed to be able to freeze Duan Lingtian. Little bastard, I'll use your blood as an offering to Er's soul in heaven. Old man, do all of you Fang family members like to boast? Duan Lingtian laughed, and a wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the Leaf family had arrived. When they saw the corpse of the Fang family's patriarch, Fang Yi, a trace of excitement flashed within their eyes. Today, none of you Leaf family members can think of leaving. The old man took a step forward, and his body was suffused with origin energy. Above him, 30 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared, second level of the origin core stage. The expressions of the higher-ups of the Leaf family didn't change, and a wisp of resolution appeared within their eyes. Take revenge for the Grand Elder. Fight. Even if they die in battle, they have no fear. But right at this moment, an abrupt voice sounded out, causing them to be stunned. Is the second level of the origin core stage very awesome? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and sneered. You'll know once you try. The old man sneered, and his eyes emitted a trace of insanity. At this moment, he'd already thrown the Aurora City's Leaf family to the back of his mind, and he had no scruples. Xiongquan, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to kill him. Duan Lingtian took a step back and spoke indifferently. 3 breaths of time? Under the gazes of everyone present, Xiongquan, who stood behind Duan Lingtian, took a step forward and confronted the old man. Master, you're underestimating me too much. He'll surely die within a breath of time. Everyone present was completely dumbstruck, no matter if it was a member of the Li family or a member of the Fang family. Originally, they were already shocked when Duan Lingtian asked this middle-aged man to kill the old man within 3 breaths of time. Now, what did this middle-aged man say? Within a breath of time. Was it possible? A breath of time? The old man laughed from extreme anger. Junior, let me see how you can within a breath of time. The old man didn't finish speaking, because it was impossible for him to open his mouth again in this lifetime. Whoosh! Everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and the middle-aged man who spoke arrogantly earlier had already vanished on the spot, and instantly appeared before the old man. It was like teleportation. Whoosh! An azure sword light that was swift to the extreme flashed past, and the old man's head flew up, and the remnants of his body that spurted out a pillar of blood crashed onto the ground. He followed in the footsteps of the Fang family's patriarch, Fang Yi. The old man's head flew into the distance, and his eyes that were wide open in death just happened to face everyone present. Xiongquan, you did well. Duan Lingtian nodded his head in satisfaction, and a trace of a sneer appeared in his heart. Who did this old bastard from the Fang family think he was? calling Xiong Quan, the former protector of the Boundless sect, a junior? Thank you for your praise, master. Xiong Quan said, respectfully. The members of the Fong family were stupefied, and the members of the Li family were stupefied. They only felt their scalps go numb. Who exactly was this servant of Duan Lingtian? Second master. The elders of the Fong family came back to their senses, and their expressions changed one after another. They were completely terrified. Kill. The patriarch of the Li family, Li Nanfeng, was the first to react, and his figure moved, pouncing towards the elders of the Fong family. The elders of the Li family also charged forward. The elders of the Fong family only glanced at Xiong Quan, and then they no longer had the will to fight, and fled in all directions in panic. Xiong Quan, go help the patriarch and the others. Duan Lingtian ordered. Yes, master. Xiong Quan's figure moved, and he flew out. With his help, the higher-ups of the Li family quickly slaughtered all the higher-ups of the Fong family. Chapter 125. Duan Lingtian knew that Grand Elder Li Hua's death caused the grief of the patriarch and the other elders to be no less than his own. Now they finally had a chance to vent. Let them vent to their heart's content. Grand Elder, you should be able to rest in peace. After today, the Fong family will cease to exist. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the sky as flowing lights flashed within his eyes. Before long, the Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, and all the Li family elders were covered in blood. Of course, this was the blood of the Fong family elders. Duan Lingtian, thank you. Before long, Li Nanfeng led all the Li family elders to deeply bow to Duan Lingtian. This was gratitude that came from the bottom of their hearts. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, it would be impossible for them to take revenge for the Grand Elder. Patriarch, I'm a member of the Li family as well. Duan Lingtian's words made his position clear. Ha! Good. Ninth Elder having a good son is the fortune of my Li family. Li Nanfeng laughed heartily and was extremely excited. The gazes of the Li family elders unknowingly descended onto Xiong Quan, who stood respectfully behind Duan Lingtian. Now, they finally understood why Duan Lingtian had the confidence to say those words about annihilating the Fong family. So it was because of the servant by his side. When Duan Lingtian's servant killed the Fong family's old fellow, they all saw the 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared above him, causing them to feel a wave of fear. Third-level origin core stage expert. If they were to know that the current Xiong Quan was actually in existence at the 9th level of the origin core stage and had only used 1/3 of his strength earlier, it was unknown what their expressions would be. The death of all the Fong family higher-ups represented the decline of the Fong family. The Fong family had become the history of Fresh Breeze Town. Just as the Li family was preparing for the funeral of Grand Elder Li Hua, this shocking news spread throughout Fresh Breeze Town like a hurricane. The Li family, who had been at a disadvantage just a moment ago, suddenly made a shocking counterattack and uprooted the Fong family. The Fong family is gone just like that. Could it be that the main branch of the Li family, the Aurora City's Li family, is here? That's impossible. Unless our Fresh Breeze Town's Li family is facing a calamity of annihilation, the Li family of Aurora City should not make a move. Do you really not know the reason? Could it be that you know? Of course. Let's hear it. Ha! I heard it from a brother of mine from the Li family. Supposedly, Duan Lingtian returned and brought back a servant. That servant of his killed the supreme elder of the Fong family, an existence at the 2nd level of the origin core stage, within a breath of time. Duan Lingtian's servant? This is too exaggerated. Fresh Breeze Town was in an uproar, and similar discussions could be heard everywhere. Deep into the night, the Li family's audience hall was brightly lit. The group of Li family higher-ups sat in a circle, eating and drinking together. The person who sat at the head wasn't Li Nanfeng, but Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was somewhat forced to do something beyond his ability. He refused repeatedly, but to no avail, so he sat down as well. He had always been a casual person. Actually, if Duan Lingtian didn't sit at the head of the table, the Li family higher-ups would surely be restless. Xiong Quan, who stood behind Duan Lingtian, was so conspicuous. This was an origin core stage powerhouse. Sir, sit down as well. Li Nanfeng looked at Xiong Quan as he spoke, respectfully. Although Xiong Quan was only Duan Lingtian's servant, Xiong Quan's strength caused him to feel reverence from the bottom of his heart. This time, if it wasn't for Xiong Quan, it would have been impossible for him to take revenge for the Grand Elder. However, Xiong Quan remained indifferent. Li Nanfeng looked at Duan Lingtian with slight embarrassment. Xiong Quan, sit down. Duan Lingtian spoke. Yes, master. Xiong Quan sat down at the side. After a meal, the higher-ups of the Fresh Breeze towns, Li family found out about what happened after Duan Lingtian went to the Li family in Aurora City. They couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Gold, no matter where it went, would always shine brightly. This saying wasn't false in the slightest. The #1 person on the Hidden Dragon ranking had passed the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian's accomplishments caused Li Nanfeng and the others to be indescribably shocked. I didn't expect that our branch family Li family would be able to produce such a great figure. Sixth Elder Li Ping laughed heartily as he raised his wine cup and toasted Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, there were some unpleasant matters between us in the past. Today, I solemnly apologize to you. Li Ping had once colluded with the deceased 7th Elder, Li Kuan, and made things difficult for Duan Lingtian at every turn. Now that he thought about it, his heart was filled with regret. 6th Elder, you're too courteous. At that time, the Fong family's manager, Fong Chong, made a move against me and you lent a helping hand. From that moment onwards, the gap between me and 6th Elder completely disappeared. Duan Lingtian returned the toast with a light smile. That was because I was too narrow-minded, so I'll punish myself with a cup. Li Ping poured another cup for himself and downed it in one gulp. Duan Lingtian, once you leave, who knows when you'll be able to return in the future? 5th Elder Li Ting sighed. The other elders also agreed with him. Elders, no matter when, I, Duan Lingtian, will always remember that I'm a disciple of the Fresh Breeze Town's Li family. When I return this time, I'll ask the Patriarch for a favor and ask him to properly take care of the Fresh Breeze Town's Li family. Duan Lingtian slowly said. When the higher-ups of the Li family heard this, their gazes abruptly lit up. They knew that Duan Lingtian, who had obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, was already worthy of the Patriarch's full effort to rope him in. Their Patriarch would absolutely not refuse Duan Lingtian's request. Duan Lingtian, I won't say any polite words. The Fresh Breeze Town's Li family will always be your home. Whenever you're tired and want to come back, you can come back at any time. The door here will always be open for you. Li Nanfeng took a deep breath, raised his wine cup, and downed it in one gulp. Definitely. Duan Lingtian solemnly nodded his head. That night, Duan Lingtian returned to the courtyard where he used to live. The courtyard was very clean, and the rooms were also very tidy. Obviously, there were people who usually cleaned the place. Boss, it was the Grand Elder who ordered people to clean your house. He said that there would be a day when you would return. Unfortunately, the Grand Elder won't be able to see you return. Little Fatty followed behind Duan Lingtian and sighed. Grand Elder. Duan Lingtian was originally wondering who would be so considerate, but he didn't expect that it would be that old man. His heart slightly trembled. Grand Elder, don't worry. I promise you, as long as I, Duan Lingtian, am here, the Li family that you've dedicated your entire life to will never collapse. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the night sky that was filled with dazzling stars as he secretly swore. Grand Elder Li Hua, as a grade 9 alchemist, could have gone to the main clan and become an elder of the medicine department. However, he didn't do so. In his entire life, he lived for the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town's branch clan, and he never complained. In Duan Lingtian's heart, the Grand Elder was an elder worthy of respect. Go get 2 jugs of wine and have a drink with me. Duan Lingtian said to Little Fatty. Okay. Little Fatty hurriedly nodded his head and eagerly left. Just as he drank with Little Fatty Li Xian for a while, Duan Lingtian welcomed an uninvited guest. Chun Mei Er, the daughter of the Chun family's patriarch, came alone. Duan Lingtian frowned. Miss Chin, are you here to look for me? Duan Lingtian, I'm here to apologize to you on behalf of my father and Grand Elder. Chun Mei Er's face was slightly bitter. She didn't expect that the youth from before would have grown to such an extent. She was destined to only be able to look up to him in this lifetime, watching him walk further and further away. Apologize to me? Duan Lingtian laughed. Apologize to me for what? If it's only for this, then Miss Mayer, I won't send you off, please. He'd heard of the Chun family's reaction when the Li family was facing a crisis. Needless to say, he really loathed the Chun family now. You. Chen Meier was exasperated and wanted to get angry, but she inadvertently saw Xiong Quan standing behind Duan Lingtian. Xiong Quan was coldly staring at her, causing her face to go pale from fright. If she didn't guess wrongly, this person should be the origin core stage expert that caused a stir in Fresh Breeze Town today. He was also Duan Lingtian's servant. Duan Lingtian, my father and Grand Elder, originally wanted to help the Li family, but who knew that the Fong family's ancestor was really too strong. If our Chun family interferes, we'll definitely suffer a calamity. My father and Grand Elder's choice was also for the sake of the Chun family. Our Chun family isn't like your Li family that has the protection of the main family. Chan Mei-er explained. Miss Mei-er, I think you've really misunderstood. I have nothing to do with your Chin family, and the Li family also has nothing to do with your Chin family. No matter what you choose, it has nothing to do with me or the Li family. Xiong Quan, send the guests off. Duan Lingtian coldly swept Chin Mei-er with his gaze, then picked up his wine cup and looked towards Little Fatty. Li Xian, let's continue. Take this wine as a farewell for me. Next time, we brothers don't know when we'll be able to meet again. Boss, I'll definitely work hard in my cultivation and go find you in the Imperial City in the future. Li Xian said seriously. Then you have to work hard. Duan Lingtian smiled. Miss Chin, please. Xiong Quan stood in front of Chen Mei-er, causing her face to go pale with fright as she walked out in panic. Before she left, she didn't forget to turn around and glance at Duan Lingtian, but she noticed that from the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian didn't even look at her. Father, Grand Elder, your choice has completely cut off our Chun family's connection with him and the Li family. Chan Mei-er came with hope, but left with disappointment. Li Xian, I'll leave Fresh Breeze Town early in the morning tomorrow, so I probably won't have to say goodbye to the Patriarch. Tell the Patriarch that in the future, someone will deliver the 6 treasures body tempering liquid to his door every once in a while, so he doesn't have to worry. Duan Lingtian said to Li Xian. The tragedy of Grand Elder Li Hu made him realize that he couldn't let the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town have the formula for the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. Otherwise, it would bring disaster to the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town. He had a plan in his heart. After returning to Aurora City, he would find Tang Ying and ask her to deliver a batch of 6 treasures body tempering liquid to the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town every once in a while. Chapter 126. The next morning. At dawn, Duan Lingtian left Fresh Breeze Town with Xiong Quan and rushed back to Aurora City at noon. After first going to find Tanging and sending Xiong Quan back to the inn, Duan Lingtian directly returned home. Tian, how's the matter going? Li Ro impatiently asked as soon as Duan Lingtian arrived home. She understood her son. Since he was so confident yesterday, he surely had a way to deal with it, so she wasn't worried. However, she was still puzzled. How did her son deal with the Fong family's origin core martial artist? Mom, it's all been dealt with. The Fresh Breeze Town Fong family no longer exists. The Grand Elder can rest in peace in the netherworld. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile on his face. Li Ro was slightly moved. The Fong family was uprooted. She suddenly felt that her son was even more mysterious. Duan Lingtian asked again, Mom, where's Kerr? She should still be cultivating. Li Ro shook her head and sighed. Kerr, that little girl, has been working extremely hard during the time you left. She's even cultivated to the 5th level of the core formation stage now. But she seems to be unsatisfied and still cultivates very hard. I think she hopes to be able to help you in the future. Kerr! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a trace of a gentle flowing light, and his heart slightly trembled. What a silly little girl. Mom, I have some matters to attend to and won't be back for lunch. Duan Lingtian informed Li Ro. He would be leaving early in the morning tomorrow, so he planned to bid farewell to the few friends he had in Aurora City. After leaving the Li family estate, Duan Lingtian went to the Xiao clan. When he arrived at the Xiao clan estate, Duan Lingtian saw Xiao Yu and Luo Shi. To his surprise, the Lin clan's Lin Jue and Lin Qi were actually present as well. Duan Lingtian, you're so mean. You didn't even ask me for a drink when you came back. When Lin Qi saw Duan Lingtian, he deliberately put on a stern face. I just came back the day before yesterday. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He didn't expect to see Lin Qi and his brother here. There was no need to go to the Lin clan to bid farewell to them. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian said, I was just about to look for you two brothers and Xiao Yu to have a meal together. I'll be leaving early in the morning tomorrow, so take it as my farewell to all of you. Leaving tomorrow, Lin Jue and Lin Qi were both surprised. Xiao Yu wasn't too surprised. Since Duan Lingtian planned to bring his family to the imperial city, he would definitely have to leave half a year in advance. The speed of a carriage was far slower than that of a horse. Little Qian, come along as well. Duan Lingtian looked at Luo Qian. Luo Qian lightly nodded in an extremely obedient manner. We'll go as well. Just at this moment, two beautiful figures slowly walked over from afar. It was precisely Xiao Yu's sister, Xiaolan, and the daughter of the Xiao clan's patriarch, Xiaoyin. The one who spoke was precisely Xiaoyin. After not seeing each other for nearly 2 years, the immaturity on Xiaolan's face had faded quite a bit. She seemed even more otherworldly, like a living fairy that had fallen into the mortal world. As for Xiaoyin, although her charm wasn't as good as Xiaolan's, she had matured quite a bit and lost some of her drive. With so many people, I still don't know if I have enough silver. Duan Lingtian joked. Actually, with the wealth in his spatial ring, even if he ate in the best restaurant in Aurora City for 100 years, it wouldn't be enough. Back then, when he inscribed the blood crescent inscription for Tanging, Duan Lingtian had already earned a few million silver. In addition to the profits from the 6 treasures body tempering liquid that Kerr had given him over the past year, there was also the 2 million silver that the Li clan's patriarch Li Ao had given him. As of now, the wealth in Duan Lingtian's spatial ring was over 9 million silver, close to 10 million silver. Don't worry, this meal is on me. Xiao Yu and Lin Jue practically spoke at the same time. Just kidding. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I still have this bit of silver. Duan Lingtian's group quickly left the Xiao clan estate and entered Aurora City. On the way, Duan Lingtian faintly noticed that Xiaolan's flickering gaze would occasionally fall on him, causing him to be stunned. This Xiaolan couldn't have fallen for me, right? Maybe I'm thinking too much. Duan Lingtian himself felt that it was an exaggeration, so he shook his head and laughed in self-ridicule. Xiaolan, the granddaughter of the Xiao clan's supreme elder. She had an appearance that could topple the world and was like a celestial fairy. Within Aurora City, countless men had bowed down to her, but she didn't even spare them a glance. How could she so easily fall for someone? Within the restaurant, the group of people sat together in a circle, and it was extremely lively. Duan Lingtian, you were right. Lin Qi suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian and said seriously. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall what Duan Lingtian had said to him in this very restaurant. My ambition isn't within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. With Duan Lingtian's current accomplishments, he would soon be able to enter the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy, which had a special status. With Paladin Academy as a springboard, he was bound to walk even higher and further. All of this wasn't something that could be obtained by joining the Violet Tulip Trading Company. You can do it too. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled. What are the two of you talking about? Xiao Yan's beautiful eyebrows knit together. She didn't understand the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Lin Qi. Actually, it wasn't only her who didn't understand. Even Xiao Yu and the others were completely unable to make heads or tails of it. They completely didn't know what the baffling conversation between Duan Lingtian and Lin Qi meant. Nothing. Lin Qi shook his head, but a trace of firmness flashed within his eyes, as if he had made some sort of decision. Forget it if you don't want to say it. Xiao Yin curled her lips in disdain. The group of people chatted and laughed, and unknowingly they talked about the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, about Meng Quan and Lo Cheng. When Lo Cheng was mentioned, Luo, she couldn't help but feel sad. Luckily, Xiao Lan and Xiao Yin, who treated her like sisters, comforted her, seeing this scene. Duan Lingtian felt relieved. It looked like Luo she had completely integrated into the Xiao clan. With Xiao Lan and Xiao Yin taking care of her, there was no need to worry that she would suffer in the Xiao clan. Meng Quan, what a pity. Lin Zhuo sighed. Back then, Meng Quan was so high-spirited at the genius gathering. Now he was gone just like that. Yeah, who would have thought that he would have such an ending? Xiao Yu sighed. However, I finally helped him fulfill his wish. He should rest in peace in the underworld. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and his gaze was extremely complicated. No matter what, you and Duan Lingtian have escaped death this time. It's worth celebrating. Lin Qi changed the topic and raised his cup. Come, cheers. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. Xiaolan also raised her cup and looked at Duan Lingtian. Her beautiful face without any makeup, but still capable of causing the downfall of a nation, revealed a hint of shyness. Duan Lingtian was startled. This Xiaolan couldn't have really fallen for me, right? Xiao Yu also noticed this scene. As Xiao Lan's twin brother, how could he not see through his younger sister's thoughts? Little sister, are you really willing to share this man with other women? Xiao Yu sighed in his heart. With his understanding of Duan Lingtian, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to abandon the two women by his side, whose looks were not inferior to his younger sister's. Come, drink. Duan Lingtian raised his cup and no longer let his imagination run wild. Let's leave everything to fate. Everyone ate, drank, and chatted for the entire afternoon before leaving the restaurant. Xiao Yu, I'll wait for you in the Imperial City. Before parting, Duan Lingtian said to Xiao Yu, don't say it so early. There's only one road from our Aurora City to the Imperial City. Who knows? I might be able to catch up to you. Xiao Yu smiled. Duan Lingtian thought about it and agreed. They were using a carriage to lead the way, while Xiao Yu was using a fast horse. The speed of the two couldn't be compared at all. Then I'll wait for you to catch up. Duan Lingtian smiled. After sending them off with his gaze, he went to the market and bought a large pile of medicinal ingredients for the Origin Increasing Pill before returning to the Li family estate. On the way home, Duan Lingtian bumped into an acquaintance. It was completely out of his expectations. Duan, Duan Lingtian. Li Shirshir looked at Duan Lingtian with a somewhat evasive and panicked gaze. Long time no see. Duan Lingtian smiled at Li Shirshir. Although he didn't approve of Li Shirshir's actions in the past, there was nothing between him and Li Shirshir, so he didn't mind. Without love, how could there be hate? Li Shirshir was destined to be a passerby in his life. I heard that you're leaving tomorrow. Li Shirshir asked softly. Her gaze was very complicated. The youth who had just arrived at the Li family estate had now grown to a level that she couldn't hope to reach. In her heart, there was only regret. But she also understood that she couldn't be as close to Duan Lingtian as before. She had shattered all of this with her own hands. Anne, I'll be leaving tomorrow morning. See you later. Duan Lingtian nodded. After bidding farewell to Li Shirshir, he left. Looking at Duan Lingtian's departing figure, Li Shirshir faintly sighed. She lightly bit her white teeth and her delicate body slightly trembled. Like a wild flower swaying in the wind, she stood there alone, without anyone to rely on. That night, Duan Lingtian's family and Li Fei's family once again gathered together for dinner. It could also be considered as bidding farewell to Li Fei's grandfather, Li Da. Grandfather, why don't you come with us? Li Fei still wanted to persuade her grandfather. Fei, don't force grandfather. Grandfather has stayed in the Li family for most of my life. My roots are here. In the future, if you want to see grandfather, you can come back anytime. Don't worry, grandfather's body is fine. I'll definitely be able to hold your and Ling Tian's child. As the old man finished speaking, his face was full of smiles. It was as if he could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian and Li Fei having a house full of children and grandchildren. Grandfather, what are you talking about? Who wants to have a child with him? Li Fei lowered her head shyly. She was bewitching. Swallow Mountain County, County City. Even in the county city, the Yu clan was a large clan that could be ranked in the top. Outside the Yu clan estate, a person galloped over on a horse. After dismounting, he dashed in. Father, big brother, is dead. The person who had just returned was precisely Yu Xiang. After Duan Lingtian left Iron Blood City, Yu Xiang finally mustered up the courage to leave. He spurred his horse on and rushed back to the Yu clan. What? Yu Xiang's father was the second elder of the Yu clan. He was also the younger brother of the Yu clan's patriarch. Chapter 127. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian's family departed. The Li clan's patriarch, Li Ao, had specially prepared a large carriage for Duan Lingtian, and it was pulled by 5 strong and tall horses. On the way out of Aurora City, it attracted the gazes of many people. Where did this great figure come from? He's actually riding such an exaggerated carriage. Didn't you see the Li clan crest carved on the side of the carriage? Could it be that the Li clan's patriarch is inside? Ignorant and inexperienced. It's Duan Lingtian inside. He's preparing to depart for the imperial city. Could it be that you've all forgotten that Duan Lingtian and the Shao clan, you both passed the Genius Camps training and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy? He's leaving so early? Since he's riding a carriage, he naturally has to leave early. We're very far from the imperial city. This Duan Lingtian is only 17 this year. I'm sure that he'll surely become a great figure of our Crimson Sky Kingdom in the future. Nonsense. Who doesn't know this? The gazes of the Aurora City residents that stood by the roadside and gazed at the departing carriage from afar emitted reverence. They only recovered from their shock when the carriage disappeared before their eyes. They felt proud that a figure like Duan Lingtian had appeared in Aurora City. As a carriage pulled by 5 tall horses, the interior of the carriage was spacious and luxurious. 2 beds covered in top-quality mink fur were separated into 2 sides, and there was even a small table in the middle that was filled with fresh fruits and snacks. The carriage the patriarch prepared isn't bad. Duan Lingtian lazily lay on the soft bed, and his face revealed a satisfied smile. He could imagine that Patriarch Liao had certainly spent a lot of effort for this carriage. Of course, I heard that the Patriarch ordered the craftsmen to spend 2 days and 2 nights to rush this carriage. As Li Fei spoke, she touched the mink fur on the bed and sighed with emotion. Just these top-quality mink furs are probably worth hundreds of thousands of silver. Li Rose sat on the edge of the other bed, looking at Duan Lingtian, smiling faintly as she said, "Family leader is really considerate. Tian, you must remember this favor of the family leader." "Mother, I know." Duan Lingtian was lying comfortably on the bed with his legs crossed and swaying gently. He was extremely satisfied. "Young master, where did you find our coachman? Why did he call you master?" Kerr's eyes curved like 2 crescent moons as she asked Duan Lingtian softly. Li Fei and Li Ro also looked at Duan Lingtian. They both realized that the middle-aged coachman who was driving them was not simple. He was wearing a mask and had a cold and extraordinary appearance. He was definitely not an ordinary coachman. "Kerr, he is not a coachman. He is my servant," Duan Lingtian corrected. And then he said with a smile, "When the time comes when you marry me, he'll have to address you respectfully as mistress." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Kerr was so embarrassed that her face turned red. She was speechless. "Scoundrel, you're bullying little sister Kerr again." Li Fei stretched out her slender, jade-like hands and pinched the flesh on Duan Lingtian's waist, twisting it slightly. "Little Fei, are you trying to murder your husband?" Duan Lingtian cried out in pain. He stretched out his hands and pulled Li Fei into his arms, slapping her sexy butt. "Pa!" Li Fei's sensitive body trembled. She realized that Li Ro and Kerr were also present. Her face turned red as if blood was about to drip out. She was so embarrassed that she sat to the side, not daring to bully Duan Lingtian anymore. "Tian, pay attention to the occasion." Li Ro lightly coughed and shook her head, helplessly. "Yes, mother." Duan Lingtian laughed slyly and was slightly embarrassed. Only now did he remember that his mother was still sitting opposite him. On the way to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, Duan Lingtian's group would take a short rest if they passed by a town before continuing on their way. The speed of this carriage far surpassed ordinary carriages, so there was no rush in terms of time. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed. Xiong Quan became more and more familiar with driving the carriage. As a former guardian of the Boundless sect, it was the first time in his life that Xiong Quan was acting as a coachman. However, he didn't dare complain, as his life was in the hands of the violet-clothed youth within the carriage. Swallow Mountain County, County City, giddy up. Accompanied by a loud shout, a Fergana horse that was completely drenched in blood dashed on the streets of the county city, and it quickly arrived at the entrance of the Yu clan estate. The person on the horse dismounted and dashed into the Yu clan estate. Within the Yu clan audience hall, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance sat at the head of the table, and beside him sat a middle-aged man and a young man. They were precisely the Yu clan's patriarch, Yu Jian, the Yu clan's second elder, Yu Li, and Yu Xiang. Presently, the gazes of the 3 had descended onto the Yu clan disciple that was gasping for breath. "Have you found it?" The dignified middle-aged man lightly rubbed the stubble on his chin and slowly asked with a calm expression. After this calm expression, there seemed to be a trace of breathtaking coldness mixed within. "Patriarch, the Duan Lingtian that young Master Xiang spoke of, is a disciple with another surname from the Aurora City's Li clan. As for that Xiaoyu, he's a member of the Aurora City's Xiao clan. Supposedly, he's the grandson of the Xiao clan's supreme elder. That Xiao clan supreme elder is a nascent soul stage expert." The Yu clan disciple caught his breath and reported respectfully, the grandson of a nascent soul stage expert. Yu Xiang's face sank slightly. That Xiao Yu actually has such a background? However, so what if he's the grandson of a nascent soul stage expert? The nascent soul stage experts in those small clans are at most at the first level of the nascent soul stage. You said Aurora City earlier? Unexpectedly, Yu Diane's brows knit together. Yes, the Yu clan disciple respectfully nodded. Uncle, what's wrong? A bad premonition arose within Yu Xiang's heart. According to what I know, the Aurora City's Xiao clan is a branch family of the Imperial City's Xiao clan. Yu Jian slowly said, a branch family of the Imperial City's Xiao clan? Taking a deep breath, Yu Xiang's face went gloomy as he recalled something. No wonder I was wondering how he could have such a strong defensive martial skill. I never imagined that the clan he's from is related to a large clan in the Imperial City. Second brother, Xiang, you can't touch this Xiao Yu. Yu Jian looked at Yu Li and Yu Xiang as he slowly spoke. Their Yu clan could be considered a large clan in Swallow Mountain County. But when compared to the large clans in the Imperial City, it was nothing. The clans that truly had deep pockets within the Crimson Sky Kingdom were none other than the few large clans in the Imperial City and the Imperial City. The Yu clan was like a clay chicken or a pottery dog before them. Uncle, he's only a branch family disciple. Even if we kill him, the Imperial City's Xiao clan might not pursue the matter. A trace of coldness flashed within Yu Xiang's eyes. Until now, he still couldn't forget the scene of Xiao Yu making him swallow the steamed bun that was covered in mud and grass. Also, Xiao Yu challenged him and even knocked him out. This matter was a great humiliation to him. The hatred he had toward Xiao Yu in his heart was second only to Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Yu Xiang's father, Yu Li, spoke in a deep voice. Xiang, don't cause trouble. That Xiao Yu might have been looked down upon by the Imperial City's Xiao clan in the past. But now that he's passed the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, his significance is completely different. Even if it's the Imperial City's Xiao clan, such a person would be heavily fostered. If our Yu clan were to touch him, once the Imperial City's Xiao clan finds out, it would be a disaster for our Yu clan. Do you understand? The Yu clan could look down upon the Aurora City's Xiao clan. But to the Yu clan, the Imperial City's Xiao clan was an unreachable colossus. Father, I understand. Yu Xiang took a deep breath. Although killing intent still shot out from his eyes, he knew that it was impossible for the clan to take such a huge risk for him. Xiao Yu, consider yourself lucky. What's the background of that Duan Lingtian? Yu Xiang looked at the Yu clan disciple that had returned from scouting and asked in a deep voice. He recalled the offensive inscription that Duan Lingtian used to kill his brother. This Duan Lingtian wouldn't have some background, right? He was slightly perturbed in his heart. The Yu clan disciple said respectfully, Young Master Xiang, that Duan Lingtian doesn't have any background. He's only a disciple of another surname from the Aurora City's Li clan, and is said to be a branch family disciple. Uncle, you must seek justice for my brother. Yu Xiang had an excited expression as he looked at Yu Jian with eyes filled with pleading. I've never heard of that Li clan having any background. Moreover, that Duan Lingtian is a disciple of another surname from the Li clan's branch family. Humph, he's only a country bumpkin. This person killed Yu Hong, so he's dead for sure. Yu Diane's eyes flickered, and his tone was filled with overbearingness. Patriarch. Meanwhile, the Yu clan disciple spoke again. 10 days ago, when I arrived at Aurora City to investigate that Duan Lingtian, I found out that he had already left Aurora City on a carriage 2 months ago and headed towards the Imperial City. On a carriage? He sure knows how to enjoy himself. Yu Xiang sneered as killing intent flickered in his eyes, ready to devour someone. Big brother, I want to take revenge for my son with my own hands. Yu Li looked at Yu Dian and was slightly excited. Don't worry, second brother. I'll go with you to see the Grand Elder right now and ask the Grand Elder to go with you. There's only one official road from Aurora City to the Imperial City, so I presume he wouldn't have gone far if he rode on a carriage. You guys can easily catch up to him if you chase after him on Fergana horses. Yu Jian stood up and spoke with a clear voice. Grand Elder? Yu Li's gaze abruptly lit up. There, Yu Clan's Grand Elder was the fourth nascent soul stage expert besides the three Supreme Elders. With a nascent soul stage expert accompanying him, it would be absolutely safe. Father, I recognize that Duan Lingtian, I'll go with you. Yu Xiang was extremely excited as well, and his chest heaved up and down like a bellows. Yu Li hadn't even spoken when Yu Jian had already agreed. Xiang, or don't worry, Uncle will prepare a Fergana horse for you. At that time, I'll let you personally witness the Grand Elder and your father kill your brother's enemy, even to the extent that you can ask the Grand Elder to capture that Duan Lingtian alive for you to personally deal with him. Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Uncle. Chapter 128. Under the setting sun, the quaint little town seemed to have transformed into a tranquil painting, causing one to feel relaxed and happy at a glance. A large horse carriage pulled by 5 tall horses entered the small town, causing commotion. Oh my God! What a large carriage! I wonder where this great figure came from. The residents of the little town had never seen such an exaggerated carriage, and they all stopped to look. Master, we've entered the town. The middle-aged carriage driver slightly turned his head and spoke towards the carriage. A lazy voice sounded out from within the carriage, as if someone had just woken up. Yes, find an inn to stay at. We'll set off tomorrow morning. Yes. The middle-aged carriage driver respectfully nodded. The people in this carriage were naturally Duan Lingtian's group. Now, an entire 3 months had passed since they left Aurora City. Under the gazes of many people, the carriage stopped at the entrance of an inn. Under the gazes of everyone present, the middle-aged carriage driver pulled open the curtain of the carriage. A violet-clothed youth around the age of 17 slowly walked out from within. Subsequently, under the support of the violet-clothed youth, a beautiful young girl around the same age as him walked out as well. The moment the young girl appeared, she attracted the gazes of everyone present. Skin like white jade, appearance like a celestial fairy, the same thought abruptly emerged in everyone's minds. Very quickly, their gazes became sluggish again. After the young girl, another beautiful young girl that wasn't even 20 years old walked out. The young girl had an angelic face and a devilish figure, causing the eyes of all the males present to be unable to help but light up. Very quickly, another young and beautiful woman that still retained her charm walked out of the carriage. At this moment, everyone was numb. When had they ever seen such a beautiful young girl? Today they saw 3 of them. Guests, please come in. 2 servants walked out from the inn and welcomed Duan Lingtian's group in with a respectful and humble attitude. At this moment, the group of people outside the inn gradually dispersed. Why are there so many boring people everywhere? What's there to see? Li Fei's beautiful brows knit together and she had an unhappy expression. Along the way, every time they stopped at a place, she would enjoy the same treatment and become the center of attention. Isn't it because my little Fei is beautiful? This is my recognition of you. Why are you unhappy instead? Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile and immediately went to book a total of 4 rooms. His mother, Li Ro, Xiong Quan, him, Li Fei and Ke were in the same room. After settling down, Duan Lingtian left his room and easily found his way into Li Fei and Ke's rooms. You scoundrel, always leaving a room empty. What a waste of money. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. Along the way, every time they stopped at a town, Duan Lingtian would book 4 rooms. But at night, his room would always be empty and he would directly sneak into Li Fei and Ke's rooms and sleep with them. Li Fei and Kerr also changed from their initial resistance to helplessness. In the end, they simply followed Duan Lingtian. It's not a waste. The biggest use of that room is to deceive people. Duan Lingtian chuckled, and his eyes wandered over the beautiful bodies of the two girls without the slightest scruple. "Young master, you're deceiving the madam," Kerr said with a red face. "Kerr, you've been led astray by little Fei. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled bitterly. That pure and cute little maid of his seemed to be gone forever. "Pei, if anyone is to be led astray, it's you who led us astray. Scoundrel, I plan to go out with little sister Kerr to buy a veil. Do you want to come with us?" Li Fei asked Duan Lingtian. Obviously, Li Fei didn't want to be the center of attention. Why do you want to buy a veil? There's nothing shameful about you two. Duan Lingtian's thoughts were different from Li Fei's. In his opinion, a woman's beautiful side should be shown. There was no need to hide it. It wasn't like they were thieves. "Humph. If you're not going with us, we'll go by ourselves. I'm just joking. If you two want to go out, how can you miss out on me? Let's go." Duan Lingtian took the lead and walked out of the room and out of the inn. Li Fei and Kerr, one on the left and one on the right, walked side by side with him. Now that the sky had darkened, the streets of the small town were brightly lit, and the night market was extremely lively, full of people bustling with activity. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 walked past and naturally attracted the gazes of many people. Right at this moment, at the corner of the road that Duan Lingtian's group of 3 took, a young man in embroidered clothes that was a little over 20 years old was slowly walking over with 2 servants. "I heard that a carriage with 5 horses came to town today?" The young man in embroidered clothes suddenly spoke and asked the 2 servants behind him. "Yes, young master, I was there at that time." One of the servants hurriedly nodded. Thinking of the scene at that time, he felt a wave of shock in his heart. Those 3 women that came down from the carriage were absolutely the most beautiful women he'd seen in his life. They were so perfect that there was practically no flaw to pick out. Now, the more the rumors spread, the more amazing it is. They even said that the 3 women that came down from the carriage were all beautiful, like celestial fairies. The young man in embroidered clothes lightly shook his head and didn't mind. "Young master, it's not the rumors, it's true. Those 3 women are absolutely not inferior to celestial fairies," the servant hurriedly said. At that time, he'd seen it with his own eyes, so he knew that the rumors were true. Is it so exaggerated? Although the young man in embroidered clothes didn't mind on the surface, a trace of a luster flashed in his eyes. "I'm slightly curious now. Come, follow me to that inn to take a look." "Young master." The other servant's face went grim. Those people obviously have extraordinary origins, and the clan probably can't afford to offend them. "I'm only going to take a look and don't intend to do anything. Besides, they only have 3 women, a young man, and a carriage driver. Even if they're members of a large clan outside, if we secretly detain them, who would know that it was us?" The young man in embroidered clothes' eyes revealed a trace of a fierce light as he spoke with disdain. "Young master, it's them." Suddenly, the servant behind the young man in embroidered clothes seemed to have discovered a new continent and pointed towards the distance. Duan Lingtian had just helped Li Fei and Kerr put on their veils when he noticed 3 gazes sweeping over, and he couldn't help but frown. With a glance, it was a young man around the age of 20 in embroidered clothes, and he brought along 2 servants as he walked over. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to them, and he held the hands of the 2 women. "Come, let's go ahead and take a look." "Stop!" The eyes of the young man in embroidered clothes shone as he blocked the path of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Although the 2 women before him had veils covering their faces, those 2 lively eyes and half of their faces that were pure white like jade undoubtedly spoke of their beauty. The young man in embroidered clothes swallowed a mouthful of saliva as a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. F***K off. Li Fei frowned with disgust as she berated. Your temper is hot enough. This young master likes it. The eyes of the young man in embroidered clothes lit up as he completely disregarded Duan Lingtian's expression that sank, and he looked at Li Fei and Kerr. Two little beauties, come. Take off your veils and let this young master have a look. This young master is very curious if the two of you are really as beautiful as the rumors say. I told you to F***K off, didn't you hear? Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold, and his voice seemed as if it came from an icy cave, causing one's heart to tremble. Usually, when people were stunned by Li Fei and Kerr's peerless appearance and took a few more glances, it was nothing in his opinion. After all, everyone had the heart to love beauty. But the actions of this young man before him had already touched his bottom line. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd of spectators increased as they discussed animatedly. Isn't this the violet-clothed youth that walked out of the carriage that entered the town at night? And these two women, aren't they the two little fairies? Just by looking at their carriage, I know they aren't ordinary people. This Tian clan's eldest young master actually dared to offend them. Isn't he afraid of bringing disaster to the Tian clan? Many people recognized Duan Lingtian's group of three. Hearing the surrounding discussions, the young man in embroidered clothes' expression was as unsightly as it could be. But now he was in a difficult position. Could it be that he had to admit defeat in front of so many people? If this happened, how would he still have a foothold in Rain Valley Town? As the son of the Tian clan's patriarch, one of the three great clans of Rain Valley Town, the eldest young master of the Tian clan, Tianguang had his own dignity. My patience is limited. I'll give you one more chance. Scram! Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted cold lights as he spoke in a cold and indifferent voice. Kid, I don't care where you're from, but you have to understand that a strong dragon can't suppress a snake in its old haunts. Today, if you don't let them lift their veils for this young master to see, this young master will waste his time with you. Tianguang sneered with an expression of a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. Little Fei, Kerr, close your eyes. Duan Lingtian's voice was very calm. Li Fei and Kerr were able to detect traces of breathtaking coldness within this calmness. However, Duan Lingtian standing up for them like this caused them to feel extremely happy in their hearts. What? Scared? That's fine. Beauties should look pretty good when they lift their veils with their eyes closed. Tianguang's eyes shone, as he didn't notice the arrival of danger in the slightest whoosh. A wisp of violet sword light instantly flashed out, and in the blink of an eye it entered its sheath. Under the night sky, the numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian's head flashed and vanished, and no one was able to notice it. Ah! A miserable cry sounded out almost instantly. At the same time that Tianguang screamed shrilly, his body lay straight down, and then he started rolling all over the ground. At his lower abdomen, blood gushed out without end, and the lump of flesh that belonged to a man had fallen off as well. It would probably be completely useless in the future. Young master! The faces of the two servants went pale as they hurriedly rushed up to help Tianguang stop the bleeding, but they discovered that they were completely unable to stop it. As a person, one must have self-awareness. In this world, there are some people that you can't afford to offend. I'm a rather kind person, so I'll spare your life today. If there's a next time, you'll die without a doubt. Duan Lingtian coldly swept Tianguang with his gaze, then held Li Fei and Kerr's hands and walked forward. Pooh! When Tianguang heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was so angry that his face flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before fainting. Before he fainted, he only had one thought left. Chapter 129. The surrounding crowd of spectators went deathly silent as they gazed at the violet figure that held the two girls' hands and left. That violet-clothed youth was too terrifying. He actually directly crippled the Tian clan's young master's family jewels. This Tianguang was the only son of the Tian clan's patriarch. It could be imagined that the Tian clan was bound to be unable to calm down tonight. Duan Lingtian didn't think so much as he patiently accompanied Li Fei and Kerr to walk around the night market before returning to the inn. Scoundrel! Do you think that local bully will call someone to look for trouble with you? Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and blinked her eyes with a spurious smile. Local bully? I think it's just a local bug. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, not taking it to heart. It was only a clan in a small town and probably didn't even have an origin core stage martial artist. It was fine if they didn't look for trouble. But if they did instantly, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a piercingly cold light. I'll go give the veil to Madame. When they were strolling around the night market, Kerr didn't forget to buy another veil for Li Ro. Little sister Kerr is really considerate. No wonder Aunt Ro dotes on her so much. Even I'm slightly jealous. Li Fei looked at Kerr's back and spoke with slight envy. I feel that my mother dotes on you as well and has long since taken you as her daughter-in-law. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to embrace Li Fei's small waist, and his mouth pressed against her earlobe as he panted heavily and said in a light voice, "Little Fei, I haven't eaten you in a long time. Scoundrel!" Li Fei's cheeks flushed red as she struggled free from Duan Lingtian and ran back to her room. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He didn't expect that this little girl couldn't withstand teasing so easily after Kerr returned. Duan Lingtian embraced the two girls and prepared to sleep. Knock, knock. Right at this moment, the sound of knocking sounded out. The voice of the inn's attendant sounded out. Guest, the Tian clan's patriarch and 2 Tian clan elders have arrived. They've invited you to meet them. Tian clan. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he let go of the 2 girls and got off the bed. You 2 go to sleep first, Duan Lingtian said to Ku Er and Li Fei before leaving the room. His voice was as gentle as water. Xiong Quan. After leaving the room, Duan Lingtian was just about to knock on the door next door when the door opened with a creak. Xiong Quan walked out in large strides. Master, continue to rest. I'll go deal with them. Xiong, wait. Don't be in a hurry to make a move. I want to see what exactly they want to do. Duan Lingtian shook his head as a mischievous smile appeared in his eyes. Under Xiong Quan's escort, Duan Lingtian saw the Tian clan's patriarch, a middle-aged man around 50 years old. Beside him were 2 old men. At this moment, when the 2 old men looked at Duan Lingtian, their faces were filled with fear. You're that Tian clan's patriarch. Duan Lingtian lazily glanced at the middle-aged man and yawned. Just say what you have to say. This young master has to wake up early tomorrow and doesn't have time to waste here with you. You. The Tian clan's patriarch, whose expression was already extremely gloomy, saw Duan Lingtian's attitude and his expression changed greatly. Patriarch. Between the 2 old men, the gray-robed old man frowned slightly and stopped the Tian clan's patriarch from turning hostile. The Tian clan's patriarch took a deep breath and suppressed the fury in his heart. Only now did he remember that the other party's background was probably not simple. If it wasn't because of this, why would he swallow his anger? Tianguang was his only son, and now that his family jewels were crippled, it also meant that he would have no descendants. The fury in his heart could not be any greater. Where exactly are you from? Why are you so vicious? The other green-robed old man looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze, as if he wanted to see something from Duan Lingtian's face. Vicious. Duan Lingtian laughed. Old man, it's easy for you to say. If your wife was taken liberties with in public, I wonder what your reaction would be. I'm already being merciful by not killing him. Otherwise, based on my character in the past, even if he had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough. What Duan Lingtian said was the truth. If it was him from his previous life, even if Tianguang died 8 or 10 times, it wouldn't be too much. What big words? I'm curious. Where exactly are you from? Which clan are you from? The Tian clan's patriarch asked in a low voice, as long as the other party wasn't from the county city or the imperial city. Even if he had to take the risk, he would still kill the other party to vent the hatred in his heart and take revenge for his son. On this point, before he came, he had already obtained the approval of the two elders beside him. At that time, they would make a move together and eliminate all hidden dangers. Tian clan patriarch thinks too highly of me. I'm only a nobody, not worth mentioning. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. When the three Tian clan people heard this, their faces couldn't help but sink. The more Duan Lingtian was like this, the more they felt that Duan Lingtian was mysterious and unfathomable, and didn't dare to act rashly. What, you dare to cripple my son, but you don't even have the courage to introduce yourself? Tian clan patriarch said in a low voice, intending to use provocation to force Duan Lingtian to reveal his background. But unfortunately, how could Duan Lingtian fall for this little trick of his? Tian clan patriarch, I know what you're thinking in your heart. Today, I'll say this. I'm just a nobody and I don't have any backing behind me. So, there are many things that you really don't have to worry about. Just do what you think in your heart. Duan Lingtian's words caused the Tian clan patriarch to fly into a rage out of humiliation, and the two old men beside him became even more fearful, not to mention anything else. Just this composure was sufficient to show that this youth wasn't simple. Then I want to see exactly how capable a nobody like you is. The Tian clan patriarch's face sank, and the origin energy that he had long since accumulated exploded out. Instantly his figure moved, pouncing towards Duan Lingtian like a rock spreading its wings with a menacing aura. Above him, 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form 7th level of the core formation stage. Patriarch, the faces of the two old men of the Tian clan went pale, as they never imagined that the patriarch would be so rash. They wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. They noticed that the violet-clothed youth had a warm smile on his face from the beginning. He stood there without moving like a mountain, as if he completely didn't care about their Tian clan patriarch's methods. In next to no time they obtained their answer. Humph! A mere 7th level core formation martial artist dares be presumptuous before my master. Xiong Quan moved. His entire body seemed to have suddenly vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was already before Duan Lingtian. The Tian clan patriarch's face went pale. Isn't this masked person a carriage driver? How could he have such terrifying speed? He wasn't able to catch the slightest trace of Xiong Quan's movement speed earlier. He knew clearly in his heart what this meant. Bang! Xiong Quan attacked, striking out with his fist. He didn't use any martial skills, and the simple and unadorned punch carried an incomparably violent force as it smashed onto the Tian clan patriarch's chest. The terrifying origin energy exploded out, blasting the Tian clan patriarch flying. Instantly, more than 20 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Xiong Quan. The Tian clan patriarch crashed onto the ground. His chest completely caved in, and he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He struggled for a few moments before losing all signs of life. Dead. Origin core stage. The two old men's faces went pale. Even though their Tian clan patriarch was killed in front of them, they didn't dare act rashly. Their strength was only at the 8th level of the core formation stage. If an origin core stage martial artist wanted to kill them, it would be as simple as cutting grass. The two old men took a deep breath, glanced at each other, then looked at Duan Lingtian at the same time. Young master, all of this is the fault of our Tian clan's patriarch and his son. Please forgive us. Yeah, young master, you're a great person, and don't fuss over the past wrongs committed by us lowly people. The two old men bowed in apology with perturbed expressions. Not far away, the inn's manager and the two attendants were completely dumbstruck when they saw the scene. As residents of Ravine Rain Town, they naturally knew who these two old men were. They were the two elders with the strongest strength in the Tian clan. Normally, they were existences that could call the wind and summon the rain in Ravine Rain Town, and were no different than local tyrants. But now, in front of this violet-clothed youth, they were like grandsons. Originally, if you two didn't come looking for me tonight, I wouldn't have pursued this matter. What a pity. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he calmly looked at the two old men. The two old men's faces went pale. Young master, please be magnanimous and let our Tian clan off. Our Tian clan is willing to pay the price as compensation. An origin core stage martial artist could easily annihilate the Tian clan. This was something they didn't doubt in the slightest. Compensation? Duan Lingtian's eyes shone, and his expression that was originally cold as ice changed to reveal a brilliant smile. Why didn't you two elders say so earlier? Since it's like this, I won't be courteous. How about 1 million silver? Such a small amount is probably not worth mentioning to your Tian clan. 1 million silver? The two old men were completely dumbstruck. This youth had such a big tone. They originally thought that spending 200,000 or 300,000 silver would be enough to get rid of the calamity, but they never expected that the youth would ask for 1 million silver right off the bat. The Tian clan was only a clan in a small town. In terms of resources, it was far from being comparable to those clans in large cities. Although the Tian clan was able to take out 1 million silver, it would still hurt them greatly. They were just about to open their mouths to plead for leniency. Xiong Quan accompanied the two elders. Come back once you get the silver. Don't be rash. Duan Lingtian took the initiative to give Xiong Quan an order. After he finished speaking, he yawned and waved his hand at the two old men. Elders, I'll be going back to sleep first. Thank you for your Tian clan's generous gift. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian left. The two Tian clan elders looked at each other with a helpless and bitter smile. Looks like they couldn't save that 1 million silver. Now, they wished for nothing more than to strangle Tian Guang to death. If it wasn't for that kid causing trouble, the Tian clan wouldn't have lost 1 million silver for no reason. They secretly swore in their hearts that after this incident, they must severely punish Tian Guang as a warning to others, so as to prevent such a black sheep from appearing in the Tian clan in the future. Let's go. Xiong Quan's cold and indifferent gaze descended onto the two old men, causing them to tremble as they respectfully led the way. My God, our inn actually has such a great figure. Chapter 130. Early in the morning. Everything came to life as the dawn rose from the east and enveloped the earth. Within Rain Valley Town, a carriage pulled by 5 tall horses galloped out. After a night, it once again walked on the spacious road and continued towards the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, swoosh! Within the carriage, Duan Lingtian weighed the stack of silver in his hand as his face revealed a brilliant smile. He never imagined that money would come so easily. Presently, the silver in his hand had already exceeded the 10 million mark. Tian, where did these silver come from? Li Ro's beautiful brows slightly knit together as she had a puzzled expression. She only saw that the money was given to Duan Lingtian by Xiong Quan, but she didn't know what had happened or where the money came from. Aunt Ro, it's surely him extorting the Tian clan from Rain Valley Town. Li Fei covered her mouth as she laughed lightly. Although she didn't see the entire process of what happened last night, when Xiong Quan gave the silver to Duan Lingtian this morning, he mentioned the Tian clan, so it wasn't difficult for her to connect all of this. When Li Ro found out the sequence of events, she couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. That Tian Guang really went for wool and came home shorn. But Tian, who exactly is that Xiong Quan? And why did he acknowledge you as his master? To be able to deter the entire Tian clan, Li Ro realized that Xiong Quan wasn't simple. Mom, he was captured to be a slave, and I coincidentally saved him, so he acknowledged me as his master. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he slowly explained. With his strength, how could he be captured to be a slave? Li Ro was slightly puzzled, but at the same time, she came to a sudden understanding. No wonder Xiong Quan wore a mask. It turned out that it was to conceal the slave brand. He was poisoned before and only had a strength at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. I saved him and cured the poison for him. His current strength has barely recovered to the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian leaned on Kerr's jade legs as he ate the grapes that Kerr passed over as he spoke with a lisp. Nascent soul stage. At this moment, not only Li Ro, but even Li Fei was stunned. Although Li Fei could tell that Xiong Quan was very strong, she didn't expect him to be this strong. Nascent soul realm. Such a cultivation base was already not inferior to the Aurora City's 3 great clans' grand elders. She was deeply shocked. Kerr was the only one who didn't seem too surprised. She continued to peel the grapes for Duan Lingtian and put them into Duan Lingtian's mouth. In her heart, the young master she admired the most was omnipotent. No wonder you were so resolute about the Fong family in Fresh Breeze Town. Li Ro was relieved. Some of the doubts in her heart were completely solved. I really didn't expect Xiong Quan to be a nascent soul realm expert. Li Fei was stunned for a long time. Isn't he just a nascent soul stage martial artist? Is there a need to be so surprised? Duan Lingtian glanced at Li Fei and slowly said, "Little Fei, as long as you cultivate the Starry Sun technique seriously, it won't be difficult for you to step into the nascent soul stage within 5 years." Only now did Li Fei recall that the Starry Sun technique she cultivated was a top cultivation technique that could be cultivated to Emperor Wu's level, coupled with the high-purity medicinal pills that Duan Lingtian refined. Her cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Tian, is that Xiong Quan reliable? Compared to Li Fei, Li Ro considered more, and her peerlessly beautiful face became serious as she was slightly worried. As far as she was concerned, keeping such a strong person by her side was undoubtedly a double-edged sword. "Mom, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. He naturally knew what his mother was worried about. It was none other than being afraid that Xiong Quan would harm him. But unfortunately, Xiong Quan's life was currently in his hands. In the entire world, besides him, no one was able to cure the slow-acting poison he gave Xiong Quan. That was the secret recipe of the rebirth martial emperor, a royal grade alchemist. When Duan Lingtian's group left, the atmosphere in the entire Tian clan was extremely oppressive. Their Tian clan's patriarch was dead. Dad. When Tian Guang woke up and noticed that his family jewels were gone, he was already deeply shocked. Now that he heard the news of his father being killed, he cried out in sorrow and was unable to accept this sudden double blow, causing him to faint once more. He understood that the death of his father meant that his status in the Tian clan would plummet. A few days later, Tian Guang, who'd recovered slightly with great difficulty, was dragged to the punishment court by a few Tian clan disciples, and he was beaten 100 times before the eyes of everyone in the Tian clan. Before he fainted from the pain, he heard the words of the Tian clan's grand elder. "Tian Guang brought calamity to our Tian clan. According to the orders of the 2 guardian elders, he is hereby punished. If anyone commits the same mistake in the future, they'll be directly executed according to the clan rules." When he woke up once more, his aura was weak, and his eyes were filled with regret. Never had he imagined that a single thought from that night would cause him to fall to such an end. If the heavens gave him a chance to start all over again, then even if he abandoned his dignity and kowtowed 10 times to that violet-clothed young man, he would still beg for the young man's forgiveness. Now he had nothing, let alone dignity. "Tian Guang, the Grand Elder asked you to go to the audience hall." Right at this moment, a voice sounded from outside, and it caused Tian Guang's face to go pale. When he arrived at the audience hall, Tian Guang directly knelt before the Tian clan's Grand Elder and hugged the Grand Elder's legs as he cried bitterly, "Grand Elder, I know my mistake. I really know my mistake. Don't punish me. Don't punish me anymore. I beg you, I beg you." The Tian clan's Grand Elder frowned, and his expression was slightly unsightly as he glanced at the nearby 3 people and said embarrassedly, "Distinguished guests, please excuse me." Subsequently, his face sank as he kicked Tian Guang flying. "Tian Guang, I didn't ask you to come here today to punish you. Besides the 2 guardian elders, only you are familiar with that violet-clothed young man's appearance. Now, describe in detail the appearance of that violet-clothed young man to these 3 distinguished guests." When Tian Guang heard that it wasn't to punish him, he caught his breath and noticed that there were 3 more people in the audience hall: an aged old man, a middle-aged man, and a young man around the age of 20. "You all, what's your relationship with that violet-clothed young man?" Tian Guang asked with slight trepidation. He was really afraid that these 3 people were on the same side as the violet-clothed young man and had come to stand up for the violet-clothed young man. If it was like this, then he would really be extremely unlucky. He's our irreconcilable enemy. We came here this time precisely for the sake of catching up to him and killing him. The young man around the age of 20 spoke, and his voice was filled with ruthlessness and hatred. Tian Guang's eyes abruptly lit up when he heard this, but he seemed to have thought of something and dimmed down. "It's useless. He has an origin core stage expert protecting him. And even my father, the Tian clan's patriarch, died at his hands' origin core stage?" The young man laughed in disdain. "He's only at the origin core stage. What's there to fear? This person beside me is our Yu clan's Grand Elder, an existence at the nascent soul stage, a mere origin core stage martial artist. If the Grand Elder were to make a move, he'd be able to kill him with a flip of his palm." Nascent soul stage expert? Tian Guang was shocked. The Tian clan's Grand Elder's pupils constricted, and he only reacted after a short moment. "Yu clan? Nascent soul stage expert? You all wouldn't be members of our Swallow Mountain County Cities Yu clan, right?" Tian Guang's gaze lit up once again, like the numerous stars in the night sky, and when he looked at the young man, it was as if he'd grabbed onto a life-saving straw. "Exactly, we're members of the Yu clan. This is our Yu clan's Grand Elder, and this is my father, the Yu clan's Second Elder." The young man raised his head arrogantly and enjoyed the reverent gazes of the 2 Tian clan members. "So it's the Yu clan's Grand Elder, Second Elder, and young Master Yu. Tian Qiong has not received you well. Please forgive me. Tian Guang, quickly get the kitchen to prepare a first-class banquet. I have to properly entertain our distinguished guests." The Tian clan's Grand Elder, Tian Qiong, looked at Tian Guang and ordered. "Yes, yes." Tian Guang hurriedly stood up. His eyes flickered and his mood surged. "Father, there's going to be someone taking revenge for you soon. So what if that little bastard has an origin core stage martial artist by his side? The Yu clan has dispatched a nascent soul stage expert this time, and it's even the Yu clan's Grand Elder. That little bastard is dead for sure. You can rest in peace in the netherworld. Wait." Right at this moment, the Yu clan's Grand Elder, Yu Hui, stopped Tian Guang and said indifferently, "We didn't come to your Tian clan this time for a meal. Now, describe the appearance of that violet-clothed youth to me right now." Tian Guang didn't dare dally and hurriedly nodded. He recalled the scene of when he saw the violet-clothed youth that night and roughly described the youth's appearance. "Grand Elder, it's right, it's him." The young man, who was the Yu clan's Yu Xiang, had a face full of excitement. "It's fine as long as it's him. In this way, he left this place 7 days ago." Yu Hui nodded. "Since it's like this, let's depart now. Grand Elder." Tian Qiong took a step forward and said respectfully, "The 3 of you have traveled for an entire day, and I'm sure you're hungry. How about staying for a meal in our Tian clan? It's our honor that the three of you are able to come to our Tian clan, and I hope that the three of you can allow us to fulfill our duties as hosts. Yu Hui didn't directly agree, but instead looked at Yu Xiang and the Yu clan's second elder, Yu Li. What do the two of you think? Grand Elder, since that Duan Lingtian has already left 7 days ago, we're not in a hurry. Let's finish this meal before we depart. Yu Xiang suggested. Exactly, we'll use the Fergana horses to travel. No matter if we eat this meal or not, we'll surely be able to catch up to him within 2 days. Yu Li nodded as well, and a cold light flickered within his eyes. Yu Hui nodded, then looked at Tian Qiong. Then I'll be troubling Elder Tian. It's no trouble, no trouble. A smile had bloomed on Tian Qiong's face since long ago. During these past few days, first, the Tian clan's patriarch had died. Then they were exploited of 1 million silver. It could be said that the Tian clan was in a precarious situation. The other 2 great clans of Cove Rain Town had been restless these past few days, and they obviously wanted to annex the Tian clan in one fell swoop. As far as he was concerned, so long as the Tian clan was able to form a relationship with the county city's Yu clan, they would surely be able to ensure their safety. I'll go instruct the kitchen. Chapter 131. Bang! Origin energy charged out from Duan Lingtian's body, breaking through the last bottleneck. A carp leaping over the dragon gate, transforming into a dragon in a single day. At the instant his origin energy charged through the bottleneck, it instantly underwent a tremendous change. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Broke through. 4th level of the core formation stage. During these past 3 months, Duan Lingtian hadn't stopped cultivating on the way to the Imperial City. The facts proved that his hard work wasn't in vain. With my current strength, I can exert the strength of 11 ancient mammoths without using a spirit weapon, comparable to an ordinary 8th level core formation martial artist. Once I complete the tempering of my fleshly body for the 4th level of the core formation stage, the raging python form, I'll gain the strength of an ancient mammoth and be comparable to a 9th level core formation martial artist. A trace of a bright light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingxing will meet soon. At that time, what you gave me, Ke, and Lixian, I'll make you pay back 100 times, 1,000 times, even 10,000 times. After breaking through, Duan Lingtian's mood was extremely good. Raising his head to look, he noticed that his mother, Li Ro, was cultivating as well. As for Li Fei and Ke, they were both asleep. These 2 little girls are probably really tired. A light smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and his eyes were filled with gentleness like water. He would use his entire life to protect these 2 girls and make them the happiest women in the world. This was the vow and promise he made to himself, and it would never change in this lifetime. Pulling open the carriage's curtain, Duan Lingtian looked outside, and the scene that entered his eyes constantly moved behind him. Along the way, they did encounter some blind horse bandits. However, those bandits failed to kill and rob, and were all killed by Xiongquan in the end. With Xiongquan here, Duan Lingtian was extremely at ease. Not long after, Duan Lingtian felt slightly tired and dozed off for a while. Soon, he was awakened by the sound of galloping horses. The sound of hooves came from 3 horses. Their speed was far faster than that of an ordinary horse. 3 Fergana horses. The sound of horse hooves was getting closer and closer. Duan Lingtian lifted the curtain and looked back. His eyebrows moved slightly. Soon, he saw one of the 3 people who were getting closer and closer. Yu Xiang, the Yu clan's actions are quite fast. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. He closed the car window without waking up his mother, Li Ro, Li Fei, and Ke. He pulled open the curtains and sat beside Xiongquan. Xiongquan, the 3 people behind us are coming for me. Stop the carriage by the side and let's go meet them." "Yes, master." Xiong Quan nodded and parked the carriage by the side of the road. He followed Duan Lingtian and ran in the direction behind the carriage. Law. Nay. The 3 Fergana horses stopped before Duan Lingtian. The sweat on their bodies was like fresh blood, and under the scorching sun, it flickered with a strange luster. The young man on one of the Fergana horses had a piercingly cold gaze as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and he sneered. "Duan Lingtian, you know you can't escape death, so you came here to give your life away? What? You want to use this to beg us to let your family go? Yu Xiang, you still like to think you're infallible." Duan Lingtian looked at Yu Xiang and spoke indifferently. His gaze had never looked at Yu Xiang from the beginning until the end, but had instead descended onto the other 2 people, an old man and a middle-aged man. Martial artists above the core formation stage couldn't be easily discerned, but Duan Lingtian had, after all, inherited the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Relying on the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he could vaguely discern that the middle-aged man was an origin core stage martial artist, and the old man was a nascent soul stage martial artist. This old man's strength wasn't inferior to Aqua Mystity's He Clan Supreme Elder Hizu Dao. Humph! Duan Lingtian, you're still being stubborn when you're about to die. I'll say it today. Even if you deliver yourself to die, I won't let your family go. As long as it's someone related to you, they'll die without a doubt. Yu Xiang burst into rage when he saw Duan Lingtian actually daring to disregard him. "What did you say?" Duan Lingtian's face sank and his gaze went slightly cold. A terrifying killing intent swept out from his body and flashed towards Yu Xiang. His family was his reverse scale. Yu Xiang was suddenly enveloped by this killing intent, and his face went pale. His body trembled, and he actually fell off the horse with a bang in an extremely sorry state. The old man, the Yu clan's grand elder, Yu Hui, glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight astonishment. Such killing intent was something he'd never developed, even after fighting for more than half his life. This youth around the age of 17 wasn't simple. "You're courting death." Yu Li's face sank, and his legs shook as he instantly left the back of his horse and flashed towards Duan Lingtian. His palm descended, strong wind swept out, and the sound of air exploding rose and fell continuously. "Duan Lingtian, you killed my son, Yu Hong. Today is the day you die. Yu Hong." Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he came to a sudden understanding. So this person was Yu Hong's father. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he gazed at the 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Yu Li. This Yu Hong's strength wasn't bad, as he'd actually cultivated to the 8th level of the origin core stage. However, this little bit of strength, you dare be rude to my master? Die! Xiong Quan shouted out explosively as he instantly flashed out to intercept Yu Hong. Above him, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well, 7th level of the origin core stage. Yu Hui sat on the Fergana horse and was slightly surprised, but he had no intention of interfering. As far as he was concerned, Yu Li alone was sufficient to deal with a 7th level origin core stage martial artist. Humph! A mere 7th level origin core stage martial artist dares be presumptuous before me? I'll kill you first and bury Duan Lingtian with your corpse. Yu Li's eyes revealed disdain as he sneered. Then his palm strike that was filled with raging origin energy blasted toward Xiong Quan. Whoosh! Right at this instant, the 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Xiong Quan had instantly turned into 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes. No. The sneer on the corners of Yu Li's mouth completely froze when he saw this scene, and his eyes revealed terror. He never imagined that his opponent was actually a nascent soul stage martial artist. Only a martial artist at the first level of the nascent soul stage or above was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes. He wanted to withdraw his hand, but noticed that it was too late. All the strength in his body poured into this palm strike, and it was difficult to withdraw it. "Stay your hand." Yu Hui's face went ghastly pale, as he never imagined that Xiong Quan had concealed his strength. His figure swiftly flashed as he pounced over, wanting to save Yu Li. Above him, 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Second level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed when he saw Yu Hui attack, but his expression remained unchanged. Whoosh! Xiong Quan moved, and a 3-foot-long blade suddenly appeared in his hand. It whistled past and instantly swept past Yu Li's throat. After he succeeded, he returned to Duan Lingtian's side and protected Duan Lingtian behind him. Yu Hui caught Yu Li's body, but noticed that fresh blood was violently gushing out from Yu Li's throat, and Yu Li struggled for a moment before losing all signs of life. Second Elder. Yu Hui's face went ghastly pale. The middle-aged man in his embrace wasn't just the Yu clan's second elder. He was also the patriarch's younger brother. Now that he had died before him, how would he explain this to the patriarch? Early on, when Xiong Quan exerted the strength of a nascent soul stage martial artist, Yu Xiang was already scared silly. Now that he saw Yu Li die, his face went ghastly pale, and he pounced forward and ceaselessly shook Yu Li's corpse, unwilling to believe that all this was real. "Father! Father!" Yu Hui put down Yu Li's corpse, and his gaze was cold and indifferent as he strode out and walked towards Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. "Today, even if you're at the first level of the nascent soul stage, you'll still die without a doubt. And you, Duan Lingtian, after I kill him, I won't kill you. I'll capture you and hand you over to Yu Xiang to be dealt with personally." Yu Hui's voice was cold and indifferent, and his chilly gaze first flashed past Xiong Quan before descending onto Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, I'll let you watch with your own eyes as the flesh on your body is shaved off piece by piece by piece. I'll make you wish you were dead." Hearing Yu Hui's words, Yu Xiang looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes emitted a ruthless sheen. Duan Lingtian's face sank. "Then let's see if this old fellow can live up to your expectations." Whoosh! Yu Hui moved, and his speed was so swift that with Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, he was utterly unable to catch a glimpse of Yu Hui. Xiong Quan moved along with Yu Hui, but seemed to be able to easily see through Yu Hui's location and directly moved to intercept him. A mere first-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Die. Yu Hui revealed himself and coldly shouted. A spirit weapon narrow saber that was thin like a cicada's wing suddenly appeared in his hand, and it whistled out toward Xiong Quan. The saber light emitted outwards, and against the scorching sun, it flickered with a dazzling luster. Grade 8 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed as he discerned the grade of the spirit weapon in Yu Hui's hand. Meanwhile, beside the 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Yu Hui, another 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. This was the amplification of strength from a spirit weapon. Grade 8 spirit weapon amplified strength by almost 20%. Yu Hui's saber art martial skill was extremely brilliant, and he perfectly displayed his strength, following like a shadow as he enveloped Xiong Quan. "Your martial skill isn't bad, but unfortunately you encountered me." Facing Yu Hui's brilliant saber strike, Xiong Quan didn't dodge, and the 3-foot-long blade flashed out to intercept it. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The corners of Yu Hui's mouth curled into a sneer, but in next to no time his expression completely changed. What did he see? Right at the instant Xiong Quan attacked, the 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Xiong Quan instantly became 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Third level of the nascent soul stage. This wasn't all. Along with the spirit sword in Xiong Quan's hand flashing out, the might of the spirit weapon was perfectly displayed. Beside the 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes, another 100+ ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. The amplification of the spirit weapon was almost 30%. The strength of 500+ ancient mammoths against the strength of 360 ancient mammoths. The two of them weren't on the same level at all, and the outcome was obvious. Clang! As a grade 7 spirit weapon, the 3-foot-long blade flashed past, instantly slashing apart Yu Hui's grade 8 spirit weapon narrow saber, and its momentum didn't decrease in the slightest as it went on to chop off Yu Hui's head. Before Yu Hui died, he only had one thought left. 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. Grade 7 spirit weapon. The eyes of Yu Hui's head that flew out from his body stared wide open, as if he never imagined that Xiong Quan would have such strength. Grand Elder. No, it can't be. It can't be. I must be dreaming, I must be. The scene before him caused Yu Xiang's eyes to almost split open, and his expression was extremely unsightly. Chapter 132. Ah! The intense pain coming from his thigh caused Yu Xiang to be unable to stop himself from screaming out. Only now did he realize that everything before his eyes was real, and he wasn't dreaming. Yu Xiang! Seeing Yu Xiang's actions, how could Duan Lingtian not know what he was thinking? The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Now, tell me, how should I deal with you? Should I let you watch as the flesh on your body is cut off piece by piece, living a life worse than death? Or should I give you a quick death? In the next moment, Yu Xiang's actions caused Duan Lingtian to be stunned. Thump! This Yu Xiang actually directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to him, ignoring the fresh blood flowing from his forehead. Duan Lingtian, I beg you, let me go. I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. As death approached, Yu Xiang forgot his dignity, forgot everything. Let you go. Duan Lingtian sneered. Let you go, and then let you go back to the Yu clan to find someone to take revenge on me? Yu Xiang hurriedly shook his head. He was terrified to the extreme, and his body trembled. I won't take revenge on you. Really, I won't take revenge on you. Your brother and father both died in my hands. Are you sure you won't take revenge on me? Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. Really? Yu Xiang looked at Duan Lingtian with a begging expression. However, the cold light that flashed in the depths of his eyes was still noticed by Duan Lingtian. However, even if Duan Lingtian didn't notice this, he still didn't intend to let Yu Xiang go. If you cut the grass without removing the roots, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. This Yu Xiang's heart was vicious, and Duan Lingtian could be considered to have witnessed it. Yu Xiang, I still remember your overbearing and arrogant appearance when we first met. It was as if you didn't take me seriously at all. Originally, I didn't intend to bicker with you, but you actually conspired with your brother to get someone to take my life. It can be said that your brother's death, and even your father's death, was caused by you. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yu Xiang. You. The disappearance of Centurion Bai Feng is related to you? Yu Xiang's expression changed drastically. When his brother's good friend, Bai Feng, went missing, he felt it was very strange. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he faintly guessed something. That's right, Bai Feng died in my hands. I used the same inscription that killed your brother to kill him in the setting sun mountain range. Duan Lingtian nodded and admitted it. Yu Xiang's face was ashen. He didn't expect that from the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian wasn't worried about his revenge, now that he thought about it. All of this seemed to be caused by him. Duan Lingtian, as long as you don't kill me, I can promise you anything. I can be your dog and be ordered around by you. How about it? Yu Xiang's eyes emitted the desire to survive. He was only 20 this year and wasn't willing to lose his life. Be my dog. Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he never imagined that Yu Xiang would actually disregard his dignity in order to survive. The current Yu Xiang was simply like a completely different person from the Yu Xiang he met for the first time. If Yu Xiang could still maintain his arrogant appearance like before, Duan Lingtian might think slightly more highly of him. Now he couldn't even be bothered to kill this Yu Xiang himself. Xiong Quan. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and his tone contained dense coldness mixed within. Yes, master. Although Duan Lingtian didn't specifically instruct him to do anything, Xiong Quan was still able to understand what Duan Lingtian meant, as he'd followed Duan Lingtian for a few months after all. No. When he saw Xiong Quan walking over, Yu Xiang realized that a great calamity was about to befall him, and he let out a sorrowful shout before turning around and fleeing. However, that bit of speed of his was nothing in front of Xiong Quan. After a short moment, Xiong Quan caught up to him, and he died under Xiong Quan's sword. Under Duan Lingtian's instructions, Xiong Quan searched the corpses of the 3 Yu clan members for a while before withdrawing some silver and a spatial ring. That spatial ring was precisely the possession of the Yu clan's grand elder, Yu Hui. Master. Xiong Quan respectfully passed the spoils of the battle to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded, then glanced at the broken grade 8 spirit weapon arrow saber, then glanced at the 3 Fergana horses. Put away his spirit weapon as well. I'll be able to use it when refining weapons in the future. As for these 3 Fergana horses, find a town ahead and replace our 5 horses, and let these 3 Fergana horses pull the carriage. Xiong Quan's gaze twitched as he said in astonishment, Master, you're also a weapons craftsman? Is it very strange? Come, let's go back. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Then he ignited his pill fire and burned the corpses of the 3 Yu clan members before turning around and leaving. Meanwhile, he claimed ownership of Yu Hui's spatial ring while he was at it. 2 million silver? Not bad. This Yu Hui is wealthier than Aqua Mist City's he clans Hizudao. Xiong Quan led the 3 Fergana horses and respectfully followed behind Duan Lingtian. He felt that the master he'd acknowledged seemed to not be an ordinary person. What a joke! Could an ordinary person be so wise and farsighted at such an age, as if everything was under his control? Xiong Quan even felt that. Even the former sect leader of the Boundless sect was far inferior to his current master in certain aspects. Perhaps being able to follow master is my fortune. With master's natural talent, he'll sooner or later go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I keep having the feeling that my life will change because of this. Such a thought suddenly arose within Xiong Quan's heart. This thought was like a seed that gradually took root and sprouted. Many years later, when he suddenly looked back, only then would he realize how correct his thoughts were at this moment. Returning to the carriage, Duan Lingtian noticed that the gazes of Li Fei, Kerr, and his mother, Li Ro, had all descended onto him in unison. You're all awake? A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Young master, what happened? Kerr asked. Nothing. It's just a few bandits that blocked the way. Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head. For the sake of avoiding his mother from being too worried, he found an excuse. Bandits? Since when did bandits ride Fergana horses to rob us? Li Ro pulled open the carriage window and glanced outside. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile when she saw Duan Lingtian leading 3 fine horses that were covered in sweat that seemed to be dyed with blood. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. It's really Fergana horses, and there's even 3 of them. Li Fei was attracted by the 3 Fergana horses as well, and flowing lights flashed within her eyes. What beautiful horses! These are Fergana horses? Big sister Fei Fei, are these Fergana horses very special? Kerr was attracted by the 3 Fergana horses as well, no matter if it was in terms of leg strength or appearance. A Fergana horse was absolutely the best amongst horses. Kerr, the speed of a Fergana horse is a few times faster than an ordinary fine horse, and it can travel 500 kilometers in a day. Moreover, just a single Fergana horse is worth 1 million silver. Li Fei explained. Ah. Kerr was frightened. 1 million silver taels for a horse? Very quickly, the gazes of the three women that were slightly scrutinizing fell upon Duan Lingtian at the same time. Duan Lingtian's heart tightened, and flowing lights flashed within his eyes. Xiong Quan, call me when we reach the town ahead. I'm sleepy, so I'm going to catch up on my sleep first. Duan Lingtian yawned and called out to Xiong Quan outside. Under the burning gazes of the three women, he lay down on the bed and pretended to be asleep. Scoundrel! Li Fei angrily said. Li Ro also helplessly shook her head, but she didn't intend to probe any further. She closed her pair of beautiful eyes and continued to cultivate. After a moment, Duan Lingtian glanced at his mother, Li Ro. After discovering that she was wholeheartedly immersed in cultivation, he reached out and grabbed Li Fei's hand. Little Fei, ere come. Li Fei was still puzzled. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a ring appeared out of thin air. It was precisely the spatial ring of the Yu clan's grand elder, Yu Hui. This is... Li Fei took a deep breath. She had a guess in her heart, and she was slightly excited. Haven't you always envied Kerr for having a spatial ring? As Duan Lingtian spoke softly, he removed the ownership of the spatial ring and put it on Li Fei's hand. It's really a spatial ring. After Li Fei dripped her blood onto the spatial ring, she excitedly lowered her head and kissed Duan Lingtian. After that, she noticed Kerr looking at her with a spurious smile. She was so embarrassed that she turned her head away and didn't dare look back for a long time. Little Fei Air, you're still shy. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and domineeringly pulled Li Fei into his embrace, and his other hand embraced Kerr. He hugged one in each arm and fell asleep. Not long after, Xiong Quan drove the carriage into a small town. After dealing with the original 5 steeds, he hitched the 3 Fergana horses onto the carriage. When they left the small town, 100% of the people turned their heads. There were even quite a few people who chased them out of the small town and only returned to their senses after they saw the carriage disappear into the distance. My God, those are Fergana horses, right? 3 Fergana horses are worth 3 million taels of silver. Using 3 Fergana horses to pull the carriage is too extravagant. The group of small-town residents deeply engraved this scene in their hearts. This was the most extravagant action they'd ever seen in their entire lives. After switching to the 3 Fergana horses, the carriage galloped like the wind at an extremely fast speed. In Duan Lingtian's original plan, it would take nearly a year to reach the imperial city. But now that he'd switched to the Fergana horses, it was an entire 3 months ahead of time. The imperial city is in front. Li Ro's gaze was complicated as she looked at the vast and majestic city in the distance through the carriage window. That year, she'd brought her son, who was still immature, and left this place. She didn't expect that after so many years, she'd once again set foot on this land. She seemed to have recalled that year the scenes when her husband, Duan Rafong, was still alive. Although her husband had been missing for many years, she was sure that her husband was still alive. Tianer. Li Ro looked at Duan Lingtian and slowly said, "When we reach the imperial city this time, Mother hopes that you can accompany Mother to make a trip to the Duan clan to acknowledge your ancestors and return to the clan." That year, it was she who'd secretly brought Duan Lingtian away. After all, Duan Lingtian had the blood of the Duan clan flowing through his veins, and he was still a member of the Duan clan. Acknowledge my ancestors and return to the clan. Duan Lingtian frowned. Mother, I'm not going. Tiana. Li Ro's tone became heavier. She'd always been a person who valued relationships and righteousness, and she couldn't bear to see her son being so immature. Mother. Duan Lingtian's eyes were crimson red as he said in a deep voice, "All these years, has the Duan clan ever cared about the life and death of us? Also, when Duan Lingxing almost killed me 2 years ago, has that so-called fourth uncle ever treated me fairly? Chapter 133. Within the carriage, it was deathly silent. Li Fei and Kerr were very sensible and didn't speak. Li Ro's eyes were slightly red. She could feel her son's resentment from his tone. After a long time, she sighed and said softly, "All right, Tian-er, if you're unwilling to go, then we won't go." "Mom, don't be sad." Duan Ling Tian felt his heart ache when he saw his mother like this. He sat over and held Li Ro's hand. "I know you want me to go and acknowledge my ancestors for father's sake. But why did you leave the Duan clan that year? Could it be that you've forgotten everything? When father was still alive, everyone respected you. Once father went missing, those jealous people took the initiative to make things difficult for you. I believe that even if father was still alive, he wouldn't blame us." Li Ro nodded, and a trace of a smile appeared on her face. "Tian-er, you've grown up. Mom can be at ease. Mom doesn't have any other wishes for the rest of her life. I only hope to be able to see you, Fei-er, and Kerr give birth to children, and I'll be satisfied." Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. A mother's love was as heavy as Mount Tai, causing his heart to feel slightly sour and his eyes to feel bitter. "Mom, you rest for a while." Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian returned to Li Fei, and Kerr sighed and sighed. He would go to the Duan clan, but not to acknowledge his ancestors. It was to kill that Duan Lingxing. In next to no time, the carriage arrived at the foot of the imperial city. The enormous carriage, pulled by 3 Fergana horses, naturally attracted the attention of many people everywhere it passed. The imperial city was vast and vast. It stood there like an enormous ferocious beast that was hibernating, and it brought a feeling of oppression to others. The imperial city was surrounded by a wide moat, leaving only a stone bridge that led to the entrance of the imperial city. This was also the only city gate of the imperial city. This was the only way in and out of the imperial city. As the carriage walked on the stone bridge, one could vaguely see numerous ferocious fish-type ferocious beasts leaping up from the moat and revealing their savage fangs. The density of these ferocious fish beasts made one's scalp numb. One could imagine that even if a nascent soul realm martial artist fell into it, they would most likely die. As the only gate of the imperial city, it was extremely large. It was made of steel and was dozens of meters tall. On both sides of the gate, there were mighty soldiers in armor. They held sharp spears in their hands and stood there in 2 lines, as motionless as mountains. Wherever Duan Lingtian's carriage passed, the crowd would make way. Even the soldiers on both sides of the city gate did not dare to approach. A carriage pulled by 3 Fergana horses was a rare sight even in the imperial city. Those who could sit in such a carriage were either rich or noble. After entering the imperial city, Duan Lingtian, Li Fei, and Kerr looked out the window and carefully observed everything in the imperial city. On both sides of the wide road, there were many shops and restaurants. It was very lively. Li Fei faintly sighed. Compared to the imperial city, Aurora City can only be considered as a small rural town. Duan Lingtian deeply agreed. Aurora City could not be compared to the imperial city at all. "Master, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city is divided into an inner city and an outer city. We are currently only in the outer city." At this moment, Xiong Quan's voice sounded. Outer city? Duan Lingtian was surprised. Such a bustling place was only in the outer city of the imperial city? "Master, look, the inner city is in front." After the carriage traveled for another half an hour, Xiong Quan's voice sounded out again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked over and noticed that at the end of the road there was a city within a city. This inner city did not look much different from the outer city. If there was a difference, it would be that the area it occupied was smaller than the outer city. No matter if it was the moat, the city walls that surrounded the city like a water bucket, or the only stone bridge, they were all no different from the outer city. Presently, the inner city's gate was tightly shut and there was not a single person on the stone bridge. The inner city is actually not open. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. There should be a time limit. Xiongquan said, Xiongquan, you seem to know the imperial city very well. Have you been here before? Duan Lingtian asked, puzzled. From Xiongquan's introduction earlier, he noticed that Xiongquan seemed to be very familiar with the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. I've been here once before. Xiongquan sighed as he reminisced. At that time, he took the identity of the Boundless Sect's guardian and brought the Boundless Sect's disciples out to handle some matters, and they just happened to pass by here. Now that he thought back, he sighed endlessly. Let's find an inn in the outer city to stay first. Duan Lingtian instructed. Yes. Xiongquan replied respectfully and found a slightly luxurious inn to stay in. The innkeeper of the inn personally came out to welcome them. The carriage driven by 3 Fergana horses caused him to tremble with fear, as he was deeply afraid of offending the esteemed guests. Mother, let's go out to eat. Duan Lingtian arrived outside Li Ro's room and said softly, Mother isn't hungry and wants to rest for a while. You guys go ahead. Remember to bring Xiongquan along. The experts in the imperial city are as numerous as the clouds, so you must not take the initiative to cause trouble. Li Ro's voice sounded out, and she didn't forget to warn Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied and left the inn with Li Fei and Kerr. Xiongquan followed closely behind. Duan Lingtian found a nearby restaurant that looked pretty good and walked in with large strides. This restaurant was a pavilion that was divided into 3 floors. The surroundings of the first floor were filled with flowers and plants, and it was extremely pleasant. It was currently mealtime, and the lobby of the first floor was already full, bustling with activity, and extremely lively. Duan Lingtian followed the stairs and walked up to the second floor with large strides. Compared to the clamor of the first floor, the second floor was much quieter. Although there were many people talking, they intentionally lowered their voices and were extremely mindful of their image. Guests, this way, please. Before long, a waitress greeted Duan Lingtian's group and brought them to a table near the street. Give me a portion of each of your signature dishes and a jug of good wine, Duan Lingtian instructed. Yes. The waitress nodded respectfully before turning and leaving. Before long, fine wine and delicacies were placed on the table. This restaurant is rather special. Li Fei lightly smiled. Sitting on the second floor, they were practically unable to hear the sounds of the lobby on the first floor. Everything seemed to be so quiet and peaceful. Although they could hear the conversations of some of the patrons on the second floor, they were all suppressed to an extremely low level. If they didn't intentionally listen, they would be completely ignored. A small portion of the patrons in the surroundings were discussing private matters, but most of them were discussing Paladin Academy. I wonder if Paladin Academy will receive a genius student like Su Qing this year. What kind of joke is this? That Su Qing is a rare genius martial artist. In the history of our Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy, there was only one person from 20-plus years ago that was able to compare with him. Who? Naturally, it's the Duan Rufeng clan's Duan Rufeng. Who's Duan Rufeng? You actually don't even know who Duan Rufeng is? He's a peerless genius of our Crimson Sky Kingdom 20 years ago, and he's also a direct descendant of the Duan clan. I've actually never heard anyone mention him. Of course, because he went missing 15 years ago. If he didn't go missing, then the number 1 expert of our Crimson Sky Kingdom might not necessarily be that person from the imperial family. Sure. Be quiet. Are you courting death? Is that person from the imperial family someone you can talk about? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed when he heard the discussion of the people at the nearby table. Duan Rufeng was precisely his father in this lifetime. I never imagined that there would still be people who remember that deadbeat father of mine. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he was slightly surprised. Humph! Duan Rafung is only a short-lived ghost. Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice sounded out from the stairs. A red-clothed young woman around the age of 19 walked up to the second floor, and behind her was an old woman. The old woman leaned on a walking stick, but her eyes were dazzling like an array of stars. Obviously, her cultivation wasn't low. "Little girl, you're too presumptuous. If that Duan Rafung was here, would you dare say such words?" The expression of the middle-aged man who'd been praising Duan Rafung earlier sank slightly. "Slap her." The red-clothed young woman's voice was icy cold, and it was unknown who she was talking to. Instantly, the old woman behind her moved, and she seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that flashed directly towards the middle-aged man. Above the old woman, a few tens of ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, then vanished in a flash. Slap! A clear sound echoed out as the old woman returned behind the red-clothed young woman, whereas half of the middle-aged man's face was swollen, and his expression was extremely unsightly. Yet he dared to be angry, but didn't dare say anything. The old woman's strength was far above his. For a moment, the second floor was deathly silent. So overbearing. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed as a cold light flickered within them, although he didn't have any feelings towards that deadbeat father of his. He was still his father, after all. Now that he was being insulted, a ball of flames couldn't help but arise within his heart. Truly laughable. A short-lived ghost is worthy of such praise from all of you. The red-clothed young woman's icy cold gaze descended onto the other people that participated in the discussion earlier, causing them to hurriedly lower their heads and not dare say another word. Humph. These days, people aren't even allowed to speak the truth. If that Duan Rafung was still here, would you dare to insult him? Li Fei obviously couldn't bear to see the red-clothed young woman's actions, and she grunted coldly. The red-clothed young woman's gaze descended onto Li Fei's face, and she mocked. An ugly freak with a veil on her face is worthy of speaking to this young miss? I'll give you a chance. Slap yourself 30 times. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Ugly freak? Li Fei was dazed, then sneered. You really think highly of yourself. Even if you were to deliver yourself to a beggar on the side of the road, a beggar might not dare to marry you, right? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. This girl's mouth is unforgiving. You're courting death. A trace of a cold light flashed within the red-clothed young woman's eyes. Her hand trembled, and a strong wind swept out. A black whip that was like a venomous snake brought out a string of whip images that were suffused with origin energy as it flashed straight towards Li Fei. Her attack was incomparably ruthless. Above her, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, 4th level of the core formation stage. Just when most people thought that Li Fei would suffer a loss, Duan Lingtian moved. Whoosh! Just when Li Fei's gaze went slightly cold and she intended to make a move, Duan Lingtian embraced her and dodged the red-clothed young woman's attack. Chapter 134. Going too far. The red-clothed girl's expression was extremely unsightly after her attack missed. There are some people you can't afford to offend. In front of me, not to mention mocking, she doesn't even have the qualifications to speak. The qualifications to speak? That's really new. This is the first time I've heard that speaking requires qualifications. But I wonder where you got the qualifications to injure someone, and who gave you the qualifications. Duan Lingtian's face sank, and he started laughing from extreme anger. Even if he didn't interfere earlier, with Li Fei's strength at the 5th level of the core formation stage, it would still be sufficient to defeat the red-clothed girl who was at the 4th level of the core formation stage. He embraced Li Fei and moved aside, not because he was worried that Li Fei would suffer a loss, but because he listened to his mother, Li Ro, and tried his best not to cause trouble. If the matter really got out of hand, then he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Some of the surrounding customers frowned as they looked at the red-clothed girl, as they all felt that she was going too far. Some people are born lowly like ants. There are some people who are born to be noble and are supreme. The red-clothed girl arrogantly raised her head and said with a condescending tone, "You asked where this young miss got the qualifications, and this is this young miss' qualifications. In front of this young miss, she's only an ant. You're similarly an ant. So, you don't have the qualifications to speak in front of this young miss." The red-clothed girl had only just finished speaking when the black whip flashed out once again, swinging towards Duan Lingtian. "What a good, born lowly. Today, I'll properly teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents, and let you know that no one has the qualifications to casually trample on the dignity of another." Duan Lingtian's voice was icy cold, as he was truly enraged. "Die!" the red-clothed girl shouted in a low voice, and the whip in her hand seemed to transform into numerous black poisonous snakes that scuttled towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand. He only used the strength of less than 7 ancient mammoths. Slap! He easily caught the red-clothed girl's whip in his hand and fiercely shook it. Pooh! The red-clothed girl's hand that held the whip trembled, and she was shaken to the point she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was ghastly pale as she stared at Duan Lingtian, as if she had encountered something extremely inconceivable. You actually dare injure this young miss? What a joke! You want to kill me, but I can't hurt you?" Duan Lingtian sneered. Did this crazy woman really think that the heavens were the greatest and she was the second? She could kill people, but others could only stand there and let her kill them? What kind of logic was this? For a moment, all the customers in the restaurant looked at the woman in red as though they were looking at an idiot. Although they had seen many hedonistic sons of rich families, this was the first time they had seen such an exaggerated one. "Do you know who I am? This young lady will give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to this young lady 3 times. Perhaps this young lady will show mercy and spare your life." The woman in red looked at Duan Lingtian. Her voice was cold as if she was giving alms to Duan Lingtian. "What a joke! Do you really think that you're the judge of life and death? Do you really think that you're the judge of life and death?" Duan Lingtian took a step forward, and the icy cold bloody killing intent on his body swept out. The woman in red was enveloped by the killing intent, and her face went pale. Her entire body trembled as she continuously retreated a few steps. She once again looked at Duan Lingtian as if she was looking at a devil. "You, don't come over here. Don't come over here. Enough!" The old woman spoke out as she took a step forward and blocked the woman in red, blocking the peerless killing intent that stretched out from Duan Lingtian's body. At this moment, even the old woman couldn't help but be moved. This youth that looked to be around 18 years old not only had a strength that wasn't inferior to her young miss, he actually possessed such a terrifying killing intent. Even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, there probably weren't many people who possessed such killing intent. "Who the hell are you?" The old woman looked at Duan Lingtian with slight fear. She faintly realized that this violet-clothed youth wasn't simple, and might even have an extraordinary background. "Who am I?" Duan Lingtian started laughing as he swept the red-clothed woman behind the old woman with his gaze. "I'm the ant she spoke of, a naturally lowly ant. What? The naturally noble young miss can only hide behind others now, and don't dare make a move to show off your nobility?" Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with ridicule. "Kill him! I want him to die!" The red-clothed woman was provoked by Duan Lingtian to the point her face flushed red, and she roared with a fierce voice. The old woman's gaze focused as killing intent flashed within. Originally, when she saw Duan Lingtian being so mysterious and unfathomable, she still had misgivings in her heart. Now, when she heard her young miss's order, She didn't hesitate any longer. No matter how extraordinary Duan Lingtian's identity was, he would still die today. Whoosh! The old woman moved, attacking with her full strength, and 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, revealing her cultivation. 6th level of the origin core stage. Xiong Quan, don't let her disturb me. Right when the hearts of the customers on the 2nd floor were in suspense for Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian instead suddenly spoke such words, causing these customers to feel slightly bewildered. Yes, master. Xiong Quan moved, only using the strength of 100 ancient mammoths to stop the old woman and suppress her, causing her to be unable to make a move against Duan Lingtian. 7th level of the origin core stage. The old woman glanced at Xiong Quan in terror, and her face went ghastly pale. You, don't come over here. Don't come over here. The red-clothed woman's face went ghastly pale when she saw her backer being stopped by someone. Then she saw Duan Lingtian walking towards her. Slap. Duan Lingtian walked forward and raised his hand to slap the red-clothed girl. Then he said in a cold voice, "Noble eldest young miss, today allow me, a lowly aunt, to properly discipline you on behalf of your parents. This slap is for my wife." Li Fei sat at the side, and a happy smile appeared on her face. You dare slap me?" The red-clothed woman was dumbstruck. Even her father had never hit her. Now, a strange man actually dared slap her. You're dead. You're dead. The red-clothed woman looked at Duan Lingtian with an icy cold gaze, as if she was looking at a dead man. Slap. Duan Lingtian gave the red-clothed woman another slap, then sneered. This slap is for that big brother from before. Nearby, the middle-aged man with half his face swollen glanced at Duan Lingtian with gratitude. Kid, you'll regret this. Do you know who she is? Meanwhile, the old woman that was suppressed by Xiong Quan, her body that seemed as if it would fall in the wind, lightly trembled. Don't worry, no matter who she is, I'll properly teach her how to behave on behalf of her parents. Duan Lingtian swept the old woman with a cold and indifferent gaze, then looked at the red-clothed woman with a cold expression. Slap, 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 slap. Slap after slap was swung out, hitting the red-clothed woman until her cheeks were completely swollen, turning her into a pig's head. Didn't you say that you were born noble and supreme? Didn't you say that I was born lowly and wanted to kill an ant like me? Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with coldness and indifference. The red-clothed woman's eyes flickered with icy cold, killing intent, as if she was already numb, and she spoke incoherently. You will surely regret this. Stubborn. Duan Lingtian gave the red-clothed woman another slap, and after slapping her down, he stopped and coldly shouted, Fuck off. Don't appear before me again. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Meanwhile, Xiong Quan had also returned to Duan Lingtian's side. The old woman regained her freedom and helped the red-clothed woman up before walking down the stairs in large strides. Her icy cold voice sounded from afar. Kid, no matter who you are or what your background is, you prepare to receive the fury of the Fair Sun County's county governor's estate. Fair Sun County's county governor's estate? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. The county governor's estate again. He seemed to have a special affinity with the people of the county governor's estate. First, it was the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's estate, and now it was the Fair Sun County's county governor's estate. Could it be that the red-clothed woman from before was the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor? I've long heard that the Fair Sun County's county governor's daughter is an unruly girl, but I never imagined that she's unruly to such an extent. The expressions of many customers went pale as they paid their bills and left one by one, deeply afraid that they would get into trouble. Little brother, in a short while, Only the middle-aged man with a swollen face remained. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a serious expression, "The fair Sun County's county governor's estate isn't to be trifled with. You'd better leave the imperial city quickly." "This is the imperial city. Could it be that the county governor's estate can overturn the heavens?" Duan Lingtian was slightly curious. No matter how strong the county governor's estate was, it seemed that its reputation was only spread far and wide within the county that it governed, right? Within the imperial city, a mere county governor's estate dared to be presumptuous? Perhaps he perceived Duan Lingtian's indifference. The middle-aged man had a bitter smile on his face as he explained, "Little brother, you don't know. If it was the county governor's estate of the other 17 counties, then it would be fine. But the fair Sun County's county governor's estate is different. If I'm not wrong, that red-clothed woman from before ought to be the daughter of the fair Sun County's county governor and the younger sister of His Majesty's concubine. That concubine of His Majesty's concubine is also the mother of the current 5th prince." After he finished speaking, the middle-aged man left the restaurant, and he didn't forget to remind Duan Lingtian once again to quickly leave the imperial city. "So in this way, that woman from before is the cousin of the 5th prince?" Li Fei's beautiful brows frowned as she looked at Duan Lingtian with slight worry. "Scoundrel, what should we do now?" They had just arrived at the imperial city and had already indirectly offended the 5th prince of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family. This wasn't a good sign. "What's wrong, little Fei? Weren't you so confident just now? Are you afraid now?" Duan Lingtian teased. "Humph, I'm just worried about you." Li Fei grunted. "All right, let's eat." Duan Lingtian sat back between Li Fei and Kerr as he smiled. Before long, Duan Lingtian looked at the female attendant in the distance and called out to her, Guest, do you need anything?" The female attendant didn't dare look straight at Duan Lingtian. She was also frightened by Duan Lingtian's overbearing side from before. "Don't be nervous. I just wanted to ask you if you know when the inner city is open to the public." Duan Lingtian squeezed out a trace of a smile on his face as he asked curiously, "Yes, the inner city is open for an hour in the morning, noon, and evening." The female attendant's expression eased up a bit. "What's the difference between the inner city and the outer city?" Duan Lingtian asked again. "Compared to the outer city, the inner city is much more prosperous. The imperial palace, the mansions of the various large families in Paladin Academy are all in the inner city. However, even if outsiders enter the inner city, they wouldn't spend the night inside. The inns inside are more than 10 times more expensive than the inns outside. Those who are able to buy a mansion inside are either wealthy or respectable." Chapter 135. From the female attendant, Duan Lingtian found out about the difference between the inner city and outer city. Compared to the outer city, every inch of land in the inner city was worth an inch of gold. "Young master, are we going to the inner city?" Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian smiled. "There's no rush. There's still some time before dusk. Let's return to the inn first after we finish eating." Kerr nodded obediently. When they left the inn, Duan Lingtian had a plan in his heart. He would enter the inner city at dusk and find an inn to stay at, then buy a house to house his family in the imperial city. After all, he had to spend the next few years in Paladin Academy. "Looks like I have to work hard to earn money again." On the way back to the inn, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Although he had 10 million silver on him now, he understood that this little bit of money was probably enough to buy a house in the inner city where every inch of land was worth an inch of gold. Swallow Mountain County's county city, Yu Clan Estate. Within the audience hall, a travel-worn Yu Clan disciple was reporting to the patriarch, Yu Dian. "Patriarch, I'm afraid the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and young Master Xiang have met with misfortune. I'm afraid." Yu Dian's face sank and his voice was chilly. This is the result of your investigation. The Yu clan disciple took a deep breath and slowly said, Patriarch, I searched all along the way and didn't notice the tracks of the Grand Elder and the others, but I've been tracking them all the way to the vicinity of the Imperial City, and I heard that someone used a carriage pulled by 3 Fergana horses to travel, and that carriage had the Li clan crest on it. The Li clan's crest? Humph. It ought to be that little bastard Duan Lingtian's carriage. Looks like I've underestimated him. Yu Dian's eyes went cold as he ordered. You, go invite the 3 supreme elders over. Yes. The Yu clan disciple received his orders and left. Only when he left the hall did he heave a sigh of relief. Earlier, the patriarch's rage had pressured him to the point he was practically unable to breathe. Second brother, Xiang, don't worry. Even if that Duan Lingtian goes to the Imperial City, I'll still make his blood splatter everywhere to comfort your souls in heaven. At this moment, Yu Jian, the patriarch of the Yu clan, was burning with rage. He understood that it was impossible for the 3 of them to still be alive after not hearing from them for nearly half a year. Outside the Imperial City, in an inn that was quiet amidst the chaos. Pa, 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 pa. The sound of things being smashed came from the best room in the inn. Obviously, the guests inside were venting their anger. In the room, the woman in red seemed to have gone mad. Almost everything in the guest room that could be smashed had been smashed by her. When have I, Tong Li, ever suffered such humiliation in my life? If he doesn't die, I swear I'm not human. The red-clothed woman was tired from the fall and sat down on the bed. Her eyes were crimson red, as if she was a bloodthirsty Azura that had crawled out from hell. The old woman stood at the side and kept silent. She knew that when the young miss got angry, not to mention her, even the county governor would be powerless. Granny Wang, the inner city should be open soon. Let's go, I'm going to look for cousin. Tong Li stood up and walked out angrily. Yes, the old woman respectfully followed behind. Rumble. At dusk, along with the gate of the inner city slowly opening, the stream of people that had been waiting on the stone bridge at the gate, as well as the stream of people that had been waiting to leave the city, intertwined as they entered and exited. As a horse carriage walked onto the stone bridge, although the stream of people on the stone bridge surged endlessly, they still moved to the sides. Everyone looked at the horse carriage with reverence as it passed by. A horse carriage pulled by 3 Fergana horses. The people inside were surely wealthy and respectable, and weren't people they could afford to offend. This is the inner city? So many people. Within the carriage, Kerr glanced outside and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Within the inner city, there was an endless stream of horse carriages, and what entered her eyes was a dense mass of people. When I saw so many people on the stone bridge earlier, I thought it would take half a day to squeeze in. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Li Fei's angelic face was filled with smiles, and her devilish figure lazily leaned against the carriage window. Of course, don't underestimate the deterrent force of 3 Fergana horses. Duan Lingtian smiled. Even the county governor's estates of the 18 counties under the Crimson Sky Kingdom might not have the courage to use 3 Fergana horses to pull a horse carriage. It wasn't that they couldn't afford so many Fergana horses, but that they wouldn't waste them like this. Fergana horses were worth tens of thousands of gold, and very few people would be willing to let them pull a horse carriage. When Duan Lingtian's horse carriage smoothly entered the inner city and found an inn to stay at, outside the gate of the inner city, a horse carriage that was similarly pulled by 3 horses walked onto the stone bridge. But it could only slowly walk on the stone bridge with the speed of an ant. Too slow. The red-clothed girl in the carriage had an extremely unsightly expression. Hey, hurry up! The red-clothed girl pulled open the carriage curtain and shouted at the coachman. Miss, I can't help it. There are so many people, and the carriage can't move at all. The coachman had an aggrieved expression. Humph! The red-clothed girl snorted coldly and walked out of the carriage. Her face sank as she looked at the surrounding people on both sides and in front of her. These lowly commoners actually dare to block my path. Slap! The red-clothed girl raised her hand, and the black whip in her hand tore through the sky with a sound. However, this sound was quickly covered by the surrounding clamor, and not many people were able to hear it. You lowly commoners, fuck off! The red-clothed girl swung the whip in her hand and roared with a stern voice. Her voice entered into the ears of the group of people around the horse carriage. These people revealed looks of disdain as they coldly glanced at the 3 ordinary yellow horses pulling the horse carriage, and mocked them without holding back. Do you really think her horse carriage is also pulled by Fergana horses? Yeah, sitting in such a lousy horse carriage. You really think you're somebody. If you have the ability, then go get 3 Fergana horses to pull the carriage, just like the horse carriage in front. You don't have to say anything, and we'll automatically make way for you. Brother, how can you say that? Do you think everyone has the courage to get 3 Fergana horses to pull the carriage? That's true. The mocking words entered into the red-clothed girl's ears, and it caused her expression to become even more unsightly. Slap! She swung the black whip in her hand, wanting to whip these people that mocked her. Miss! The old woman walked out of the carriage and grabbed the red-clothed girl's hand. Granny Wang, what are you doing? I want to teach this group of lowly commoners a lesson. The red-clothed girl's face sank. Miss, if you injure people in front of so many people, you'll surely become the target of everyone. Now, His Majesty the Emperor is old, and the throne is being replaced. Could it be that you want the matter of you whipping commoners for no reason to become a bargaining chip for the other princes to attack the 5th prince? The old woman laughed bitterly as she reminded in a light voice. The red-clothed girl took a deep breath and returned to the carriage with a gloomy expression. This miss can't take it anymore. These lowly commoners actually dared to talk about this miss like this. If this miss finds out who used 3 Fergana horses to pull the carriage through the streets and caused this miss to be ridiculed, this miss won't forgive him. The red-clothed girl was precisely Tong Li, the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor. She was also the girl that Duan Lingtian taught a lesson in the restaurant. But if Tong Li knew that the owner of the carriage pulled by 3 Fergana horses was precisely the youth that slapped her in the restaurant not long ago, what expression would she have? In a quiet inn in the inner city. You two stay and chat with my mother. I'll go out with Xiong Quan to do something. Duan Lingtian said to Li Fei and Kerr before leaving with Xiong Quan. The inner city of the imperial city had businesses that specialized in selling houses, and these businesses were directly under the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family. Now, Duan Lingtian brought Xiong Quan into a spacious door. Sir, may I know what kind of house you're looking for? Among the female attendants standing at the entrance of the store, the most beautiful one had a respectful expression as she welcomed Duan Lingtian into the hall. She was able to discern that the violet-clothed youth was the leader of the 2 people in front of her. The hall was very simple. Besides a few counters, there was only a model laid out in the middle of the hall. These models were all models of houses, and they were all separated from each other. I didn't expect that in this world there would be something similar to the building models on Earth from my previous life. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and he felt a wave of familiarity. Sir, these are all houses that haven't been sold yet. Please take a look and see which one you like. The female attendant pointed at the rows of house models and introduced them with a smile. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to carefully size up these houses, a young man around the age of 19 walked into the store with an old man. The young man had an arrogant expression, and he was obviously a rich playboy. Sir, may I ask if you want to buy a house? Another female attendant went up to greet them. Nonsense. if this young master didn't come here to buy a house, could it be that I'm here to see you? Let this young master see what kind of houses you have here." The young man's words were full of condescension, causing the female attendant's face to turn green and white. However, she didn't dare to say anything. A person who could afford a house in the inner city was not someone she could afford to offend. Duan Lingtian frowned and glanced at the young man indifferently, but he didn't say anything. He just looked at the house model in front of him. "Hey, this young lady looks pretty good. Hey, it's you." This young master doesn't need her to entertain him. You entertain this young master. The young man walked to Duan Lingtian's side and looked at the female attendant who greeted Duan Lingtian. His lustful eyes seemed to be able to strip off all the clothes on the female attendant. "Sorry, sir. I'm currently entertaining this customer, so I don't have time for the time being." The female attendant took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, and said in a low voice, "What did you say?" The young man glared and scolded. "Young lady, do you fucking know who this young master is?" This young master is a member of the Jade Orchid County's Duan clan. The Imperial City's Duan clan is the main clan of our Duan clan. Besides that, do you know the Imperial City's Duan clan's direct descendant, young master Duan Lingxing? Let me tell you, that's this young master's cousin. The female attendant was frightened to the point her face went pale when she heard this. Imperial City's Duan clan? That was one of the few great powers in the Crimson Sky Kingdom that was second only to the imperial family. Duan Lingxing? Duan Lingtian's mind was completely thrown into chaos by the young man, and a cold light flashed within his eyes as he looked at the young man. Duan Lingxing's cousin? "Kid, what are you looking at?" Unconvinced. "Let me tell you, I, Duan Rong, am not someone you can afford to offend." The young man had a face of disdain when he saw Duan Lingtian look over, and he spoke with a condescending tone. "Attention, brothers and sisters using Apple devices. Because of copyright restrictions, the next chapter can't be seen in the reading center of the Apple mobile phone QQ. You can download the QQ reading app to see. If you find the Apple QQ reading app troublesome to recharge, you can open the browser on your mobile phone. After entering the web page, click on the top right corner to search for Lingtian War Reverend and continue reading. Save the web page bookmark for convenience and speed. Chapter 136. Duan Lingtian was still surprised just now, as he didn't expect to meet Duan Lingxing's cousin here. Now, he hadn't even spoken when he was mocked and ridiculed by the other party, and he couldn't help but feel angry. "Idiot!" The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth slightly curved as he slowly spat out these two words. Duan Rong was dumbfounded. This purple-clothed youth actually called him an idiot? He thought he had heard wrongly and asked uncertainly, "What did you say just now?" Duan Lingtian didn't pay any more attention to this good-for-nothing. Although the other party was Duan Lingxing's cousin, it didn't have much to do with him. He had enmity with Duan Lingxing, but he wouldn't implicate the other party's family for no reason. In his previous life, he mixed in the mercenary world and licked blood on the blade. He always adhered to one of his principles. Don't implicate the family. Even his enemies in his previous life admired him from the bottom of their hearts on this point. Of course, if this Duan Rong didn't know what was good for him and wanted to find trouble with him, he wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. What's the price of these houses? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled at the female attendant beside him and asked. The female attendant came back to her senses, and Duan Lingtian's smile made her feel as if she was bathed in a spring breeze. The unhappiness caused by the matter just now was temporarily thrown to the back of her mind, and she seriously explained to Duan Lingtian, "Guest, look at this house. It's divided into two buildings, the main building and the secondary building. There are a total of 20 bedrooms, 2 kitchens, a hall, a front yard, and a backyard. Our house here is equipped with all new furniture and daily necessities. If you add everything up, it would cost 8 million silver. 8 million silver? Looking at the house that the female attendant pointed at, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but click his tongue. Duan Rong stood at the side, his face flushed red. When had he ever been ignored like this? Looking at the purple-clothed youth and this beautiful female attendant talking and laughing, a ball of fire couldn't help but rise in his heart. "Kid, didn't you hear what this young master said just now? I want this female attendant," Duan Rong coldly said, his voice containing an unquestionable tone, and was incomparably overbearing. Guessed. The waitress turned pale and was frightened by Duan Lingtian's roar. She looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. "In this world, there are dogs barking everywhere. You'll get used to it. Continue." Duan Lingtian had an indifferent expression on his face. Just as he had said, there were so many mad dogs in this world. He couldn't possibly kill all of them, could he? As long as they didn't bite him, he would just ignore them and let them scream as they wished. Seeing that Lingtian was so calm, the waitress heaved a sigh of relief. She also realized that even though this young man had heard of the other party's background, he was still fearless. It was obvious that he wasn't afraid of the other party. Barking? Duan Rong's face completely darkened, and he shouted angrily, "Boy, you are courting death!" As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Rong pounced on Duan Lingtian. Above him, 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, 5th level of the core formation stage. Guest, watch out. The waitress's face went pale. She never imagined that this good-for-nothing rich kid would actually have such a high cultivation, and she hurriedly warned Duan Lingtian. At the same time, she unconsciously blocked in front of Duan Lingtian, and she closed her eyes in fear as her delicate body trembled. "You're courting death." Duan Rong's eyes emitted a jealous and frenzied expression when he saw that the waitress was actually willing to be Duan Lingtian's shield. His palm descended, and Origin Energy Palm images suffused the air as it blasted towards the waitress. "I think it's you who's courting death." Duan Lingtian's icy cold voice seemed as if it came from the depths of hell. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure moved, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he moved along the waitress' delicate body and circled around to arrive in front of her. At the critical moment, Duan Lingtian's hand shook and palm images and fist images whistled out to intercept Duan Rong's palm strike. Finishing touch. Amidst the palm images and fist images that covered the sky, Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger, and an ear-piercing howl sounded out as his finger tapped onto Duan Rong's palm strike that whistled over. Whoosh! Instantly, 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes gradually condensed into form above Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian utilized the strength of almost 9 ancient mammoths in this finger strike. 6th level of the core formation stage. The old man that followed behind Duan Rong originally stood at the side with a calm expression. Even when Duan Rong attacked, he didn't express anything. But now, when he saw Duan Rong's opponent reveal a strength that firmly suppressed Duan Rong, his face sank and he instantly moved, leaving behind a string of afterimages as he flashed towards Duan Lingtian and shouted out explosively, "Stop!" Above the old man, the strength of 60 ancient mammoths condensed into form, 4th level of the Origin core stage. Humph! A cold snort that was like a thunderclap instantly resounded throughout the entire hall. A robust figure that was like a mountain instantly blocked the old man's path and casually punched out, as if it was beneath him to even use a martial skill, as it smashed onto the old man's chest and directly blasted the old man flying. The old man came quickly and left even faster. 7th level of the Origin core stage. When the old man flew out, he vaguely saw 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes flash above the person that attacked. And at almost the exact same moment, hiss! Duan Lingtian's finger tapped onto Duan Rong's palm strike that approached menacingly. Instantly, The strength of his finger was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Ah! Accompanied by the strange sound of bones breaking, Duan Rong emitted a shrill cry, and his figure stopped, following in the old man's footsteps as he was sent flying by Duan Lingtian's finger. Bang! Bang! The old man's body had just fallen to the ground when Duan Rong's body fell along with him, and just happened to land beside the old man. The intense pain that came from his palm caused Duan Rong to emit a wave of miserable, shrill cries. Eighth elder, my wrist bone is broken. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood, then glanced at the robust middle-aged man with terror before slowly standing up and supporting Duan Rong to leave the store and head towards the Duan clan estate that the Duan clan resided in. The female attendant had already opened her eyes. However, the palm strike that she expected didn't descend onto her, and she only saw the backs of the profligate young man and the old man by his side, leaving. Who the heck is he? Subsequently, her gaze descended onto the violet-clothed youth, and her eyes were filled with curiosity and disbelief. Everything that happened earlier only happened in the time it took for a bolt of lightning to return to her senses, yet she noticed that everything had already ended. But she was still able to recall that although she blocked in front of the violet-clothed youth, the violet-clothed youth still circled around to arrive before her in the end. Why? Suddenly, a slightly young voice entered into her ears. It caused her to feel as if she was jolted awake from a dream, and she had a perturbed expression. Guest, why did you block in front of me earlier? Aren't you afraid of death? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he looked at the female attendant before him. I don't know either. I just felt at that time that I couldn't let anything happen to you, then I subconsciously. The female attendant recalled everything that happened earlier and had an indescribable feeling. Even she herself didn't know why she'd done that earlier, and now that she recalled it, she felt a wave of lingering fear. What's your name? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face from the beginning until the end. Guest, I'm called Jingru. The female attendant replied, respectfully. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. Then his gaze once again descended onto the model of the house that Jingru introduced earlier. I think this house isn't bad. Do you have one that's close to Paladin Academy? Paladin Academy. Jingru's delicate figure shook, and her eyes emitted a sheen of disbelief. Guest, you're a student of Paladin Academy? I can be considered to be. I've obtained the qualifications to enter the academy and haven't reported myself yet. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Jingru was shocked. She'd never imagined that the youth before her would actually be a student of Paladin Academy. If one wanted to enter Paladin Academy, besides the imperial family and a few large clans in the imperial city that had the qualifications to recommend, only those genius martial artists that had passed through layers upon layers of screening and overcome all obstacles along the way were able to obtain the qualifications to enter the academy. No matter how she looked at it, the violet-clothed youth before her was only around the age of 18. No matter what method he used to obtain the qualifications to enter the academy, it was sufficient to cause her to be shocked and even look up to him. Taking a deep breath, Jingru slowly said, Guest, your luck isn't bad. There just happens to be a house like this near Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then this house it is. How do I go through the procedures? With Jingru's help, Duan Lingtian spent 8 million silver to buy the house that Jingru introduced. Money handed over, goods handed over. Duan Lingtian withdrew 10 million silver with a wave of his hand, then counted out 8 million silver and threw it onto the counter. His entire movement was like moving clouds and flowing water. The manager behind the counter that was in charge of registration was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's large spending, and he respectfully handed over the title deed and key to Duan Lingtian. Jingru, can you bring me over to have a look? Duan Lingtian looked at Jingru and asked with a light smile. When Jingru heard this, she glanced at the manager with slight hesitation. Go ahead. The manager nodded. Although this guest was young, he was so generous. Obviously, he had an extraordinary background, and he wasn't willing to easily offend him. Under Jing Ru's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at the house he bought. The situation of the house was more or less the same as the model he saw before. The furniture and daily necessities were complete, and it saved him a lot of trouble. Guest, do you have any other questions? Jing Ru brought Duan Lingtian to walk around the courtyard house as she asked respectfully, Jing Ru. Duan Lingtian looked at Jing Ru and lightly smiled. Are you interested in being my manager? Jing Ru was stunned and didn't come back to her senses. Duan Lingtian continued, I'm afraid that Duan Rong will make trouble for you because of what happened today. Although you are a member of the royal family's property, and he doesn't dare to make trouble for you openly. But he is a despicable person who can do anything secretly. If you are my manager, you are mainly responsible for the daily access and the daily management of the house. You don't need to do anything else, and it will definitely be easier than your previous job. In addition, I can pay you double. When he bought this house, Duan Lingtian had a plan in mind. He would find a manager. He would also find several maids and cooks. In the future, he would leave the trivial matters of the house to the manager and let his mother and his 2 future daughters-in-law practice peacefully. Think about it carefully. You can come to me at any time within 3 days. Chapter 137. Duan Lingtian didn't have any other intentions when taking care of Jing Ru like this, and it was only purely out of concern. Although Jing Ru's appearance wasn't bad, but compared to Li Fei and Ke, she was still lacking by quite a bit. At most, she was only at the same level as Li Shi. As the former king of mercenaries, Duan Lingtian was a person who knew how to be grateful. Although Jing Ru's action of blocking in front of him was superfluous, Jing Ru didn't know his background at that time, so she obviously threw her life away. Such a kind-hearted girl was extremely suitable to be the housekeeper of the house he bought, and he could completely trust her. Xiong Quan, let's return to the inn and bring my mother and the others over. After Jing Ru left, Duan Lingtian locked the door to the house and left with Xiong Quan. Duan clan estate. As a large clan that was only inferior to the imperial family in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the Duan clan estate occupied a vast and boundless area. At this moment, in a large courtyard of the Duan clan estate, a fat woman around 150 kilograms was helping Duan Rong bandage his wounds. The fat woman's small eyes flickered with viciousness. Rong, do you know who injured you? Duan Rong angrily shook his head. I don't know. Don't worry, Aunt will surely find out and take revenge for you. The fat woman's voice revealed a sense of gloominess. Thank you, Aunt. Duan Rong had a face full of excitement, as he knew the power of this aunt. Although his uncle, the second master of the Duan clan, had his dantian crippled by someone 20 years ago, but during these years his uncle was in charge of many of the Duan clan's businesses, and his status in the Duan clan was only below the patriarch and a few supreme elders. His uncle, on the other hand, listened to his aunt the most. Go rest first. I'll ask your uncle to send someone to help you with the matter of buying a house for you. When the time comes, you can directly move in. Also, after entering Paladin Academy, you must strive hard. The Duan clan only has 5 recommendation quotas every year, and your uncle gave you the only one he had. You can't lose face for him. The fat woman looked at Duan Rong as she slowly spoke. Aunt, I will surely not disappoint you and uncle. Duan Rong nodded fiercely and turned away. After Duan Rong left, a cold light flashed through the chubby woman's small eyes. No matter who you are, I'll kill you if you dare to hurt my nephew. Very soon, the plump woman stood up with great difficulty. Her body weighed more than 150 kilograms, and when she took a step forward, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. To the north of the Duan clan residence, there was a luxurious residence a few streets away. A carriage had just stopped at the entrance of the mansion when a red figure flew out of the carriage and headed straight for the gate of the mansion. "Who is it?" At the gate, four guards stopped him. "How dare you stop me? Open your dog eyes and see who I am." The woman in red flew into a rage and turned into a glaring Vajra. She tightened her grip on the black whip. One of the family guards recognized this person, and his expression changed. He hurriedly lowered his head and bowed. "Young Lady Lee, this lowly one didn't recognize you for a moment. Please forgive me." "Miss Lee?" The expressions of the other 3 guards also changed greatly, and they hurriedly bowed in salute. They also remembered. This demoness was none other than their 5th prince's cousin, the only daughter of the Pingyang County's county chief, Tong Li. "Forgive me? Stop dreaming. I'll teach all of you a lesson on behalf of my cousin today." Tong Li wasn't so magnanimous. With a raise of her hand, the whip in her hand seemed to have transformed into a black, venomous snake that directly flashed towards the 4 guards and fiercely swung onto their bodies. Slap, 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 slap. Although the 4 guards were beaten to the point their flesh was split open, they didn't dare make a sound. They knew that if they were to make a sound, the punishment would be even heavier. "Humph. At least all of you are sensible. Granny Wang, let's go look for my cousin." After Tong Li vented her anger, she put away the whip and walked into the residence in large strides. The faces of the 4 guards were ghastly pale. They only caught their breaths after Tong Li disappeared before their eyes, and they had expressions of lingering fear in their hearts. I never imagined that after a few years, this young lady, Li's temper hasn't changed in the slightest. Not only hasn't changed, I feel that it's even worse. I still remember when she came 3 years ago. Half of my hair was burned by her. What's the meaning of this? 10 years ago, when she was still a little girl, she snuck into my room and put a venomous snake in my bathtub. If it wasn't for the 5th prince bestowing medicine, I would have been poisoned to death at that time. This she-devil has come again. Looks like the residence is going to be troublesome again. The 4 guards had expressions of lingering fear in their hearts, and they had expressions of being unable to bear to recall the past. Within the luxurious residence, within the pergola in the rear courtyard, a refined young man around the age of 30 sat there as he calmly savored fragrant tea. Behind him, an old man with white eyebrows stood there, unmoving like a mountain. "Cousin!" Suddenly, a voice sounded out from afar, causing the refined young man's brows to twitch, and a trace of tender affection appeared on his face. The corners of the old man's mouth twitched, and his expression was slightly unnatural. In next to no time, Tong Li arrived before the refined young man, and her eyes turned red as tears flowed down like rain. "Cousin, you must seek justice for me." The refined young man, the 5th prince of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family, couldn't help but be stunned. "Li, what's wrong? Who offended you?" It was difficult for him to imagine that there was actually someone who could bully this cousin of his. Woo-woo. Tong Li threw herself into the 5th prince's embrace, and as if she'd found a place to vent, she started crying loudly. "Granny Wang, what's going on?" When the 5th prince looked at the old woman that followed Tong Li over, the tender affection in his eyes vanished, and traces of dignity were emitted. This was the dignity of a person in a high position, and it pressured the old woman to the point of lowering her head. The old woman hurriedly said, "5th prince, the matter is like this, the young miss and I a few hours ago." The old woman spoke of what happened to them in the restaurant. Slap. The 5th prince's hand descended, and his origin energy skyrocketed, causing the stone table before him to be directly smashed into pieces. His eyes flickered with a fierce light, and his voice was low and deep. "What did you say?" "That person slapped Li over 10 times? "Yes." The old woman lowered her head. Tong Li raised her head and cried as she said, "Cousin, look, it's already been a few hours. Even though I've consumed the icy muscle pill, The bruises on my face still haven't been completely removed. The fifth prince looked at the faint bruises on Tong Li's face, and the fierce light in his eyes grew even more intense. Icy muscle pill, a grade 7 medicinal pill that treated external injuries of the skin, and its miraculous effect was remarkable. After consuming the icy muscle pill, a few hours had passed, and the bruises still hadn't been completely removed. It could be imagined how severe the injuries she suffered before were. Who is he? The refined temperament on the fifth prince's face vanished without a trace, and replacing it was fierceness. His gaze descended onto the old woman, and the old woman's face went pale. Fifth prince, I don't know. I only know that there are 4 of them. A violet-clothed youth around the age of 18, a middle-aged man at the 7th level of the origin core stage, and 2 other girls that wore veils and weren't older than 20. The fifth prince took a deep breath. Oh, by, White-browed is here. White-browed old man took a step forward, looked at the fifth prince, and bowed respectfully. Go investigate thoroughly. I want to see who actually dares to injure even my cousin. The fifth prince instructed, and his eyes emitted dense, killing intent. He was born in the imperial family, and although he had many brothers and sisters of the same father, there wasn't a single one that he could entrust his heart to. Only this cousin of his wouldn't scheme against him, and wouldn't fight for power and influence with him. So he'd always doted on this cousin of his. Cousin, capture him alive. I want to kill him with my own 2 hands. Tong Li's voice contained boundless, icy coldness mixed within. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know that on the first day he arrived at the imperial city, he'd provoked 2 big troubles. Presently, he was sitting on the carriage, chatting and laughing with the 3 girls as they headed towards the courtyard house he bought. Scoundrel, why did you sell the Fergana horse? Li Fei asked curiously. I sold it when I lacked money. In any case, I won't have any use for it in the imperial city in the future. I'll just buy it when I need it in the future, Duan Lingtian casually said. Buying the courtyard house cost him 8 million silver, and now with the remaining 2 million silver and the 3 million silver he obtained from selling the Fergana horse, he had another 5 million silver. Walking in the imperial city, the Fergana horse didn't have any advantage, and an ordinary steed was sufficient. Young master, what's the surprise you spoke of? Kerr blinked her watery eyes as she asked Duan Lingtian curiously. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. It wouldn't be a surprise if I told you now. Why are you being so mysterious? Who cares? Li Fei rebuked Duan Lingtian, but the truth was that a trace of curiosity still flashed within the depths of her eyes. Finally, the carriage stopped. Master, we've arrived. Xiong Quan's voice followed along. When the 3 girls saw Duan Lingtian unlock and open the door to the courtyard house before them, they were stunned for a moment. Tian, this is the courtyard house you bought? Li Ro asked in surprise. That year, she'd once lived in the Duan clan for a few years, so she naturally knew that every inch of land in the imperial city was precious. The courtyard house before them might not be worth mentioning when compared to the Duan clan estate, but even so, this courtyard house was at least 7 to 8 million silver. Surprised, right? Duan Lingtian smiled. The 3 girls nodded as they followed Duan Lingtian into the courtyard house. This surprise was too great. Xiong Quan also led the carriage in and closed the door to the courtyard house on the way. Scoundrel, this courtyard house cost a lot of money, right? Li Fei suppressed the shock in her heart as she looked at Duan Lingtian and blinked her beautiful eyes. Don't worry about how much money it cost. See if you like it. The building on the left is the main building with 7 large bedrooms, and the main building leads directly to the backyard. The one on the right is a subsidiary building with 13 bedrooms. I plan to leave it for the servant girls and the chef to live in. Duan Lingtian slowly introduced. Soon, Li Ro was pulled around the courtyard house by the excited Li Fei and Kerr. In the future, They would be the owners of this courtyard house. Knock, knock. Suddenly, the sound of knocking came from the door, under Duan Lingtian's signal. Xiong Quan walked over and asked in a low voice, "Who is it?" "It's me." An anxious woman's voice came from outside the door. "Open the door." Duan Lingtian recognized that this was the voice of the housekeeper he'd decided on, Jingru. Chapter 138. Jingru, what's the matter? When Duan Lingtian saw Jingru once again, he couldn't help but ask curiously when he noticed that she had brought a package over. "Young master, the Duan clan's second master sent someone to inquire about the location of your courtyard house from the manager. Although the manager didn't say anything due to the rules, and that person couldn't do anything about it. But the Duan clan's second master's methods are too brilliant. I'm afraid it won't take long for him to find you here." After Jingru entered, she hadn't stopped talking, and after she finished speaking, she revealed a worried expression. "You're here to deliver the news." Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he slowly nodded, then asked. Jingru blushed. "I've come to seek refuge with young master this time. I didn't think that the Duan clan's second master would interfere. If he were to interfere, then he would sooner or later come looking for me. Since it's like this, I might as well leave." Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he never thought that the Duan clan's second master would actually help him. Seeing Duan Lingtian's current expression, Jingru's face went pale. "Young master, you wouldn't be regretting it, right?" "What are you thinking?" "I, Duan Lingtian, have never taken back the words I've said." How could Duan Lingtian not know that Jingru had misunderstood? And he lightly smiled as he explained. "Duan Lingtian?" Jingru's beautiful brows frowned. "Young master, could it be that you're a member of the Duan clan as well? According to my knowledge, the younger generation of the Duan clan's direct line of descent is the Ling generation. I was in the past, but not now." Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. He didn't have any sense of belonging to the Duan clan. Even if that cheapskate father of his returned, he still wouldn't return to the Duan clan. That clan that was cold and indifferent like ice, forcing an orphan and a widow to leave alive. He would never forget the generous gift of the Duan clan in his entire life. Jingru was smart. She knew that Duan Lingtian didn't want to say, so she didn't ask. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's expression eased up, then he withdrew a stack of silver and passed it to Jingru as he said with a light smile, "Jingru, from today onwards, you're the manager of this courtyard house of mine. Take this money. In these few days, go recruit a few servant girls with passable conduct that are diligent and reliable. Also find 2 chefs. As for the salary, make it double that of the servant girls and chefs of those large families." "Yes, young master." Jingru took the banknotes and nodded quickly. "I will do it well. I won't let you down. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have let you be the butler." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He made this decision because he liked Jingru's character. "Also, you can stay with us in the main building from now on. There are 7 bedrooms, anyway. My family, Xiong Quan, and I only occupy 5 bedrooms. That's 2 extra bedrooms," Duan Lingtian added. "Thank you, young master." Jingru's face was full of excitement and gratitude. In her opinion, the young master let her live in the main building, which meant that he didn't treat her as an outsider. "Bad guy, who is she?" A fragrant wind blew. Li Fei held Duan Lingtian's arm as if she was declaring the ownership of Duan Lingtian. Her eyes fell on Jingru with a vigilant look. "This is the butler I found, Jingru. Jingru, this is my fiancée, Li Fei." Duan Lingtian introduced Li Fei and Jingru to each other. "Butler?" Li Fei's vigilance on her face relaxed. She smiled at Jingru. "Hello, Sister Jingru." Jingru was flattered and said quickly, "Young madam, you can call me Jingru." The words "young madam" from Jingru caused Li Fei to beam. Then she held Jingru's hand and walked in. "Sister Jingru, let's go." "I'll introduce Aunt Ro, and Ker to you." Duan Lingtian revealed a smile as he looked at Jingru getting familiar with the 3 women of his family in the blink of an eye. Swish! Swish! Right at this moment, 2 flowing lights that were like bolts of lightning flashed out and flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian. It was like a bolt of lightning. "Master, watch out!" The nearby Xiong Quan's face went ghastly pale, and his figure flashed out to vanish on the spot. When he appeared once more, he was already before Duan Lingtian. Swish! Instantly his 3-foot-long sword flashed out, and above him, over 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed, Xiong Quan used his full strength when facing the 2 flowing lights that flashed over, and it could be seen how fearful Xiong Quan was of these 2 flowing lights that suddenly appeared. However, even then, Xiong Quan's sword strike still missed. The 2 flowing lights flashed past his sword strike and flashed towards Duan Lingtian. "Master!" Xiong Quan's face went ghastly pale, and his entire body broke out in cold sweat. If his master died, he wouldn't be able to live either. "All right, Xiong Quan, put away your sword." Duan Lingtian's voice sounded out, causing Xiong Quan's heart to calm down. When he returned to his senses, he noticed that there were 2 strange little pythons in Duan Lingtian's hand. "Little black, little white, you've finally woken up." Duan Lingtian teased the 2 little pythons, and he noticed that after sleeping for half a year, the 2 little pythons had actually undergone an extremely great transformation. Not only was the horn on their heads completely revealed now, it even flickered with a strand of light, a faint light. "I truly never imagined that your current speed would be so swift. Exactly what sort of Aryan are you?" Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. When his origin energy fused into the bodies of the 2 little pythons, he noticed a shocking thing. The snow python's inner core had actually been completely digested by the 2 little pythons. No wonder! Their current speed had obviously surpassed that of the snow pythons at their peak. Even when Xiong Quan utilized a grade 7 spirit weapon at full strength, he was still unable to touch them, but luckily they were fine. Duan Lingtian felt a wave of lingering fear. He hadn't mentioned the 2 little pythons to Xiong Quan, so Xiong Quan didn't know of their existence. Hiss, hiss! The 2 little pythons flicked their tongues at Duan Lingtian, and they were extremely mischievous. Seeing the scene, Xiong Quan's scalp went numb, and he asked in disbelief, "Master, are these fierce beasts you're raising?" "Sort of." Duan Lingtian nodded. Now his thoughts were still fixed at the moment the little pythons flashed towards him, and he vaguely saw over 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes flash past in the sky. It was so fast that he wasn't able to clearly see the exact number of ancient mammoth silhouettes, and he only vaguely caught some after-images. "Xiaohei, demonstrate for me how strong you are now." Duan Lingtian looked at the little black snake and lightly rubbed its little head. The little black snake seemed to be able to understand Duan Lingtian's words, and it flicked out its tongue before instantly flashing out and scuttling up a large tree in the front courtyard. It flirtatiously hung upside down on a branch and blinked its lively eyes at Duan Lingtian. This time, Duan Lingtian saw it clearly. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the little white snake moved as well and copied the little black snake and hung on the branch. 600 mammoth silhouettes! Duan Lingtian fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva. He noticed that no matter if it was the little black snake or the little white snake, they both possessed a terrifying strength at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. No wonder they were able to dodge Xiong Quan's full strength strike. Xiong Quan had only recovered to the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage, and if he didn't use a spirit weapon, his full strength would be comparable to the strength of 400 ancient mammoths. If he used his grade 7 spirit weapon, he would be able to exert the strength of close to 520 ancient mammoths. Compared to any of the little pythons, there would be a large gap. I never imagined that after they completely digested the snow python's inner core, such a terrifying change would actually occur. Unbelievable. Duan Lingtian's mood was unable to calm down for a long time, and some doubts arose within his heart. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, the snow python's inner core shouldn't be able to cause such a change to occur to the two little pythons. Perhaps there was some secret within that he didn't know. Perhaps there was something else within the snow python's inner core. But unfortunately, the snow python's inner core had been completely digested by the two little pythons, and there was no way to investigate. No matter what, the two little pythons transforming once again caused Duan Lingtian to feel a wave of joy. This also meant that he had two more experts with strengths that surpassed Xiong Quan by his side. The two little pythons were connected in their hearts, and so long as he slightly guided them, the little pythons would be able to transform into indestructible, sharp blades in his hand, sharp blades that could pierce into the chest of an enemy. Duan Lingtian waved his hand, and the two little pythons returned to his hand. Fear appeared in Xiong Quan's eyes. He understood that even if any of the little pythons were to attack him, it would be difficult for him to escape death now. Even if there was a 7th-grade spirit weapon, the result would still be the same. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Xiong Quan's gaze. This was also good. From now on, Xiong Quan not only had to worry about the poison he used, he also had to worry about these two little pythons that were completely obedient to his orders. He understood that Xiong Quan was a smart person and knew how to make a choice. Late at night, because there was no chef, Jingru personally cooked dinner, and the taste made Duan Lingtian and the others praise it endlessly. Sister Jingru, I didn't expect your culinary skills to be so good. Kerr said with a smile, Young mistress, you flatter me. How can I compare to those professional chefs? Jingru slightly shook her head. Sister Jingru, you can just call me Kerr. Being addressed as young mistress caused Kerr to blush. After dinner, Li Ro, Li Fei, and Kerr returned to their new rooms. Xiong Quan stood behind Duan Lingtian and played the role of a competent bodyguard. Jingru. Duan Lingtian called over Jingru, who had just come out of the kitchen. Young master, is there something you need? Jingru had a bewildered expression as she asked curiously. Jingru, you seem to be extremely fearful when mentioning the Duan clan's second master today. According to my knowledge, isn't this Duan clan's second master an ordinary person with a crippled dantian? Duan Lingtian had always been unable to wrap his head around this matter. He knew that the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, had his dantian accidentally crippled by his cheapskate father, Duan Rafeng, all those years ago. A 9th-level body-tempering martial artist with a crippled dantian was actually able to cause Jingru's expression to change? Young master, there's something you don't know. Although the Duan clan's second master's dantian has been crippled, he's still an expert at doing business. Most of the businesses under the Duan clan were single-handedly supported by him. Although he doesn't have his cultivation, he controls the Duan clan's economic lifeline. His status in the Duan clan is only beneath the patriarch and the supreme elders. When Jingru heard what Duan Lingtian said, she knew that Duan Lingtian didn't know of the Duan clan's current situation. Chapter 139. Within the spacious room, Duan Lingtian lay on the soft bed and looked at the ceiling with a flickering gaze. Jingru's words from before caused him to feel as if he was jolted awake from a dream. He suddenly realized that many of his thoughts in the past were still too naive. According to his previous thoughts, after arriving at the imperial city, he would directly pay a visit to the Duan clan, challenge Duan Lingxing, and kill him. In this way, the Duan clan could only suffer in silence. But now it would seem that the matter wasn't as simple as he thought. Not to mention anything else. With the current status of Duan Lingxing's father, the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, even if he openly killed Duan Lingxing, he would surely suffer Duan Ru Lei's crazy revenge in the dark. He wasn't afraid of it himself, but he had to consider the people around him. Looks like the matter of taking revenge on Duan Lingxing needs to be considered at length. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and closed his eyes as he thought of a countermeasure. Besides Xiongquan, the experts by his side were only the two little pythons. If the two little pythons joined forces and caught the opponent off guard, killing a 5th-level nascent soul stage martial artist shouldn't be a problem. But if it was a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, even if Xiongquan and the two little pythons joined forces, they still might not be able to kill the martial artist. Duan Ru Lei's status in the Duan clan is so high, not to mention a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Even a 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artist would probably be able to command him. The strength I control is still too weak. Duan Lingtian slowly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed within. Cultivate. As long as he broke through to the origin core stage, he would be able to condense a grade 8 pill fire and become a grade 8 alchemist. Then he would be able to refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for Xiongquan. At that time, Xiongquan's strength would recover by another third. According to Duan Lingtian's estimation, he should be able to barely recover to the 1st level of the void prying stage. If Xiongquan was a 1st-level void prying stage martial artist, why would I have to be so restrained? Duan Lingtian's eyes had a piercingly cold light as he closed his eyes. 9 dragons, war sovereign technique, raging python form. The origin energy within Duan Lingtian's body madly battered his fleshly body, unceasingly undergoing tempering. If his fleshly body was unable to complete the tempering, then he would be unable to break through to the 5th level of the core formation stage. It could be said that the berserk python transformation had, to a certain extent, slowed down Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed. This was also the reason why it was very difficult for him to catch up to Kerr and Li Fei in terms of cultivation. There was now an additional step in his cultivation, tempering his fleshly body. That night, Duan Lingtian cultivated for the entire night. Early the next morning, he discovered that he didn't feel tired at all. Although the tempering of his body for the 4th level of the core formation stage hadn't been completed, he still noticed some changes in himself. My spiritual power seems to have improved yet again. Just a little more, and it will be comparable to a nascent soul realm martial artist's spiritual power. After discovering this, Duan Lingtian was pleasantly surprised. If he possessed spiritual power that was comparable to a nascent soul realm martial artist, then it meant that he could inscribe an inscription of a higher grade than the Blood Crescent inscription. The Blood Crescent inscription, if used unexpectedly, could kill a martial artist below the nascent soul stage. However, it was unable to pose any threat to a nascent soul realm martial artist. If he wanted to deal with a nascent soul realm martial artist, then he must use an even higher grade offensive inscription. Scoundrel, you broke through? Duan Lingtian walked out of the main building and arrived at the front courtyard. His glowing appearance caused Li Fei to be surprised. No, Duan Lingtian shook his head. Only he knew what he was happy about. Between you and Kerr, who's more formidable now? Duan Lingtian forgot about Kerr, who was concentrating on her sword practice, and lightly smiled as he asked Li Fei. Li Fei smiled. After little sister Kerr's ice condensation, sword stepped into the perfection stage. I'm no longer a match for her. Moreover, her cultivation should be about to step into the 6th level of the core formation stage. Li Fei wasn't jealous of Kerr's strength that surpassed her. During these past 2 years, she and Kerr got along very well, as if they were blood-related sisters. Of course, this was only limited to Kerr. Perhaps it was because Kerr followed Duan Lingtian first, and she was a latecomer. Li Fei was instead extremely vigilant towards the other women that appeared by Duan Lingtian's side, as she wasn't willing to share Duan Lingtian with a third woman. Kerr, Duan Lingtian looked at the beautiful figure in the distance with slight surprise. He never imagined that Kerr's improvement would be so great. Presently, Kerr was the same as him, already 18 years old. A girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood, and the current Kerr was simply like a completely different person compared to the young and inexperienced little girl from 3 years ago. Whoosh! Kerr drew her sword. Origin energy suffused the sword, and an icy cold aura swept out, as if the entire sword was covered in a layer of cold air. This was Ice Condensation Sword, a high-grade, profound, rank sword skill. It was also a sword skill within the top cultivation method Kerr cultivated, Frost God's sword technique. The following month, the courtyard house was very peaceful. Besides occasionally teasing his 2 future wives, Duan Lingtian was bitterly cultivating. Facts proved that the improvement of concentrating on cultivation was much faster than when he was hurrying on the carriage. After all, he couldn't avoid being disturbed by some things on the road. In half a month's time, Duan Lingtian completed the tempering of his fleshly body for the 4th level of the core formation stage and started to charge towards the 5th level of the core formation stage. Something worthy of mentioning was that his spirit serpent movement technique, which hadn't broken through for a long time, had finally stepped into the perfection stage within this month's time. Presently, the 3 high-grade, profound rank martial skills he possessed could be considered to have stepped into the perfection stage one after another. Whoosh! In the front courtyard, Duan Lingtian's body was like a spirit serpent as he directly flashed out, as if transforming into a violet bolt of lightning. Above him, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. In terms of strength, the current him was already comparable to a 9th level core formation martial artist. If he were to use the grade 8 spirit weapon, Violet Myrtle Flexible Sword, he was confident that there are very few people below the origin core stage that could withstand a single strike of a sword. During this month, Kerr smoothly stepped into the 6th level of the core formation stage. Compared to a month ago, the quiet courtyard house had a bit more life. Jing Ru found 3 servant girls and 2 chefs. Everything in the courtyard house was on the right track, allowing Duan Lingtian's family to cultivate in peace. How's the situation outside? Duan Lingtian asked Xiongquan, who had just returned from outside. Xiongquan said respectfully, "Master, although the Duan clan's 2nd master and 5th prince's men are still searching for your whereabouts. They aren't as frequent as before. They don't know your background and have no way of finding you. However, according to what I know, no matter if it's the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor or the nephew of the Duan clan's 2nd master, Duanrong, they seem to be Paladin Academy students of the same year as you. There are only 2 months left until the end of registration and the start of school at Paladin Academy. Master, if you go to Paladin Academy, they'll probably recognize you at the first possible moment. At that time, the Duan clan's 2nd master and 5th prince will have their eyes on you as well." Xiongquan spoke of his concerns. No matter if it was the Duan clan's 2nd master or the 5th prince, they both had numerous experts under them. Xiongquan knew his own limitations. With his current strength, it was difficult to deal with them. They're Paladin Academy students as well? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. After pondering for a moment, he nodded. "I understand. I'll think of a way to deal with this matter. In the future, you continue to pay attention to the situation around the courtyard house. I don't wish for the Duan clan's 2nd master and 5th prince's men to find this place in a short period of time." "Yes, master." Xiongquan respectfully replied. He unconditionally obeyed Duan Lingtian's orders. "Also, don't call me master in the future. Call me young master like Jingru and the others." Duan Lingtian looked at Xiongquan and slowly said, "Yes, young master." Xiongquan replied once more before leaving. Duan clan's 2nd master, 5th prince. Duan Lingtian extended his hand to rub his temples. If he were to face the two of them now, it would undoubtedly be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot and overestimating his own ability. My spiritual force is still slightly lacking. I can only wait for a while longer. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as a cold light raged within his eyes. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, spiritual force was impossible to cultivate and could only rely on the advancement of one's cultivation to allow it to unceasingly grow stronger. Duan Lingtian had a feeling that as long as he broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage, his spiritual force should be able to smoothly complete its final transformation. At that time, with his spiritual force that was comparable to a nascent soul martial artist, it would be sufficient to inscribe a powerful inscription that could annihilate a nascent soul martial artist. However, the higher the grade of the inscription, the more precious the materials required. Just one inscription that can annihilate a nascent soul martial artist requires materials that are worth a few million silver. Duan Lingtian realized that he had to think of a way to earn money. Xiao Lu, do you have rouge and face powder? Duan Lingtian looked at the nearby servant girl and asked. This servant girl was called Xiao Lu, and she was found by Jingru. She was quite clever. Yes. Xiao Lu hurriedly nodded. Go get it for me, Duan Lingtian said. Although Xiao Lu was curious as to why Duan Lingtian wanted rouge and face powder, she still took it out and gave it to Duan Lingtian. When she saw that Duan Lingtian had used rouge and face powder on himself, she was stunned. Did the young master's handsome face that could be broken with a snap of his fingers and caused even women to be jealous of it still need makeup? In next to no time, she was completely dumbstruck. How is it? Do you still recognize me? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. At this moment, it was as if he had completely changed his face, and it was precisely the effect of using rouge and face powder to create a disguise. Young master, you're too awesome. This is too godly. Xiao Lu looked at Duan Lingtian with a face of adoration. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, it would be difficult for her to believe that everything before her eyes was real. Only from the outside, it was impossible to discern that Duan Lingtian had put on makeup. Xiao Chui, why are you so surprised? You. Who are you? Why are you wearing my family's bad guy's clothes? Unknowingly, Li Fei also came out. When she saw Duan Lingtian in disguise, her expression changed, and she scolded. Little girl, your family's bad guy has been killed by me. From now on, this house is mine, and you are also mine. Duan Lingtian glared at Li Fei and said fiercely, Bad guy. Just now, Li Fei was also confused because of her concern. After a moment, she reacted and recognized Duan Lingtian. This. How did you do it? Duan Lingtian was not surprised that Li Fei could recognize him. Chapter 140. You can ask little Chui. I have something to do, so I'm going out. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Even though he had a different face now, his smile was very natural and not abrupt in the slightest. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and put Little Black into his sleeve before walking out of the courtyard house. After leaving the courtyard house, Duan Lingtian found a passerby and asked about the location of the Alchemist Guild in the inner city before walking over in large strides. The inner city wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. Duan Lingtian shuttled through the stream of people and spent half an hour to arrive at the Alchemist Guild. Compared to the Aurora City's Alchemist Guild, the Imperial City's Alchemist Guild was instead grand and ancient in style. This ought to be the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's headquarters. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Within the Alchemist Guild's hall, there was an endless stream of people entering and exiting. Most of these people were here to issue assignments. There was also a small portion of them that wore the badge of the Alchemist Guild on their chests. They were obviously alchemists, and most of them were Grade 9 alchemists. Grade 9 alchemists that are rarely seen in Fresh Breeze Town and even Aurora City can be seen everywhere here. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion in his heart. At the same time, he took out his grade 9 alchemist badge and wore it on his chest before walking in large strides. Instantly, the people entering and exiting the Alchemist Guild's entrance all stopped their footsteps, and their gazes all descended onto Duan Lingtian, grade 9 alchemist. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that this violet-clothed youth looked to be only around the age of 18. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist? Everyone was shocked. Even though Duan Lingtian had changed his face through disguise, this face still belonged to a youth, and he looked at most around the age of 18. Duan Lingtian ignored the gazes of these people and directly walked into the Alchemist Guild's hall before walking towards the counter. At this moment, the people at the door finally moved. An 18-year-old youth, grade 9 alchemist? Is this true? You believe this? Do you think that if an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist appeared in our Crimson Sky Kingdom and passed the verification of the Alchemist Guild, would we not know? That's right. The badge he's wearing should belong to his family's elder. I think so too. Most people didn't think that Duan Lingtian was a real grade 9 alchemist. If Duan Lingtian knew what they were thinking, he would definitely laugh in disdain, thinking that they were making too much of a fuss over nothing. According to the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, 18-year-old alchemists were innumerable in the outer realm. Duan Lingtian walked to an empty counter. Just as he was about to approach the counter, a young man in blue rushed in front of him and stood in front of the counter. Duan Lingtian's face darkened. The young man didn't look for the alchemist guild staff behind the counter to issue and accept missions. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of ridicule at the corner of his mouth. The young man was around the age of 20, and arrogance was emitted from between his brows. Kid, the Alchemist Guild has a rule that only alchemists have the qualifications to wear the Alchemist Guild's badge. If someone were to casually give the badge issued by the Alchemist Guild to another person to wear, it would be considered as disrespecting the Alchemist Guild. The young man looked at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile. Your family's elder is really courageous, actually daring to give the Alchemist Guild's badge to a little kid like you to play with. Looks like he doesn't take the Alchemist Guild seriously. Duan Lingtian originally thought it was strange that this person actually didn't want to go to the counter, but instead wanted to stop him. Now that he heard what the young man said, he came to a sudden understanding and knew the reason the young man stopped him. Little kid? Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed, and a wisp of ridicule appeared on the corners of his mouth as he lightly smiled. How do you know this isn't my own alchemist badge? Or perhaps you're ignorant and feel that it's absolutely impossible for someone my age to be a grade 9 alchemist. Right at this moment, many people in the alchemist hall surrounded them. It was human nature to watch a show. Isn't this the Xiao clan's alchemy genius, Xiao He? Exactly, it's Xiao He. Supposedly, this Xiao He became a grade 9 alchemist when he just turned 20, and he's publicly acknowledged as the most genius alchemist in the younger generation of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. The Xiao clan is really lucky to have produced such a genius alchemist. With Xiao He's natural talent, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a grade 7 alchemist in the future. This youth is a grade 9 alchemist as well. Oh my god, he looks to be only 18. Didn't you hear what Xiao He said earlier? This youth probably took the grade 9 alchemist badge from his elder and intentionally showed it off here. This youth's elder is really outrageous. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly. No one felt that Duan Lingtian was really a grade 9 alchemist. After all, Duan Lingtian's age was truly too young. Moreover, in the history of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there had never been an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Xiao He, a 20-year-old grade 9 alchemist? Such natural talent could indeed be considered as a genius alchemist within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. But wasn't he a bit too arrogant? I'm young and ignorant. Xiao He raised his head and mocked. Kid, He registered as a grade 9 alchemist in the Alchemist Guild when I was 20 years old last year, and was publicly acknowledged as the most genius alchemist in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This was also personally acknowledged by the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's Guild Master. If you were really a grade 9 alchemist, how could I not have heard of it? So you must be a fake. Sometimes confidence is a good thing, but you shouldn't use confidence as the basis for your arrogance. In this world, there are some people who might not be as famous as you, but their natural talent isn't inferior to yours. Therefore, this little brat is here to give you a piece of advice. As a person, you should keep a low profile. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he slowly said, "If you don't have anything else, please move aside. My time is very precious." Duan Lingtian's words caused the surrounding crowd to have strange expressions. This little fellow is actually teaching Xiao He a lesson? Kid, you seem to think too highly of yourself. Xiao He's face sank, and his voice became colder. Xiao He, what happened? Right at this moment, an imposing middle-aged man walked out from the rear hall of the Alchemist Guild, and when he saw the group of people gathered together, he walked forward. Vice Guildmaster. Instantly, the surrounding crowd respectfully greeted the middle-aged man. Xiao He was no exception. This middle-aged man was precisely the Vice Guildmaster of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's Guildmaster. Vice Guildmaster. This person is wearing someone else's alchemist crest and swaggering through the streets, damaging the reputation of the Alchemist Guild. I suggest that the Alchemist Guild investigate the true owner of this alchemist crest and mete out punishment. Xiao, he pointed at the alchemist crest on Duan Lingtian's chest as he spoke righteously. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw the middle-aged man. Through the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to discern that this middle-aged man around the age of 50 was actually a grade 7 alchemist. As expected of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's alchemist guild's main, guild's vice, guild master. Oh, Yi Luan curiously sized up Duan Lingtian when he heard what Xiao He said, then asked indifferently, "Kid, who gave you this alchemist crest?" Duan Lingtian laughed. "What? The dignified vice, guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild speaks without thinking before knowing the truth of the matter?" Yi Luan frowned. "Presumptuous." Xiao He's face sank as he shouted at Duan Lingtian, "Kid, you still dare to deny it in front of the vice guild master?" Yi Luan raised his hand to stop Xiao He, then glanced at Duan Lingtian with interest. "Kid, could it be that this is your own alchemist crest? Is it very strange?" Duan Lingtian shrugged with a disapproving expression. "It's not strange, but you look to be around the age of 18. Are you sure that this grade 9 alchemist guild master's crest was obtained by you through the certification of our alchemist guild?" Yi Luan's eyes lit up as they descended onto Duan Lingtian's face, as if wanting to discern something. But unfortunately, he was bound to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change in the slightest from the beginning until the end. "Kid, if you can't prove that you're really the owner of this grade 9 alchemist guild master's crest, then our alchemist guild has the authority to take back this crest," Yi Luan added. Actually, Yi Luan didn't believe that this alchemist crest belonged to the youth before him. He could confirm that the youth's alchemist guild crest was indeed issued by the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild, because it had the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's main guild special symbol on it. If an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist appeared in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, then even if it was certified in a remote little city, the Alchemist Guild in the little city would report it to their main guild at the first possible moment. So, as far as he was concerned, the possibility of this crest belonging to this youth was practically non-existent. How could Yi Luan have thought of this? When Duan Lingtian had verified his identity as a grade 9 alchemist in the Aurora City's Alchemist Guild at the age of 16, Su Mo, as the guild master, had indeed thought of reporting this matter to the Alchemist Guild's main guild. But Duan Lingtian's careless words made Su Mo believe it to be true. He really thought that Duan Lingtian's mysterious teacher didn't want anyone to disturb Duan Lingtian's growth. So he concealed this matter and didn't report it. This also caused the main guild to be completely unaware of the existence of Duan Lingtian, this genius alchemist. Otherwise, the person that was publicly acknowledged as the most genius alchemist in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom wouldn't be Xiaohe, but Duan Lingtian. Although a 20-year-old grade 9 alchemist was rare in the history of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, it wasn't rare either. Chapter 141. Kid, did you hear what the Vice Guildmaster said? If you can't prove your identity as a grade 9 alchemist, the Alchemist Guild will take back the alchemist badge you're wearing. He looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes filled with ridicule. What a joke! No matter what, he wouldn't believe that such a little kid would be a grade 9 alchemist. Numerous gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian. Even more people were waiting to see Duan Lingtian make a fool of himself. None of you believe that I'm a grade 9 alchemist. Duan Lingtian glanced at the surroundings and asked indifferently. Although no one replied, the questioning gazes of everyone explained everything. You're called Xiaohe, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiaohe, and a trace of a crafty light flashed within his eyes. But Xiaohe didn't notice it. Yes, I'm Xiaohe. He raised his head and was incomparably arrogant, completely not taking Duan Lingtian seriously. If I make a bet with you, do you dare? Duan Lingtian asked. Humph. I'm not interested in making a bet with you. He sneered, although he didn't know what chin she had up his sleeve. Since he was able to become a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20, he naturally wouldn't be an idiot. Ha! A 20-year-old grade 9 alchemist, the most talented alchemist in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom? You don't deserve your reputation. Duan Lingtian chuckled with a carefree expression. But anyone was able to discern that Duan Lingtian was ridiculing Xiaohe for being a coward. Kid, don't change the topic. Didn't you hear what the Vice Guildmaster said? If you can't prove that you're an alchemist, then you must hand over your alchemist badge. He looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression that seemed to say, stop pretending. I've seen through you since long ago. When did I change the topic? The bet I made with you was because I agreed to the Vice Guild Master's request. What I want to bet with you is that if I can prove that I'm a grade 9 alchemist, then you'll lose 5 million silver to me. On the other hand, now that I have no proof, I will also lose 5 million taels of silver to you. Do you dare? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiaohe calmly. 5 million silver taels? Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's bet was like a stone that stirred up thousands of ripples. The crowd was in an uproar. Even the Vice Guildmaster of the Alchemist Guild, Yu Luin, looked at Duan Lingtian with interest. Could he really be a 9th grade alchemist? But if he was really a grade 9 alchemist and had passed the certification to obtain the Alchemist Guild's badge, then why didn't the Alchemist Guild he registered himself with report this matter to the headquarters? There were too many doubts in Yi Luin's heart. 5 million silver taels? He was stunned. 5 million taels of silver was nothing in his eyes. If he wanted it, the Xiao clan would definitely satisfy him. After all, he was a genius alchemist that was heavily fostered by the Xiao clan, and he would sooner or later become an existence that would become a grade 7 alchemist. However, he had only become a grade 9 alchemist for a little over a year. And even if he refined pills normally, he would accept assignments from the Alchemist Guild to earn points from the Alchemist Guild. Now, he only had the 3 million plus silver that his clan gave him. What? You don't dare? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiaohe and laughed. So, You think I should be a grade 9 alchemist as well. Now, shouldn't you take back your words of questioning me and admit that I'm a grade 9 alchemist? At the same time, you have to admit that I'm an even more genius alchemist than you. You're the most genius alchemist in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's younger generation. But you only have an undeserved reputation. Since the moment Xiao He appeared, Duan Lingtian was able to discern what kind of person he was. Xiao He was arrogant and looked down on everyone. And now, it was precisely because of this that he was forcing Xiao He to accept his bet under the gazes of everyone present. He believed that with Xiao He's arrogant personality, he would absolutely not admit that he didn't dare. Ha! What bullshit, genius alchemist! You're only a coward. Duan Lingtian continued to add fuel to the fire, destroying the last line of defense in Xiao He's heart. Yi Luan glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Could it be that this violet-clothed youth was really confident? Okay, I promise you. However, can you take out 5 million taels of silver? Xiao He finally agreed and looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of ridicule. As far as he was concerned, this youth's words earlier were surely to intentionally embarrass him. Now, he would expose Xiao He's lies. 5 million taels of silver. Can you take it out? For a moment, the gazes of the surrounding crowd all descended onto Duan Lingtian. They were also shocked by the bet that Duan Lingtian spoke of earlier. 5 million silver wasn't something that anyone could casually take out. Even if it was a grade 9 alchemist, wanting to earn so much silver would at least require tens of years of time. Are you sure you agree? When Duan Lingtian heard Xiao He's words, he wasn't in a hurry to take out the silver notes. He wanted to let Xiao He completely fall into his trap. This way, Xiao He wouldn't be able to go back on his words. What? You're scared? Seeing Duan Lingtian acting like this, Xiao He naturally thought that Duan Lingtian was feeling guilty. He laughed out loud and looked at the surroundings before looking at Yilin. Vice President, today you and everyone here will be the witnesses. Xiao He, will make a bet with this ignorant kid. If he can prove that he is a grade 9 alchemist, I will lose to him 5 million silver. If he can't prove that he is a grade 9 alchemist, he will also lose to me 5 million silver. Of course, the prerequisite for this bet is that he can take out 5 million silver. As he finished speaking, Xiao He added another sentence. The meaning was that if Duan Lingtian couldn't take out so much silver, then the bet was meaningless. As far as he was concerned, doing this was enough to expose Duan Lingtian's scheme. Of course, I can take out the silver, but I'm afraid you can't. When Duan Lingtian heard Xiao He's words, he lightly smiled. I can't take it out? Kid, I'm a genius alchemist that the Xiao clan is heavily nurturing. 5 million silver is only a matter of a word for me. I understand now this is just an excuse. Because you can't take out 5 million silver. You deliberately said this, right? The expression on Xiao He's face became even more serious. The last trace of worry in his heart vanished without a trace. He firmly believed that Duan Lingtian couldn't take out so much silver, and that all of this was done intentionally by Duan Lingtian. The goal was to make him not dare to accept the bet and make him lose face and be embarrassed in front of everyone. What? You've been exposed by me. You have nothing to say? Seeing that Duan Lingtian seemed to be slightly hesitant, Xiao He sneered. If you don't have so much silver, then don't puff yourself up at your own cost. If you're sensible, then don't speak any more nonsense, and quickly hand over the crest you're wearing. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he indifferently said, as long as you can take out 5 million silver and hand it over to this vice guild master as the bet for safekeeping, I'll naturally take out my 5 million silver and hand it over to the vice guild master as well. But unfortunately, you probably can't take out so much silver. The smile on the corners of Xiao He's mouth completely froze, and he said in a low voice, Kid, are you done yet? Fine, I'll hand over 5 million silver to the Vice Guild Master right now. Vice Guild Master. I have 3 million silver in my hand, and I'll borrow the other 2 million silver from you first. Is that all right? With a raise of his hand, a large stack of silver appeared out of thin air, and he passed it over to Yi Lu. As the genius alchemist of the Shao clan, he was the only person in the younger generation of the Shao clan that possessed a spatial ring. Yi Luan's brows slightly twitched, but he didn't say anything in the end. He received the silver from Shao, and nodded. "Kid, do you see this? This is my bet. Where's yours?" Shao, he looked at Duan Lingtian with his head held high as he sneered repeatedly. He was waiting to see Duan Lingtian make a fool of himself. Laughable. You still say you're a disciple of the Shao clan, but you still have to borrow from others to gather a mere 5 million silver. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. Cut the crap, where's your bet? Xiaohe's face sank, and a desire to kill Duan Lingtian suddenly arose within his heart. This kid is too difficult to deal with. Look carefully, this is my bet. Although I'm a nobody, I don't need to borrow from others for a mere 5 million silver. Duan Lingtian intentionally extended his hand into his bosom and took out all the silver from his spatial ring. Then he passed it over to Xiaohe. Vice, Guild Master, this is my bet. Please help me count it. Yi Luan's expression froze as he received Duan Lingtian's silver. After counting it for a while, he nodded. Not bad. It's precisely 5 million silver. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Luan's gaze was incomparably complicated. He faintly realized that all this was a trap set by the violet-clothed youth, and he was just waiting for Xiaohe to fall into it. He'd use Xiaohe's pride. This violet-clothed youth was too terrifying. He'd completely used Xiaohe's weakness. Although he could almost confirm now that this violet-clothed youth ought to be a fish that slipped through the net of the Alchemist Guild's main guild, and ought to indeed be a grade 9 alchemist, but he still slightly anticipated the scene of the youth proving himself. F***K. It's really 5 million silver. Who's this youth? Even Xiaohe was unable to produce 5 million silver in a short amount of time, and had to borrow from the Vice Guild Master. But he withdrew 5 million silver with a wave of his hand. It's truly unbelievable. Since he's able to produce so many silver and took the initiative to make this bet, could it be that he's really a grade 9 alchemist? Things have already come to this. Do you think it's possible for him to be so kind as to give money to Xiaohe? If he's really a grade 9 alchemist, then it's too unbelievable. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist is absolutely a first in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Looks like we're fortunate enough to witness that sacred moment with our own 2 eyes. Ha. The surrounding crowd of spectators grew larger and larger, and so long as it was someone who entered the Alchemist Guild, they would all gather around. Some people who didn't know the ins and outs of the matter from the people around them, and they looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiaohe with interest, waiting for the most critical moment to arrive. These 2 people. One was the famous genius alchemist of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.